which means the batter will then have to make a decision. If that starts to move and go up and down, Jasprit Bumrah doesn't need cracks to make him unplayable, because he's proved it in this series so far. But that will be an added bonus and an added assistance for a bowler who, along with Jimmy Anderson in this game, from a seam bowler's point of view, have been a class above.
Good morning, Jarrod. Kimber, are you anticipating a day of records?
Why not? Okay, always. No, I'm anticipating times when both sides look absolutely bang on to win this game, and we have no idea what's happening, because that seems to be most of baseball, I think.
I have exactly the same feeling, you know. I honestly believe that maybe even 2 or 3 times we will be saying, oh, they've got no chance now, about both teams. But we could be wrong. I mean, you know, it is also possible that either side could run away with it. I mean, 4 wickets in the morning session, and it'd be very hard for India not to win the game, you would think.
Yeah, you'd think. I think that the hardest, if England do get close and are going to get this and get up to it, I think the hardest part of it would be the last 70 runs, because that would be then in and around tea time, and a whole day of sun and wearing on it, then the pitch could be unpredictable then.
2 slips in the gully. Jasprit Bumrah's first delivery of morning 4, and Zach Crawley plays it away defensively up towards mid-off. We've had news that Shubman Gill hurt his finger significantly enough on the second day for him not to field through the entire 4th day, which means that it was okay to score 100 with, but not to field with. And actually, that's not as ridiculous as it sounds.
No, I'd do the same if I was Shubman Gill. I've had me runs, I've had me game. See you later. Good luck, bowlers. You know, Joe Root more or less did the same. Hopefully, Joe Root's have a lot of energy coming out in batting. Hopefully, his finger's not too bad, and he's had some time off yesterday. England are going to need him today.
Here's Bumrah, second ball, bowls to Crawley outside the off stump. It's left alone. Bumrah's arms are thrown into the air and in surprise, and he sort of runs his fingers through his hair, sucks breath between clenched teeth, suggesting that was very close to off stump.
Yeah, pitched and nipped back. It seems perfectly upright. It's nipped back, but it swung even further, because, as Bumrah can do, and he did many times yesterday, there was an appeal. Barrett thought he nicked it, and it was just a seamer getting upright and swung after the ball. But one thing Zach Crawley's done very, very well in these 2 innings is he's left the ball when it's needed to be left.
Bumrah again to Crawley, leaves alone outside the off stump, and no shot is offered. So, Jarrod, I'm not asking you for the number or any numbers in particular, although I'm sure that you can dig them up. But to the unmathematical eye, to the naked eye, if you like, it seems like Zach Crawley leaves more than he used to at the beginning of his England career.
That is probably something we can look up. I'm not sure I've noticed that. So you think that it's because he kept nicking off trying to drive on the up? And
yeah,
he's
well,
some of those.
That would be a conclusion. Yeah. Here's Bumrah outside the off stump again. It's left by Zach Crawley, and there's no run. I just that's my impression, is that he leaves a lot more, especially early on.
I think he's been leaving more early on. First 10 balls he's had in Hyderabad and in here, especially in the first innings. Bumrah bowl a touch wider, trying to entice him to play away from his body and get him across his crease. Instead of Zach wafting at it, that he sometimes can do, he's been in control of his movements. He's left the ball nicely, stayed bolt upright, and that for me is a good sign. Zach Crawley's in a good place when he does that.
Here's Bumrah once again running away from us towards Crawley, again outside the off stump and again left. And I wouldn't be surprised if Bumrah's bowling that line deliberately.
Definitely. That's what I'd do. I'd be looking to get Zach Crawley across the crease for the first initial part of the morning, you know, especially my spell. Can I get him in front of all 3? Can I get his head going over towards cover point, which then takes his front toe across the crease as opposed to down the crease, and then that big planting foot that he has, the pad's in the way, and then that brings the outside edge into play as well as LBW.
Bumrah in last ball of the first over, and again just outside the off stump, left alone, and Crawley survives a maiden over. Well, he didn't need to survive it really, because he didn't play at anything outside the off stump. it's just especially as well. There's a little bit of, I mean, that's the technical side of it. But you know that Crawley likes to field bat on ball early, and so if you don't give him a chance to put bat on ball, you were asking questions.
Well, you are. You're asking. You're putting him in a position where when he feels as though he wants to put bat on ball, you want him to be in a position where his technique becomes in question, i.e. he's fallen over, his head falls over, and then his right shoulder comes in and the bat comes from second slip because his head's fallen over and his weight transfer is not coming down the crease, it's going across the crease. And that's where in England you see him with that big booming sort of straight drive onto the leg side, tends to end up at sort of first or second slip because he nicks it playing away from his body. I think in the Ashes and over here so far, that hasn't been as evident, and I think largely down to the fact he's leaving balls and he's not getting himself dragged over, and when the ball is in his position to hit, he's actually hit it quite well straight, or he's hit it well on the leg side.
Axar Patel to bowl to Rian Ahmed. Drives in the air, and it falls just short of mid-on. Well, no doubt what Rian Ahmed's approach is going to be this morning.
There's a good sign of Rian's coming in for a good time and possibly not a long one.
Here is Axar Patel again, bowls to Rian Ahmed, hits him on the pad. That is fired in. That looked like it was a particularly quick delivery, 91 kilometres an hour. Actually, Axar does bowl in the 90s more often than not, but that was fired in. It was heading a long way down the leg side though, and that's why it hit Rian Ahmed on the pads. Here is Axar Patel again, left arm around the wicket and over the wicket, sorry, and it's punched off the back foot by Rian Ahmed out towards a cover sweeper, and they go through for a single.
It's a good shot from Rian Ahmed. I'm not going to question the game plan because he's come in as sort of night watchman, night hawk, whatever you want to say. He wants to be positive, but I think he's better than that. I actually think Rian Ahmed could hang around here and really frustrate India. If India get a wicket and the crowd gets going, then the momentum shift is massive.
Axar Patel in. Crawley drives firmly down the ground past the bowler, fielded by Kuldeep Yadav. They go through for another single. The first couple of runs then of the morning for England. They move to 69 for one, and the target comes down to 330.
So for me, I'd have been trying to convince Rian just to trying to get himself in and then try and rotate the strike, get going, frustrate India, and then when you've frustrated India, you know, bowling at a number 8, then you can explode and have a go and hit the big shots.
Axar Patel in bowls. Rian Ahmed swings mightily at this one and it makes no contact, hits him on the pad, trickles out behind square on the offside. I'm tempted to ask Jarrod to put some flesh out Rian Ahmed's first-class batting career, because I'm sure it will endorse what you say, is that he's better than that. That was a heave. And I don't think he needs to be doing that. Here is Axar Patel bowls to Rian Ahmed, who now does actually play his first defensive shot of the morning. 2 overs gone. He remains at the crease on 10. Crawley has 30. Jarrod, I mean, it's not, again, you know, he's only 19 years old. It's not a big sample size, but he's made 70s, and I think he's got a first-class best of 80 odd. Or has he scored 100? I mean, he's a, yeah, as Harmy says, he's a much better player than a night watchman.
He averages 30 in first-class cricket so far. 35 when playing for Leicester, though. So only 13 when playing for England. So you're right, it hasn't really transferred so far. He's probably mostly bats around number 7. So playing as more of an all-rounder for Leicester. So yeah, I think you're right. I think there is certainly something there, but he is 19. So I don't think we expect him to be the final product, especially as an all-rounder. Usually they develop a little bit later, right? Because they have to get good at everything, not just one thing.
That's right. Bumrah begins his second over, and again he's wide of the off stump, and it's left alone by Zach Crawley, and Chris Gaffney, the umpire, has had his attention drawn to some follow-through issues for Jasprit Bumrah, maybe?
Possibly a little bit of debris off the bottom of Jasprit Bumrah's boots, but to carry on with Rian Ahmed, I'm trying to convince him this morning, just think like a batter. You know, think like a batter. Don't think like a number 8 or a number 9. Or don't give it away. Think like a batter and be positive.
Outside the off stump, Crawley is beaten by one that keeps a bit low. I think he might possibly have played outside the line of that one. It might have gone past the inside edge into the gloves of Srikhar Barrett. It's a bit like the first time you make it into the business class lounge. You know, your behaviour changes a bit, doesn't it? You know, you feel like you need to be. I mean, here he is. He's in the top 6.
You never been in the business class lounge with Gough then? Gough only ever goes in the business class lounge. He's not on Air India where we are at the back of the plane.
Well, here's Bumrah to Crawley once more, leaves alone outside the off stump. I'm loving this. I think this is terrific. Actually might work in England's favour. I mean, you know, Bumrah's using up energy, using up balls, but I do like the little mental game that's going on.
It is. It's fascinating. It's very good. You can see what Bumrah's trying to do. He's trying to get Zach across the stumps. He's trying to get him in a position to waft at something like he did the ball before, which kept a bit low. Bumrah's spells are dangerous, but I think the watch for me is it's not this spell from Bumrah, it's his next one. You know, he's going to bowl now. What are we? We are 16 overs into the contest. When Bumrah comes back on 35 to 40 overs, that's when it's reverse swinging, that's when Bumrah's going to be dangerous today.
Bumrah's in again, bowls. Crawley is beaten outside the off stump, and that one bounced, took off, and Crawley now walks down the pitch and has a suspicious prod at that one. It's quick delivery from Jasprit Bumrah. Yes, Jarrod?
No wonder he's leaving them all. In the last Ashes, Crawley left 9.2% of his deliveries against seam bowling, according to CricViz. This series, it is 21.2%. And against Bumrah this series, it is 27.6%. Who needs CricViz when you got Manviz?
I do like it when my impression, my uneducated impression, is backed up by stats, because it hardly ever happens. That's good. He is leaving more than usual. Bumrah in again, bowls. Crawley does play defensively into the gully. Shreyas Iyer fields and has a dummy throw at the stumps. Just a couple of runs for England so far this morning.
But that's good from Zach Crawley, because they're trying to move him across, and there a younger Zach Crawley pushes at that out in front of himself, and he possibly nicks it. There Zach Crawley's in a position where he's leaving the ball, he's getting into the ball, and he knows he can make the catch up because of the way he plays. But that there was a defensive stroke where the face of his bat was facing the ground. So he let the ball come all the way to him, and he blocked it into the ground, gone off towards the gully, where in the past he plays out in front of himself, where the bat face is facing extra cover, or sometimes facing the sky.
Bumrah in again, bowls. Crawley drives gloriously through mid-off for 4. Well, it's a mini little battle, Jasprit Bumrah and Zach Crawley. It's only lasted for 12 balls, and Crawley has left 10 of the first 11, 9 of the first 11, and then driven the last of them for an absolutely glorious boundary through mid-off.
What a shot. What a really nice shot from Zach Crawley. Again, balance is perfect. Head position is still. He's not trying to hit it too hard. He's not trying to hit it too straight. He's hitting it where the ball should be hit. And because he's doing that, he's not lost any shape whatsoever. Aerial for the first 10, 20 metres. And then it's crashed straight between, I think it was R. Ashwin and Rohit Sharma. And the two of them looked at each other and asked the ball boy to throw it back. It was a beautiful shot from Zach Crawley. And just to finish on Rian Ahmed, 1999 I think it was, when Alex Tudor went out as a night watchman, got 99, a massive innings into the game, and I'd been trying to get Rian to look at that.
Axar Patel into Rian Ahmed, uses his feet, has another hoik at it, and he'll get 4. It wasn't pretty, it is effective, it's 4 in the scorebook, but do you know, he actually looks like a man who doesn't care, isn't putting a price on his wicket. Good shot, well done, 4 runs, but
yeah, it's 4 runs. It was an agricultural hack, but the more he's out there, and that's the thing, encouraging. The more he's out there, the more he frustrates India.
Axar Patel in again, driven, that's a proper cricket shot through extra cover for 4. There you go, Rian Ahmed, that's how good you are. Don't need to hoik or hack. What a glorious extra cover drive.
That is a shot of a number 3, Manners. The one before was a shot of a number 9. That one's a shot of a number 3. It was a beautiful shot. Ball outside off stump, just caressed through extra cover. Timing was perfect.
Axar Patel in again. Rian Ahmed back and deep into his crease, plays it away up towards long on, and It's fielded out there by Rachid Padadar, and Rian Ahmed now is up to 19. England 82 for 1.
That's better. He just rocks back on the stumps, knocks it down the ground. When Rian Ahmed is on strike, there's 4 men inside the circle. It's a one-day field. You've got loads of runs on offer. Just keep frustrating this Indian bowling attack and the captain.
Axar Patel, forward comes Crawley. Plays defensively out to Shreyas Iyer at extra cover. And there's no run. 82 for 1. England resuming this morning on 67 for 1. With 3 boundaries so far. Axar Patel, left arm spins. Crawley comes forward and guides this one again defensively out to Shreyas Iyer. Interesting field for Axar Patel to Zach Crawley. He's got the slip and a short, straight mid-on. Also a long on, long off, deep. Sweeper on the cover boundary, deep square. Here's Axar Patel once again. Crawley comes forward and nudges this straight back to the bowler. And there's no run. Gets through his overs exceptionally quickly. Axar Patel, he bowls the ball quickly and he takes no time between balls either. England 82 for 1. Crawley 34. Rian Ahmed is on 19. Jasprit Bumrah has bowled 2 overs, none for 13. 7 in total. Yes, Jarrod.
So Rian Ahmed in his 3rd first-class game for Leicestershire against Derbyshire. Derbyshire. Batted at number 5. He made 31 in the first innings, and in the second innings he made 122 from 113 balls.
There's no doubt about this boy's talent. I think he's got all the shots. It's just putting them in the right place, and that comes with experience, time in the middle. He's 19-year-old. What an exciting proposition we've got here.
Bumrah into Rian Ahmed, opens the face of the bat, and it's very well fielded in the gully by Shreyas Iyer, diving to his left. I think it was a thick outside edge. Actually, never mind the open face.
It was a thick outside edge, which that saved 4. That's a great stop from Shreyas Iyer. Really is. It is a thick outside edge, and it's gone fast. He's dived full length. Paul Collingwood talked about England in their field and diving full length, stopping it one-handed. That's definitely saved them 4. Big challenge for Rian Ahmed, this. Jasprit Bumrah gone from bowling wide outside off stump, leaving it for Crawley, trying to get him across the crease. These next 5 balls, if Ahmed's on strike, they'll all be asking questions in and around off stump.
Bumrah in again. Rian Ahmed on the back foot, punches it out towards cover, sets off for a single and is told no. Zach Crawley was reacting to the batter there. Rian Ahmed made a little dummy start for a run. Crawley reacted. Unfortunately, one of them shouted no, and Crawley had to scamper back at the non-striker's end.
I think it was a substitute fielder who's on for Shubman Gill.
Sarfaraz Khan.
Sarfaraz Khan. It was another excellent one-handed stop. Got up quickly. He's not very big as Sarfaraz Khan, but he got up quickly and he went to throw at the non-striker's end where Zach Crawley was well out of his ground.
Bumrah into Rian Ahmed, beaten outside the off stumps. Fair enough, good ball, back of a length, bounces. Rian Ahmed tries to punch off the back foot. You meant not very tall about Sarfaraz Khan.
No, he's not very tall. Vertically challenged. He's
quite robustly built, though.
He is. He's a little lad who's he's very strong, very stout. Yeah, I really was looking forward to watching him bat because his numbers are ridiculous in first-class cricket, and be interesting to see if them numbers transfer into Test match cricket. I think he's played about 40 games. He's got average of 70. It's ridiculous, these numbers. So, whether first-class cricket in India is as strong.
Bumrah in to Rian Ahmed, hits him on the thigh pad. It's a quick delivery. Bumrah's, he started off. He hasn't bowled a conscious change of pace, I don't think. You tell me, Harmy. Does a difference between 140 and 135, is that a conscious change of pace?
No, I think that's just possible natural variation off his action, potentially off the bowling action. Might not have been as in sync as what it was when he was bowling 142. If you're looking for a change of pace, it'll probably go down to 118, 120, 122 when he bowls that beautiful off-cutter that loops and dips on batters.
2 slips in a gully. Here's Jasprit Bumrah running away from us into Rian Ahmed, again beaten outside the off stump. It's good bowling, and Rian Ahmed's just I mean, it's all well and good to say he should be leaving those alone, but the line is challenging.
He's not hitting anywhere near them. He can shadow about as much as he wants at them balls. He's not getting anywhere near them. They're wide, they're bouncing. They're not, to be honest, at Rian Ahmed, the number, batting number 8 in the, he's come down number 8 in the order in Hyderabad and at here in Visakhapatnam. It's not a challenging length. It's not a challenging line. You've got to bowl at the. He's got to be bowling at the top of the stumps to try and challenge. Because if it bounces, if it decks away, then Rian Ahmed's not going to get anywhere near it.
Bumrah in again, bowls, and that's very well played. Good delivery, little fuller, and Rian Ahmed has to play defensively and does limit himself to a defensive shot. He's 19 from 22 balls. Zach Crawley has 34 from 66. It's been a cautious start from him, apart from one glorious off drive. England have moved from 67 for 1 to 82 for 1. Another word from Harmy, and then it'll be Chetan Narula.
Great start for England this morning, it really is. You've got night watchman, night hawk, whatever phrase you want to use. What Rian Ahmed is, they're frustrating India, and there's nothing worse than a tail ender coming in as a night watchman to frustrate you first thing in the morning, because you want to get him out, you want to get the game started again, you want to get Ollie Pope in, try and get into Jarrod. But when that, the lower order batter comes in and hangs around, it's so frustrating for a bowling unit.
Harsha Patel to bowl from the far end then, and Zach Crawley comes forward and defends first up. Averages 40 does Rehan Ahmed at number 3 in first class cricket. Plays for Leicestershire.
I'd take that. I'd take 40 from the little fella today. I really would.
Almost halfway there. He's on 19 as Zach Crawley pushes it to mid-off, which is slightly deeper, and gets off for a single. 83 for 1, 316 runs to win. It's slightly muggy here at the ACA VDCA Stadium. Sarfraz Khan is at forward short leg now. He is on for Shubman Gill, who hasn't taken the field today, as Akshay Patel bowls just back of length outside the off-stump, bit of width, and Rehan Ahmed cuts it away. Straight to fielder, but the intent is always there.
Yeah, he's disappointed. He didn't put that away for 4. It was there to be hit. It was a short ball. It was a back foot cut.
Akshay Patel once again with a slip and forward short leg in position this time. Much more control from Akshay Patel as Ahmed is forward and defending it. Not a lot of crowd in. It's Monday morning. It's a working day, but they are filing in for this what is supposed to be a glorious day of Test cricket, and we are all here in anticipation as Ahmed again backs off and almost cuts drives to extra cover. No run there. He's batting on 19, like I said. Average of 40 at number 3. Halfway there. But he would want a lot more. England would want a lot more as he is forward now with a big stride and defense at the end of the over. It's 83 for 1. England still needing 316 runs to win. And Harmy, now let's talk about possibilities. The mere fact, let's start with this. The mere fact that in India, in the 4th innings, we are contemplating a chase of 399. That it's a possibility. That tells you that Test cricket is now changing or has changed.
Yeah, changing. Has changed, definitely. I think it has changed. I think it was changing during the summer when Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum came together. I really hope England get this, not because I love England winning and I want to see England win and being biased. I'd love to see where India go from there, because I think then India coming out playing this, this bright and baseball way.
Jasprit Bumrah to start from the Subarao end, and he's straight it down the leg side. Crawley, we'll have to wait. Buys from the umpire. It, I think, flicked his pads, and Bharat could not get to it. It's 144 clicks, and it's gone for 4 buys.
He's just getting frustrated now. Is Jasprit Bumrah. He's bowled. I thought he's bowled reasonably well this morning. Not as much to Rian Ahmed, but I think he's bowled really well to Zach Crawley, and he's gone for the big boom in Yorker. Missed it by a bit, but
yeah.
To continue on, I look at and think, do you know what? If England do win, do India have to adopt the England game plan? And then I think the landscape of Test match cricket will change around the world.
which is going to be my next question, as Bumrah comes in, 2 slips and a gully positioned as Crawley comes forward and defends this one. So that's the big question for me, because for now we are contemplating 399 to be chased. Is it because England are involved, or would it be the same if it was India-Australia, or it was India-South Africa, or anybody else?
I don't think so. I think it's England are involved. I think the mentality of this England cricket team is why we're talking about they can get it. It's not the ability of the players. I think it's the mentality of this cricket team. At not one point have we spoke about England not getting this.
Yeah.
Not going for this, and I think you would have had that against Australia, you would have had that against South Africa in one of the two of the teams.
Bumrah once again to Crawley, fuller delivery on the off stump. What a glorious drive down the ground for 4. It was full, it was pitched up, and Crawley was just half forward and driving down the ground, and there's no stopping that one. Another 4 in this over.
That's a beautiful shot from Zach Crawley, and when he plays that shot, you know that his movements are in really good order. You know his balance is excellent, because that's always been the challenge of Zach. Very tall man, doesn't get, he sometimes plants his front foot and plays out in front of himself and gets himself into trouble. When he plays that shot straight down the ground, you know he's in total control of his balance and his movements.
Bumrah, this time back of length on the off stump, much more control there, as he gives a bit of a stare to Zach Crawley. You don't get to see that a lot from Jasprit Bumrah. There's frustration in there.
There is frustration in there, big frustration in there. And I don't think it's the frustration of that shot from Zach Crawley. No. For me, it's a frustration that
Rehan,
the little fella at the other end is still here. That is the frustration from an India point of view, that Rehan Ahmed is still out there. A lower order batter who is moving the game a little bit further on and a little bit further on, as well as, Rohit Sharma wants Jasprit Bumrah to bowl at Joe Root. He's now bowled this will be his fourth over this morning.
41 the partnership, as again, a little fuller. Crawley's forward and punching it towards mid-on. Ravichandran Ashwin, the fielder there, and he's trying to shine the ball at some point. We will see Ashwin into action. He picked up the wicket of Ben Duckett last evening. And now he has one more left-handed batter dismissal than the number of right-handers he has dismissed. We'll come to that. Jarrod has done a whole overnight research on that. But for now, as we mentioned, it's Crawley on 39, Rehan on 19, the partnership 41, and it's starting to irk India. Bumrah once again, back of length on the off stump. Crawley's forward and defending it. So going back to that point, if it were Australia, South Africa, New Zealand, anybody else involved, probably we wouldn't be talking about 399. And that, I think, is the next step up for Test cricket. And obviously, it'll be determined by what kind of pitches that we use, what kind of pitches we see in action in India, whether, Australia come calling, are we going to have similar kind of pitches? I think that's going to be a major, major factor in that.
Yeah, the pitches, but also selection. You start picking players to play a certain way? You've got Bharat, as an example. You're picking a wicketkeeper who's good. Rishabh Pant, perfect for the Bazball way. When he comes back in, is Patitar an aggressive type player? Do you then start thinking about the 2020 side and the ODI side, who play a little bit more of aggressive cricket? So I think that all comes in, as well as playing on better pitches. It's all well and good saying you're going to get 399.
Akshar Patel now to Rehan Ahmed, who is standing back in his crease and playing it defensively. Let's take a look at the field for Rehan. There's backward point in position. There's also extra cover. There's long off and long on, mid-wicket. And there's a fielder at deep point as well. Sure, there's somebody on the leg side. And it's edged! But away from Rohit Sharma. This was turning away. Thick edge. And Rohit Sharma got a hand to it, diving towards the right, but just did not stick, and it's gone for 4.
Yeah, 4 valuable runs for Rehan Ahmed. Well bowled from Akshar Patel. Got Rehan Ahmed caught on the crease a little bit, dangles his bat outside edge, and Rohit Sharma's dive full length. He is disappointed. You can see by the expression on his face, he's disappointed. Tough chance, but a chance nonetheless. That the India captain will be thinking, I should have caught that.
Akshar Patel once again, and again backs off does Rehan Ahmed. This one slightly staying low, and he had to almost dig it out. And yeah, he was pushing back into his crease and pushing hard at the ball there as well. Big edge, and Rohit Sharma did well to get a hand to that, but it should have stuck.
Yeah, it's a catch that he probably will think that 8 times out of 10 I should catch that, 7 times out of 10 I should catch that. It didn't go fast. It didn't, hit him. I think he had enough time to move and get across. I just wonder if he's standing a little bit too straight. He's not wide enough for Axar Patel.
Once again, Patel to Rehan, who's again back in his crease, and it's again staying a bit low. So the last couple of deliveries, the ball's staying a tad low. It's into its 22nd over now, 95 for 1. Rehan is on 23. Once again, Axar Patel to... And a big appeal this time, and he's out! He went back again. This one did not stay that low. Completely missed it, did Rehan Ahmed. Wrapped on the pads, and the finger went up from Murray Erasmus almost immediately. 95 for 2.
Well, that's as close as you'll come to an LBW. I think Rehan Ahmed walked off before Murray Erasmus put his finger up, and you know what? Murray Erasmus put his finger up very, very quickly. That's as close as you'll ever get in LBW, I think. Rehan Ahmed is just... Oh, has he? Did he just get himself outside the line there? I've just seen a replay of it. But look, it's a great innings from Rehan. He's played very, very well last night to get himself a licence this morning. He's hit some beautiful shots. He's got 23 valuable runs for England, and he's frustrated the first half an hour for India. But Ollie Pope comes out. Jasprit Bumrah's 4 overs in. He's done a great job for me as night watchman, night hawk, whatever we want to call it now. He really has done a good job. But that was coming probably for quite a while with Axar Patel. He was looking to get back quite a bit to hit the ball down the ground, and he left his stumps exposed a couple of times and had to quickly jab it out. But this time he couldn't get a bat involved, and it's hit his front pad. Looking at it again, it possibly could have been close to being outside the line, but it looked really, really close.
Let's also take this opportunity to say good morning to Darren Gough. Guffy, Rehan Ahmed was a little disappointed, I would say, and that's an understatement that he got out there, but he has done the job that was asked of him.
Yeah, did a good job, didn't he? He was going back a lot to Axar Patel, which I found strange. There wasn't much turn. There hasn't been much turn this morning from Axar. It's all been sliding into the right-hander. But he played some lovely shots, good partnership with Crawley. But this is the big one. Ollie Pope in and Bumrah still pretty fresh.
Ollie Pope then to face just 1 ball remaining in this over, and the fielder at deep point has been brought in almost halfway mark, not exactly at the conventional point position, as Patel bowls with a slip and forward short leg in position, and he's got that delivery driven past that very fielder who is at the halfway point mark, and Pope straight away off the mark with a boundary to end the over as well. It's 99 for 2.
What a shot this is from Ollie Pope. Gough just mentioned not much turn. Ball outside off stump. Half volley. Ollie Pope just caressed it through extra cover. Beautiful shot there from Ollie Pope. And we talk a lot about when Pope comes in, how frantic he can be and how edgy, and he's a little bit frenetic around the crease. First 10-12 balls, that there perfect, great movement, positive coming forward, and played a beautiful shot through extra cover. Good start from Ollie Pope.
Well, he made his intentions pretty clear from the very go. 196 in Hyderabad, the knock that changed the course of this series already, Gough.
Absolutely, but I'll tell you one thing, there's one thing for sure. At some point, if Pope gets on strike, we might see that Yorker come again. Brilliant ball, wasn't it, in the first innings to dismiss Pope.
Bumrah once again to Zach Crawley. 2 slips and a gully in position, and it's on the middle stump, and he's flicked it off his pads towards the square leg region. Big chase from the fielder there, and in the meantime the batters are able to cross over for 2, and England's 100 is up. It's 101 for 2, and now I'm joined in by former England international Kevin Pietersen. Good morning, KP.
Who's eating a banana? My breakfast. But a fascinating little start here by England. I thought they played Zach Crawley beautifully. Sorry, I thought Zach Crawley's played Jasprit Bumrah beautifully. He's lined him up magnificently, and I'm surprised that Rohit Sharma's given him another over. I thought 5 was enough, but he's seeking that wicket. He's really wanting to get one of these guys now.
Rehan Ahmed's just gone back, and Crawley and Pope are at the crease. He's bowling to Crawley now. We're searching for the Yorker in the last over. Not so much in this one. Back of length on the off stump. He's forward and defending it. Gough, there was a bit of frustration creeping up in Bumrah as we allow KP to finish his breakfast. In the last over, he was searching for that Yorker, but was not just finding that line or length, in fact.
Yeah, you're searching for a wicket, aren't you? You know, this opening spell, he wants to get the breakthrough. I think he has actually bowled quite well, Bumrah. He just, now and again, he's tried to throw the odd one up there to Zach Crawley, and he's such a big guy. He gets that drive in, and he hits the ball so hard and clean through the offside. But Bumrah, I think, he's bowled pretty well, but Zach has survived it and played some wonderful shots in the meantime as well.
Bumrah once again to Zach Crawley, who is 41 not out, had a half century in the first innings as well. This time wide outside the off stump. The temptation was there, but Crawley left it alone.
Morning, Goughy.
Morning, KP. Are you all right, mate?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, good.
Good walk.
Night's sleep.
Good.
3 hours.
Good walk in this morning. Any sights? Quiet,
No.
quiet where you guys are.
Yeah, Monday morning, a bit quiet today.
Yeah.
Not like the weekend. People are back to work, aren't they? It's Monday morning in London.
Should be.
Monday morning in India as well, as we are talking about day 4, a tantalizing day of cricket ahead of us. It's already been very, very, very exciting as Bumrah bowls to Crawley, perhaps staying a tad low that one. He was forward and a little down to defend it. So KP, I mean, number 3, Rehan Ahmed, did his job, was a little disappointed with that dismissal that he was. But now, Ollie Pope, that's the danger. This partnership is going to be very, very dangerous and crucial for both sides.
Yeah, every partnership. It's the batting collective today for England. It's not one individual, it's the batting collective. It's how does each batter come out and apply themselves and put pressure on the Indian bowlers. They have done already on Bumrah this morning.
Bumrah once again back of length on the middle stump and flicked off his pads by Zach Crawley. Chase from Kuldeep Yadav and Ravichandran Ashwin. Not so much from Ashwin, but Kuldeep Yadav, and it beats the both of them. A boundary for Zach Crawley. It's 105 for 2. He moves on to 45.
This is a magnificent cricket shot. This is a shot of a player in full control of his work against Jasprit Bumrah. He has just hit that from the top of off stump through mid-wicket. He stood tall, and it's the height that is helping Zach Crawley at the moment. Jasprit Bumrah pitched that ball outside off stump. It came back onto the stumps, and Zach Crawley middled it through mid-wicket. He's got to 45. England only need 294 now. They'll keep chipping away. They'll keep smacking the boundary.
Bumrah once again to Crawley. This time play and a miss. A lot of width outside the off stump. And the reaction from Crawley suggesting that it stayed a bit low, perhaps a bit exaggerated, that one. Nevertheless, play and a miss there. Then that's the end of the over, 105 for 2.
Yeah, kept a little bit low from Jasprit Bumrah, but you expect it. 4th day pitch, there's a few cracks in it. The odd one will keep low. We've seen that throughout the match from day 1. Remember, Ben Stokes got one to keep a little bit low. Bumrah to Ben Stokes and bowled him. So we're going to see it. He's just hope it isn't straight and we don't miss. I think that's the way of it. I think India going into this morning's session will be thinking if we can get 3 wickets this morning, it puts us in a great position. England can knock another 100 runs plus off the total they're chasing, and they'll think they're in the best position.
I have the scorecard open in front of me. It's 378 for 3, it says. That was England in the second innings at Edgbaston in 2022. As Akshar Patel continues, and this time bowls to Ollie Pope, who's forward. And that was the highest chase by England in the baseball era, if we can say so. Alex Lee is scoring 56. Zach Crawley got 46 that day as well. He's on 45 now. But at the other end, as Patel bowls to Pope, who's driven it, but well fielded there by Shreyas Iyer at extra cover. No run. And Ollie Pope got a duck. Joe Root got 142 not out, and Johnny Bairstow 114 not out. So India know what England are absolutely capable of as the reverse sweep comes out from Ollie Pope. Very predictable that. Straight delivery from Akshar Patel, and he has played that down towards the third man boundary for 4.
Well, England keep going. Their run rate is 4.64. They've identified this as a chase in 90 overs. Ollie Pope just gets the reverse sweep out there and just taps it on its head, and it rolls away. Goes in between slip and all the way along the ground. Rajat Patidar at backward point cannot get anywhere near it, and the boundaries are not big enough here in Visakhapatnam. Small, very small.
Akshar Patel to Pope, who's forward and defending with soft hands. No chance of a run there. With Akshar Patel darting in straight and perhaps not getting as much bounce, it brings the reverse sweep in play perhaps, and maybe India should look for a change here.
It's a dangerous shot. It's a very dangerous shot with the ball bouncing.
As Pope drives this one straight to Shreyas Iyer, extra cover.
And it is bouncing, so it's definitely not bouncing. Akshar gets the bounce. You saw that when Rayan Ahmed nicked that ball past Rohit Sharma. There was bounce and there was turn. And that's why this wicket has been so good, because it has got the bounce.
Akshar Patel once again to Pope, who's forward, big stride forward and defending. It's straight to Sarfaraz Khan, who is at forward short leg because Shubman Gill today hasn't taken the field. And at the end of the over, it's 109 for 2. England now needing 290 runs.
Well, he got a good 100 yesterday. Probably needs a bit of a break today, Shubman Gill. He actually fielded well the first innings as well. Football followed him around, wasn't it? Took a few catches. But I think it's ready for a change. I really do. I think with Akshar Patel, yeah, it looks as though he's just sliding it into the right-hander. There hasn't been much turn, which has surprised me on day 4. But England, when they started today, when they took the loss of 1 wicket for the runs they've already got on the board, you would say so. 42 runs from the 10 overs bowled this morning. Just the 1 wicket for India.
And there's a bowling change.
Yeah,
Ashwin's coming in. Army was just at the back of the box going, why is Bumrah still bowling? Save some of his overs for when he can get Joe Root in. It's almost like they were listening. And so here we go with Ashwin then. To Crawley. Slip and leg slip. Shreyas Iyer's on the short mid-wicket for the clip off the toes. And then there's 4 out on the boundary. Ashwin around the wicket, brings Crawley forward, pushes out sensibly on the offside, takes an easy single. Keep the scoreboard ticking. It's talkSPORT 2 and talkSPORT and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. England 110 for 2.
Yeah, I said it on TV a few minutes ago before I came here to radio. I don't like the tactic here from India at all. Keep the fielders up. Let England hit it over the top. They're not guaranteed to hit every single ball over the top for 6 or for 4. Rayan Ahmed played 1 shot this morning, which was the inside of the bat. He should have been caught at mid-on, but mid-on was back.
Ashwin goes in, Pope solidly forward out into the offside, no run.
And just because of intent, they spread the field. And I'm not so sure that's the way to captain here. Certainly not in the first session. Maybe if the game's getting tight and England are 7 down and you're wanting to just protect a few runs and play that cat and mouse. Are you going to go for it? Are you not?
Ashwin in once again. Down the pitch is Pope. Clips it wide of Shreyas Iyer at the straight mid-wicket. Well fielded by Mukesh, coming from deep mid-wicket on the boundary. But England still take 2 more. 112 for 2. The target is 287 away.
But look at that stroke now with the field up. Why has Ollie Pope come down the wicket? Ollie Pope's come down the wicket to hit it over the top. All the fielders are in. He's almost hit that straight to Shreyas Iyer at short mid-wicket. Oh, it is so close to being caught.
Ashwin in. Ollie Pope on the reverse. They've gone up for the stumping. And umpire Gaffney is completely unmoved at the moment. The bails have been whipped off, so this may be an umpire's review if it does get reviewed. Are they also going up for a catch? Well, the DRS timer has gone down to 0. There was an awful lot going on there. Ollie Pope goes down on the reverse. It ends up in the hands of the keeper. Well, we're not going to review the stumping, and a catch hasn't been reviewed either. So in other words, nothing happened there, folks. Everyone calm down.
I think Maria Erasmus did check the stumping. Maybe. But all the fielders are back in position now, and I think the game is moving forward. The umpires have said, no, enough's enough, let's go.
It bounced quite a bit, actually, over Ollie Pope's gloves. Ashwin into him once again, brings him forward. Well fielded by Shreyas Iyer at that short mid-wicket position, going away to his right-hand side. Stops the run being taken. 1 ball left of the 25th over. England 112 for 2. They started 64 for 1. The magic number 399. It sounds daft to say it. Ashwin in off the back foot is Ollie Pope. Can't beat the fielder on the offside, it was Jaiswal, and there's no run. End of the over then, 25 gone here on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2. England 112 for 2. Darren Gough.
I think what Kev was talking about there is, but the captaincy, what's happened with the captaincy of Rohit Sharma is kind of the self-doubt. The doubt from that first test match, that England came back from 190 down on first innings. And we've seen there some of the fielding positions are purely what could happen if England play the brand of cricket they're doing. He's got to concentrate on his team's own performance and the team's own plans to different players. And he hasn't done.
Well, Shubman Gill, we keep making this point. Shubman Gill's comment last night at close of play that it was 70-30 in India's favour. England are living rent-free in their heads at the moment. They've been set 399 to win in India. That's not a 30% chance. New over starts, Akshar around the wicket, and Crawley plays back to the bowler and his follow-through no run. If you missed it, the highest score by any touring team in India in the 4th innings, forget to win, the highest ever score is 299. England have got to go 100 past that. Crawley's going to try and do it, though, because he comes down the pitch to Akshar and plays a lovely straight drive for 4. That's a magnificent shot by Zach Crawley, and he goes to 50. From 83 balls, 7 fours and a 6. England are 116 for 2.
Yeah, this is quite something, and you do not want to leave the radio station that we are on, because it's just fabulous to listen to. It's fabulous to watch. It's fabulous to be a part of.
Akshar is in, Crawley pushes to mid-off. Mid-off is deep, there's an easy single. England will take another one, thank you very much. 117 for 2.
And India will be thinking that England can win this. The way that England are playing this morning, they've got through Jasprit Bumrah, and India will be thinking, oh my goodness, there's only 282 runs of this type of batting on this surface. Bumrah is going to have to play something and do something monumental with the reverse swinging ball in about 45 minutes or so. Their testing session before lunch when Bumrah comes back is going to be the play.
Patidar in at silly point. Pope goes down and plays the sweep. It's 4 more. This time through deep backwards square leg. 2 boundaries in the over for England. 121 for 2. Pope goes to 14.
Yeah, he tried the reverse sweep. That didn't work off Ashwin, so he says, nah, I'll try the sweep. And he gets the sweep away and he plays it magnificently. And that's what you see now. With the bounce, you're going to get speed off the bat so the players can play their shots.
Akshar in from the Dr. Vizzy end. Turned round the corner by Ollie Pope. He's gone 2 straight again. That's going to be away for 4. That's 13 in the over all of a sudden. And just by playing good, solid, sensible cricket shots, England are 125 for 2. It's down to 274. I still can't believe we're having a conversation thinking that this is remotely possible, but it clearly is.
Of course it is. They believe it is. There are no gremlins in this surface at all. The red soil just under the black soil is keeping the ball bouncing. The black soil has kept the wicket together.
Final ball of this expensive over from Akshar is pushed out by Ollie Pope to mid-off. And there is no run. They always say it's the hope that kills you in these situations, but honestly, Goughy, at the moment, you have to believe if you're England, because the way they're playing, 125 for 2.
Well, we said yesterday, didn't we? At some point today, England will scare the life out of India. And I think already there'll be self-doubt of people sat there watching in the crowd. There'll be self-doubt from certain players on the pitch. The captaincy, some of his decisions already. You've seen Akshar Patel. This is a guy who can turn the ball. Yes, he bowls it a little bit quick, but he hasn't turned the ball this morning. That's not turned the ball on day 4 in India.
Well, this bloke can turn it. Ashwin to start a new over. He's going into Zach Crawley, playing defensively out on the onside, and there is no run.
I think a lot of credit has to go to the ground staff, because This wicket is absolutely brilliant for Test match cricket.
Ashwin around the umpire. Drops into the offside by Crawley. Sets up for a single that Ollie Pope doesn't want. Gets back to his end easily enough in the end, but England do not need that. 125 for 2.
The batting has been good, and you've been able to bat the bowling. If you've bowled it in the right areas, you've got the ball to reverse swing, or if you've bowled controlled spin, you've been able to create pressure. The odd ball has bounced. The odd ball has stayed low. You expect that on day 4.
Ashwin around the wicket. Crawley forward, pushing into the offside. Again, they're looking for push and run if there's a single available. India very lively to get onto that ball, no run.
India bowling one day speeds here. Even Ashwin's up at 93, 95 kilometres per hour. Ravichandran Ashwin's not that type of bowler in Test match cricket. England have had a huge effect on India and the way they're going about.
Ashwin around the wicket, turned, or at least attempted to be turned off his hit by Crawley, only finds Shreyas Iyer, no run.
It looks so defensive. Everything looks so defensive here from India.
The crowd still believe. You can hear the cheers from them. Crawley is deep in his crease, playing off the back foot to Ashwin this time. There is a deep cover sweeper, and it's just a single. There's a deep cover sweeper, a deep mid-wicket sweeper, a long on, who's now walking in. There was also a deep backward square, who is now walking in. It's an in-out field. When you set the opposition 400 to win.
It's crazy. And the in-out field here to Pope as well is madness. You've got a long on, or a man on the almost on the boundary at long on.
Ollie Pope plays it just out on the onside to complete the over. 126 for 2. Pope's got 18, Crawley 52.
You're just inviting that ability to just rotate strike, and rotation of strike is still something in these conditions. Batting at the other end, being able to just get off strike and tick along, then you get a sweep shot or reverse sweep shot, or you get a bad ball and you put that away. Batting's easy. Batting is very, very easy. India have to try and create some pressure somehow. They've got to say to Zach Crawley, it's okay, hit 4 sixes, no problem. But if you don't hit that one just perfectly and we get you out, Root is in. Then you bring Bumrah in.
Well, Rohit Sharma's just wandering down to have a conversation with Akshar at the moment, Goughy. There's clearly some rattled minds in this Indian team.
Well, the effects of Bazball. Look what it does. I think India didn't believe they could come to the shores of India and play this way. I honestly believe that. They thought there's no way they can come here and play that brand of cricket.
Well, I saw a TV programme before the first test, and P.S. Chawla said there is no way it works in this country. Akshar Patel will start a new over, left arm around the wicket. Crawley pushes out on the offside, no run. Well, Hyderabad proved it does, and you can be 190 behind on first innings and still do it. That's the thing about Bazball. There's been so many buts. I think we've now managed to get through them all. Crawley pushes out on the offside to the deep cover sweeper, takes a single.
Well, they knocked this. Sorry, KP. They knocked this total off, and they'll be talking about it. I tell you, it changes the game totally if they reach this target.
Absolutely. Right. Rohit is bringing Bumrah at long leg up to a sort of halfway back short fine leg for Ollie Pope. Deep mid-wicket still out, long on and deep point. There's a short mid-wicket. Pope's going to use his feet, and it's just wide of the short mid-wicket. It will run away for 4. And as they say, the scoreboard has no pictures, but it's 4 runs. It was aerial. Pope goes to 22. England 131 for 2.
Yeah, down the wicket here, and he just chips it into the leg side, and he picks up another boundary. Akshar really needs to do something about the speeds that he's bowling. He's bowling the same speed every single delivery. Okay, a variation of 1 kilometre per hour, but he needs to try and do something different. Can't just keep bowling the same stuff. As a batter, if a bowler bowls the same stuff, you line him up. Where do I hit you? Where can I hit you? And there's all sorts of places to hit Akshar at the moment.
He goes in, bowls. Ollie Pope pushes out to short extra cover, and there's no run.
And it just shows that India have been affected. Big conversations between Rohit Sharma and Akshar before the first ball of this over. And he keeps bowling faster and faster and faster.
Left arm around the wicket. That one's pretty quick as well. Homing in towards...
It's rubbish.
homing in towards Ollie Pope's pads. Pushed out on the offside. They will take a single.
The quickest ball of the over, 97 kilometres per hour. I mean, he may as well just be bowling left arm seam.
Yeah. He's got that undercutter that skids off of the leather of the ball rather than takes the seam, but we've not seen that one really yet. Akshar is in, and it's Zach Crawley covering up, and that will complete the over. That one was at 94. The over went 94, 95, 94, 93, 97, 94. End of the over, 28 gone. England 132 for 2, 267 is still the magic number for England to win this game. Darren Gough.
I'm gobsmacked, I really am, from the fact that the way the spinners have bowled for India, the negativity, the pace they are bowling, there's turn in this pitch. We saw Tom Hartley, we know can bowl it through quick as well, bowl it a little bit slower, get turn on day 3. We saw Rayan Hamid get turn on day 3. They've got to do something different here. They've got to change the momentum. England are on the front foot. India are panicking.
Ashwin to start a new over around the wicket. Ollie Pope pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. It's almost like they've sort of got in the memory bank that 3 years ago Akshar caused England all sorts of problems during that COVID series. Therefore he'll do it again. But they've got Kuldeep. Left arm wrist spin. Wrist spin does funny things. Ashwin goes in, takes the edge, and that is caught. Pope dismissed at slip. Turn and bounce on that occasion. Rohit holds on to it. And the third wicket goes down for England, the second of the day. Pope goes for 23. England 132 for 3.
Yeah, just as England were getting on top and feeling confident about the game, a poor shot really from Ollie Pope. Yes, he's come in, he's tried to be positive, he's played some wonderful shots for 23 of his 21 deliveries, but it wasn't quite there, was it, to be cutting that side of ball. He was having an error there, and he wasn't trying to really force it, he was just trying to open the face up, and he caught the outside edge, and Rohit Sharma, the captain, straight into those hands at last. A big wicket for India, but it brings Joe Root, one of the best players in the world, to the crease. It's a big innings for Joe, but that's a big wicket for India. England 132 for 3, 267 runs to win on talkSPORT 2.
So Joe Root was off the field for a great part of yesterday while he was getting ice on his finger. The truth of the matter is that because he didn't need to be out on the field, he wasn't out on the field. He is okay to bat, and he makes his way out. It is pretty sore, that finger, but there was no way that he was not going to bat today. We're just coming up 5 o'clock in the morning in the UK. We're about to finish the first hour of play on day 4. Let's not forget this isn't even day 5. It's day 4 of this incredible Test match series. England 1-0 up, 5-match series, and well, we're going to get a result probably today. Surely it's going to be today, one way or the other. It'll either be 1-1 or 2-0 to England, and an incredible start to this series. By the way, they've taken drinks with the wicket falling when it did, which is why there's a pause, Coffee.
Well, what I will say is, but no matter what happens in this game, I think the Test series is on fire. I think there's a competition on here. You've got India who are totally confident going into this series. You've got an England team that believe they could go to India and play this brand of cricket. I think on both fronts, I think where it's changed is India have lost a bit of confidence and they need a win this game. I think England, if they go on and win this one, I can't see anybody stopping them because the confidence they're playing with. But realistically, it's an hard ask. 399 in these conditions. India have been off the boil this morning, but they have picked up 2 wickets. And I think if they go in at lunchtime, after another hour, and they've picked up another wicket, they'll be happier, the 2 teams. But the runs that have been scored this morning has been a positive for England. Rayan played really well for 23 off 31. Pope 23 off 21. But they both got starts and both got out, and that kind of has been the story of the series.
Yeah, absolutely. So Crawley and Root at the crease. Bairstow and Stokes still to come. So there is still power left in the tank for England. Right, so for Joe Root, there'll be a slip. There's a deep short leg, sort of 2 pitches away. Still under the helmet with the padding on. No other direct close catches. There's a man on the shortish extra cover for the miss-hit drive. Shreyas Iyer, well, he's actually moving back a little bit at mid-wicket now. So they're not overly pressurising Joe Root. Here we go, then Ashwin, his first ball to Root. Root gets out the reverse and hits it for 4 through third. Well, that'll be the way to get things going then. England 136 for 3, 263 more to win. Steve Harmison's moved in alongside, and well, there we go. Joe Root straight in. Finger issue. What finger issue?
Yeah, no finger issue whatsoever when it comes to turning the bat round, fierce and left-handed, and just guiding it down to the third boundary. What a beautiful shot that is to start your innings. Well executed.
Ashwin in round the wicket. Root off the back foot. Plays to Shreyas Iyer at mid-wicket. No run.
It was also over-pitched though, wasn't it? He got that on the full, Harmy. I know he reached forward, but again, their lengths haven't been perfect, India.
On Jarrod Kimber. Joe Root goes on the reverse on this occasion, and it loops up over Rohit at slip and goes away for 4 more. And it's 4 more runs given. Root, 8 from 3 balls, 140 for 3.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jarrod. I think there have been, as much as they've got 2 wickets this morning, I don't think they have been on it. I thought Jasprit Bumrah bowled a touch wide. I thought Axar Patel, not only did he bowl quickly, he bowled very, very full. And I think that was a consequence of how England have came out with the mentality this morning and put pressure on India. I think India cracked this morning under pressure.
That one a big chunk of Joe Root's glove. Ashwin goes in, Root comes forward, plays out quietly on the offside. End of the over here on talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. England 140 for 3, so it's 259 for that historic victory. That's the target. More thoughts from Jarrod and Harmy, and Neil Manthorp will take over ball by ball.
Harmy, I missed the final injury update. So what is Joe Root's actual issue? I know it was that slips catch that bounced in front of him yesterday, but is it just a fingernail or is it a dislocation or break?
I don't think it's a break because they didn't send him to the hospital. I think he's got a mangled little finger. I think the nail's gone and there's blood knocking around. It actually happened in warm-up, and then he got another knock on it.
That one just pushed down to long off, and they'll take an easy single. Again, slightly over-pitched.
Yeah, he got a knock on it on the morning. You know, a lot of tape on it. You could see from a visual point of view, he had it strapped up, I think, and then and when that one didn't quite carry, he got another bang on it. So, you know, the unlucky little finger on the right hand got whacked twice, but I don't think it's going to affect too much of his batting.
Here's Axar once again, and forward comes Joe Root, clips it away through mid-wicket, and they go through for an easy single. I must say the pitch is playing very well.
I think it is playing very well. There's not as much venom and turn in. The odd one's kept a little bit low, but I think the beauty about the Joe Root stuff, Jarrod, for me, is he had to deal with his feet up. He's kept the energy.
Forward comes Crawley, and he too pushes square of the wicket on the offside.
Shubman Gill's done it the other way, Manners. He got 100 and he said, I've had enough. I'm staying off. But Root, hopefully for England, Jarrod has stayed. Refreshed, sat in the dressing room, had a long time with his feet up yesterday while England toyed away, and he'll repair that today, hopefully with runs.
Axar to Root, pushes to Shreyas Iyer at extra cover, and there's no run. Jarrod?
It's quite an extravagant way of getting yourself a rest from bowling, isn't it? Joe Root's like, geez, if they bowl me another 40 here, I might be in all sorts of trouble, but if I rip this fingernail off...
So smashed by Root, straight over long off, and he's swung at that. He's picked the length immediately, and there's one of the few occasions where Joe Root's just gone kitchen sink. It's beautifully dispatched away for 4.
That's a great shot from Root. Comes down quickly, gets himself in a position. He looked a little bit hurried as he was coming out of his crease, managed to get a good piece of it over the top of extra cover, and it's gone for 6. I realised
He signalled 4.
Signal 4, and I think he's realised that it's gone all the way over the rope. It's gone into the covers, what are tarpaulin covers that are on the other side of the boundary rope.
Axar in again. Root struck on the pad. Loud appeal. Srikar Bharat was very vocal. Axar Patel is particularly interested. They're now mobbing Captain Rohit Sharma. They're surrounding him, haranguing him, and eventually succeeding in persuading him to go for the review.
Anybody but Joe Root and Rohit Sharma turns around and walks away. This is solely because it's Joe Root.
And he's smiling. I don't know whether, I can't tell whether that's a nervous smile from Joe Root or the smile that says they really want to get me out and that was missing leg. Was it a confident
missing leg?
No.
I think it was jammed between bat and pad. I think if anything he's outside the line.
Yeah, it might just be umpire's call on the line.
I also think he's got a little scratch on it.
So not hit him outside. So if he's hit it, that's why he's smiling. Clearly.
As it hit the pad first, but I think the pad is outside the line as well.
Coming through. Yeah.
Pad first.
We have pad first, so we can go to ball tracking when ready.
Outside the line, I'm guessing.
Decision's not out.
Oh, it's
Impact
umpire's call.
Hitting the wickets.
It's umpire's call on
Back to
impact,
right,
and it's
field.
crashing into the top of middle stump.
Decision of not out.
That is,
Signal now.
I think you put that down as an escape.
Yeah, an escape, and I think that's 15-all, because I think there was one yesterday morning, first up, of Jimmy Anderson, Shubman Gill, which was umpire's call, and I'm still not convinced that half the ball wasn't hitting the stumps when he crashed one into the pads of India's number 3. He went on to get 100, and that was on, I think it was on 7 when Shubman Gill got a big shout from Jimmy Anderson, LBW. So yeah, I'm not seeing Joe Root's getting away with one there. I don't think he has. I think Murray Erasmus got that right on field, and because he got that on right on the field, it just gave a little bit more leeway, and Joe got himself outside the line.
Ashwin to continue, and a little gentle paddle sweep from Zach Crawley, nicely played. It's gone very fine down the leg side, and Kuldeep Yadav manages to slide tackle it just before it hits the rope. Harmy, we are talking about 2 centimetres on both those dismissals. Gill was on 4 when Jimmy Anderson trapped him LBW, but it was umpire's call. And here's Ashwin again, and that's pushed by Zach Crawley straight to the bowler, no run. And there was probably 2 or 3 centimetres in that decision against Joe Root.
That's the fine margins that we have in this game, and now with DRS.
Ashwin forward comes Crawley, pushing out towards cover. Again, they take the single. The runs are coming at a gallant rate for England. 152 for 3, resuming on 67 for 1. They've lost Rian Ahmed for 23 and Ollie Pope for the same score. Zach Crawley going very nicely indeed. 58. Joe Root 15. Ashwin bowling around the wicket. Root surveys his field, sees a deep short leg. He's got to be 7-8 yards away. Ashwin on the back foot. Root on the back foot to Ashwin, punches it to cover. Again, finds a gap easily, deliberately, and that's one more.
Just seen the replay of it again, and it is close. It is really close, and see Ashwin's reaction. He's not happy. Joe Root's having a smile, punches gloves with Zach Crawley. Managed to just get himself outside the line. I thought it was a good decision from Murray Erasmus, that one.
Here is Ashwin again, but another sweep shot, very full. Almost half volley length, and swept out to man on the cover boundary, Mukesh Kumar. I think he's got away with one there, Joe. I mean, it was a good decision by Murray Erasmus because it was right. I mean, but it was very, very close.
Yeah, very close, but I also thought the one that Shubman Gill got yesterday off Jimmy Anderson was another good decision. It hit him high up on the knee roll, coming a long way forward.
Ashwin in again, and down the wicket comes Joe Root, and he's top-edged it to backward point. He's played this running slog sweep, and Root has perished. The top edge has looped gently to backward point. Akshar Patel takes a straightforward catch. The game swings decisively India's way, and as we knew it would be, it's Ravichandran Ashwin making the big moves. England 154 for 4. Joe Root gone for 16.
The execution, that's all that's about. He got himself, I don't think he got himself anywhere near to the pitch of the ball. He's tried to hit it across the line. He hit the big shot earlier in the last over of Akshar Patel, and he looked, when he came down the wicket to hit the ball down the ground, he looked quite rushed, he looked quite frantic. And unfortunately for Joe Root there, I don't think he's got anywhere near to the pitch of the ball. And instead of trying to carry on and hit it straight like he did in the last over, he's tried to hit it well across the line. And by the time he's made contact with the ball, his balance was off, his head was all over the place. And as soon as he made contact with the ball, you've seen his eyes just roll as to say, oh, what have I done? And unfortunately, it's gone straight to the fielder, and an easy catch at backward point. The guy at backward point was there for the reverse sweep. Joe Root's been very proactive since he's come out. But a couple of sweeps, couple of reverse sweeps, big hit down the ground. It's not normally like one of England's greatest ever batsmen to play that way and to be as frantic as he has been in this innings. And is that a sign of the pressure that England are under, trying to force the game? And if there's one person I do not want to try and force the game, because he's too good, and that is Joe Root, and I think that's what's just happened there.
Akshar Patel is into Zach Crawley. Gosh, a lot depends on him now, and that's pushed out to substitute fielder Sarfaraz Khan, fielding in a catching position at short straight mid-on. 154 for 4. England have lost 3 in the session. Akshar Patel in again. Crawley plays defensively, and there's no run. Harsha Bhogle said yesterday at the close of play, he said it doesn't matter what happens at the other end. Here's Akshar Patel. Forward comes Crawley again, playing defensively. He said it doesn't matter what happens at the other end or who bowls at the other end. This game will be decided on how well our Ashwin bowls. And the man has taken 3 for 25. Forward comes Crawley again, nudging that one back up the wicket. Sarfaraz Khan again fields. Our Ashwin 6 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 25. He was always likely to be the key figure, and there's work to be done for India. There's still plenty of work for him to get through. Here's Akshar Patel again, and forward comes Crawley, steers it to backward point, and it's called quite late. I think Johnny Bairstow may have called for that. Crawley seemed to stop, start, and only belatedly accelerate as Bairstow was heading towards him from the non-striker's end. 155 for 4.
I mean, man, you're right. He's taken 3 wickets, and the Duckett wicket was very good bowling. But the other 2, you'd have to say England played a extraordinarily large part in.
Absolutely, undeniably. And I wonder whether they played those shots, whether Ashwin's reputation and the danger that he poses played a role in them playing those shots against him. I mean, if you were to adopt the approach, well, we'll score them from the other end and we'll just treat Ashwin with respect and keep him out, then is that not a recipe for disaster as well?
Yeah, I think there's a difference between that and running down the wicket and trying to swipe a ball across the line.
Especially Joe Root. Especially Joe Root. He's the one person you don't want to do that.
He'd already put pressure on Ashwin with the reverse sweep, so I don't think he needed that.
Here's Akshar Patel continuing from the far end, the Dr. Vizzy end. It's nudged away by Bairstow. Gets off the mark with a single behind square on the leg side.
If you look at the Root 3 balls, though, Harmy, I do think it is quite interesting. You got one ball where he came down the wicket to Akshar Patel. I don't think that was a particularly smart shot either. He was a long way from that ball, and you know, if that ball did anything that he wasn't expecting, he would have been stumped and looked absolutely silly. Then he got the LBW when he tried to just defend normally, and I think that those 2 things were in his head when he played that 3rd shot. But there's also absolutely no doubt that you talked about the playing of that shot, and making an error in the implementation of it. Fine, we get that, but it was also the wrong ball. It was in the wrong place, and he was trying to hit it to the wrong area. So he made so many mistakes on one ball there.
It was the build-up. You're absolutely right to point out the 2 previous deliveries, and he looked a bit scrambled, doesn't he? His thinking was seemed a bit scrambled, but credit to Ashwin. He's now got a short leg, an orthodox short leg, and a slip. Man on the orthodox. He's got man actually for the reverse sweep and the normal orthodox sweep. Forward comes Bairstow, pushes that one defensively. So he's got a man at 45 on the leg side for the orthodox sweep, and a backward point who's I think a little further behind square than he would ordinarily be. So just a thought there about the reverse sweep going wrong as Rajat Padatar does the fielding at the deepish mid-on as Bairstow come forward drives. Again, 156 for 4. Crawley on 60. Here's Ashwin. And always a cut shot attempted from Johnny Bairstow. It's a quicker one from Ashwin, and it bounces and it goes over the top of the bat into the keeper's gloves.
And good bowling from Ashwin, just that little bit quicker. The ball before was 85 kilometres an hour, that one 92. Just that little bit quicker that bounced on Johnny Bairstow.
Ashwin looking for a 500th wicket in Test cricket, nudged by Bairstow out towards mid-wicket. He'll become the 8th or 9th player, Jarrod, to reach 500. 8th, I think. Is that right?
9th.
9th.
Because Lyon just went in, didn't he?
Oh.
Root became the 5th player to score, or a 5th touring player to score 1,000 runs in India, by the way.
Oh, Ashwin there turns one sharply into Bairstow. He's trying to play it with the spin on the onside. Hits him on the pad, and there's an oohs and an ahs and yelps. Say that again, Jarrod?
Root became the 5th player to score 1,000 runs as a tourist in India. Just before. I was just going to bring it up when he went out.
It's worth revisiting, which we will do after this ball, if that's all right. Here's Ashwin again, bowls, and off the back foot, Bairstow cut punch out to backward point. Axar Patel fields. England still need 243. It's the end of the 33rd over. They're 156 for 4.
Clive Lloyd, 1,359 runs in India. Criminally underrated as a batter because of what he did as a captain. Alistair Cook, 1,235 runs. Gordon Greenidge, 1,042. Matt Hayden, 1,027. And Joe Root, 1,004. So, pretty good company.
Decent quintet, isn't it?
Yeah. You pop yourself into that. Just one thing I do want to watch here is we've just seen Crawley start to get a little bit stuck against the spinners and use his feet. I think he's come down the wicket once and hit one. His record when using the feet against spinners is incredibly poor.
Axar Patel into Crawley, who may well be best advised to spend a bit more time at the non-striker's end rather than hit himself out of this little. It's not a hole; it's a little divot that he's found himself in.
Just a little quiet patch that you have in an innings, and I think that's the beauty about Test match cricket and your challenges as a batter in it. If you want to bat the long time, you know that sometimes you have to go from 4th gear back to 3rd just to sit in a little bit and absorb the pressure and go again. And it's not in England's nature, but I think that's so important now. You know, that they do absorb that little bit of pressure that's on them now and start rebuilding by rotation of strike, waiting for the ball that's in your area to score and going back to the fundamentals of batting to then get them in a position to go aggressive again.
Axar Patel in, quicker one. Bairstow off the back foot, punches very sweetly out towards the man sweeping on the cover boundary, and they come back for an easy trot through. Talking of trots, Steve Harmison did an exclusive interview with Johnny Bairstow.
No, I've not had them since I've been here.
I thought you were talking about Jonathan Trott because Afghanistan's playing in a Test match.
No, they trotted through for. I was going to come on to Johnny Bairstow's ankle. Here comes Axar Patel, and forward comes Bairstow. So the end of Harmy's interview with Johnny Bairstow, which will be available as a podcast on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel in the next couple of days. Johnny Bairstow was wearing a tracksuit. Here is Akshar Patel again. Bairstow drives again, very sweetly timed. I think this one might actually beat the man on the cover boundary. Rajat Padatar puts the dive in. Might got a fingertip to it, but it's gone for 4. It's a lovely shot. And Johnny showed us the scars on both sides of his ankle. And even after all this time, 18 months ago now, wasn't it? They had the operation, was it?
Yeah, 18 months, yeah.
And so I was at least admiring it, and he said, "Well, yep, if I'd been a horse, they'd have shot me."
Yeah, it's, you know, when they're in the playground, if he says, you know, show me your scars, and he's definitely got good ones to compare with anybody that's been hurt in the past.
Oh, that's a good ball from Akshar Patel. Fizzes. He's bowling in the high 90s, 97, 96, 96. 97 kilometres an hour. I mean, that's quick for a spinner.
But that's a better length. Yeah, it's quick. Kevin Pietersen said earlier he's bowling like a left-arm seamer, but that's a better length. That was a little bit shorter in length. Not too short, still dragging the batter forward, but not a half volley like Johnny Bairstow's had previously in this over.
Akshar Patel is into Johnny Bairstow. It looks like he might possibly have taken a tiny bit of pace off that one. Yeah, 2 kilometres. 95 kilometres an hour. No, not really. But it's 2 runs behind square on the offside. Very nicely played. Bairstow moves up to 9. Zach Crawley has 61. England need 234. They're 165 for 4.
Still a bit full. Sorry, Jarrod, come.
No, I was just going to say that previous ball, when it bounced up, also hit Barrett in the sternum. Coming into today, Crawley had made 71 runs off 45 balls in Test cricket when coming down the wicket to spinners, averaging 11.83. I think it's gone up slightly today. And I think the reason he struggles so much is he's not natural at doing it, Harmon. He quite often does it when he's stuck. So it's not that his technique is terrible, it's that he's doing it from a position of weakness already. And he feels like he has to try and score, and that's quite often when he makes a mistake. And we've seen him go out, I think, twice in this series already when coming down the wicket to spinners.
And it's his balance as well. Sometimes when he comes down the wicket, such a big man, he loses his balance, and then that affects the shot. Macker.
Thank you very much, Harmy. Ashwin is in. Whips off the bails. Is that number 500? Crawley was dragged. Bails are whipped off for the stumping. And we are going to go up to Paul Rifle.
TV umpire director, we have an umpire review for a stumping.
This is massive.
I've checked both feet and it's a fair delivery.
This is massive in the context of the game. As Zach Crawley just dragged his foot out of position.
I think he's... Oh, it's moving back, but I think there's something on the ground.
Yeah, foot looks grounded. Have you got any other angles of that? Looks grounded from here.
It's one of those that the toe is sort of pointing down, the rest of the foot is up.
Yeah.
No, it's down. That's fine.
Grounded. Ready to make my decision.
Well, umpire Harmison says it's fine. And umpire Rifle presses the green button. So it is not out. And Ashwin remains 499 Test match wickets. England 165 for 4. 234 away from this, what would be the most historical of run chases. They've lost 3 today. Rayan Ahmed, Ollie Pope, Joe Root. And the great escape rings around Visakhapatnam. Ashwin goes in and bowls. Crawley just covers up on the onside and there's no run.
Yeah. Zach Crawley's heart would have been in his mouth for a second there because his foot did drag. He managed to get it back in time and he'd have just been wondering if it was in time or not.
Around the wicket goes Ashwin, playing from the crease. Is Crawley out towards backward point, no run. It's not a huge crowd in, but it's certainly a decent one for a Monday. And obviously those with an Indian persuasion are hoping to see this wrapped up. England supporters just wondering if the incredible could still happen. Ashwin goes in, gives that one some air, turned around the corner. There's a fielder 3 metres back at short leg under the helmet, Patidar, and it was turned not a million miles away from his right hand. They will take a single. Crawley goes to 62, 166 for 4.
Yeah, just a bit loose from Zach Crawley there, just flicking at it. It's one of the first times I've seen him flick at it for the ball outside these hands outside his body. He got himself in a static position and then tried to use his hands just to flick it around the corner. And he'll think he was in control. You can see why the Indian fielders felt as though they were in the game.
Ashwin goes in. It's a nice one outside of Bairstow's off stump, bowling right arm around the wicket, going across the outside edge through to keeper KS Barrett. No run. 1 run from the over, 5 balls sent down. And Ashwin is having more and more of an effect in this game. He's got 3 for 26 in 7 overs and 5 balls. In he goes once again. Bairstow gets one that's fuller, is able to push this to Shreyas Iyer to complete the over. So that is Ashwin's 8th. England, after 35 overs in their second innings, 166 for 4. They still need that theoretical 233 more runs to win this game here on talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Steve Harmison.
Yeah, the partnership's starting to build, but it's good bowling from Ashwin. He's bowled really, really well this morning. He's put pressure on the England batters, made them do things that they're not accustomed to, especially somewhere like Joe Root. I think England have contributed to the fact that Ashwin's got 3 wickets, and that comes down to pressure. I'm not sure Axar Patel has bowled as well as, anywhere near as well as Ashwin. Bumrah was a touch wide when his opening throws this morning, and you've got Bumrah to come yet with a reverse swinging ball.
Axar from the Dr. Vizzy and the far end comes around the wicket, and bowler Zach Crawley plays defensively, no run. As Axar starts his 12th over, he's got 1 for 73 so far. So England have tucked into him. Axar in again as the sun gets brighter down the leg side. Barrett can't take it cleanly, but nothing happening if you are just switching on this morning. England resuming 64 for 1 with Ben Duckett dismissed yesterday. Rayan Ahmed, the first man to go today with a score on 95. He was LBW to Axar for 23. In goes Axar, and Crawley will turn out to the deep leg side man and will take a single. Ollie Pope was the second man out today, the third of the innings. Caught by Rohit to slip off the bowling of Ashwin for 23. That was 132 for 3. And then Joe Root just skied one off Ashwin and was caught at deep backward point by Axar for 16, 154 for 4. Still Stokes to come. But these two are going to have to do an awful lot of damage if England are to get close. Axar is in once again. Bairstow pushing out on the offside. No run. I still keep, every time I say, if England are to get close. It's a monumental chase. It's a ridiculous chase. The fact we're even thinking about it. Honestly, this is 1 in 1,000 territory. Johnny Bairstow covers up as Axar goes low arm once again, slings it in, and he pushes back down the pitch. No run.
But there's a man sitting with his pads on in the England dressing room who will be thinking, I'm just a man for that 1 for 1,000. Ben Stokes will believe while he's got a chance, England still have a chance.
Johnny Bairstow gets one that keeps low from Axar. Axar has hands on head and then sort of squats down and puts his hands on his knees. That was the one that almost gets through. Bairstow keeps it out though. 167 for 4. England need 232 more here on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
And it's important, I think, to get through this next 32 minutes for England to make sure that they go into lunch with Crawley and Bairstow at the crease, just eke out just a few more runs to build this partnership. Can they get another 20 runs, 30 runs in this next 32 minutes? Keep R. Ashwin at bay. We knew that it was going to be R. Ashwin and Jasper Bumrah there were going to be the ones that really caused the problems for England. They did well against Bumrah. R. Ashwin's been a different story. England, can they get to lunch? Bairstow and Crawley at the crease still give them hope that 232 is a target that they can comfortably chase down.
Ashwin is going to start a new over around the wickets, and it's Zach Crawley hitting through deep square leg. He's got 2 fielders converging on it, and the mid-wicket will get around and pull it in. And it's therefore 2 more to the total. Still surprised we've not seen Kuldeep yet this morning. just thought wrist spin might have been the one of the options there, but we haven't yet. Ashwin goes in around the wicket. Crawley is using his feet to get to that one. Takes him on the front pad, but it'll have pitched outside of leg stump, and there's no run. Harmy moves out. Darren Gough moves in. And Ashwin still looking for number 500. Ashwin around the wicket, going away from us. That one bounces. Crawley is able to ride it though and place it defensively. No run, Goughy.
Yeah, just a shame, isn't it, Joe Root? He came in with intent. That's as T20 mode as I've ever seen Joe Root.
Yeah, absolutely. Ashwin around the wicket. Crawley plays a nice drive to Padakar at deep long on, and Crawley's actually disappointed because he felt he could have hit that one to the boundary. He takes the single, 170 for 4. Now Padakar is going to come in 15 metres off the boundary at long on, and they're going to try and tempt Johnny Bairstow. Ashwin, right arm around the wicket to Bairstow. Goes back, plays from the crease, no run. 2 balls, 1 ball left in the over. So just makes the bowler wait for him until he's ready. Now settled in, so Ashwin can go in and bowl. Bairstow will sweep, sweeps hard, sweeps for 4. He goes into double figures. Does Johnny Bairstow, goes to 13, that's his second boundary. 174 for 4 at the end of 37. 225 now needed here on talkSPORT 2, Darren Gough.
Yeah, what I was saying about Joe Root is we all know he's a terrific player, and you remember when Bazball first came on the scene, he said he got a bit carried away with it, and then he went back into his playing how Joe Root plays. But today that was an innings definitely where he just tried to dominate from ball 1, and it's not always that easy. I think if you look at the way Zach Crawley's played, he's played good cricket shots. He's waited for the bad ball from Bumrah, he's waited for the bad ball from the spinners. He's not had to do anything, he's not had to go searching for it.
Harsha to start the new over from the far end, and that's a ripper. That turns and bounces past the outside edge of Zach Crawley's bat through to KS Barrett, and there's no run. Harsha with the angle, that's pitching off and turning, so it actually goes straight over the top of off. Jeez, that's a good one. Rohit was looking to the sky on that one. Harsha around the wicket. Crawley solidly forward, makes contact with that, pushes back to the bowler, no run. It's just starting to do that bit more.
Well, there is a few cracks there, Macca. The odd one's going to hit a crack.
Harsha is in. Nice punch drive from Zach Crawley down to long off. Single taken, 175 for 4. And that's the point, isn't it, Goughy? At this stage, on day 4 in India, the wicket is going to do a bit. It's supposed to, it's allowed to. But it's what it's not doing, is doing it extraordinary, if you like. Right, Harsha is just waiting. Bairstow will be on strike to him. Johnny Bairstow stays deep in the crease, punches out on the offside, and Shreyas Iyer will do the fielding, no run.
Yeah, the point is you can still score. It's got pace, it's got bounce. The bowlers are interested, but the batter can score on this pitch, and it's been comfortable throughout the game.
As KP said earlier, it's been a great cricket wicket. There's been something in it for everyone, and that's all you can ask for. And on day 4, it is still holding together. It is not a raging Bunsen by any means. You can play, you can bat, you can bowl all forms on this. It's been a lot of fun these 4 days so far. Akshar Patel goes in. Johnny Bairstow out to Shreyas Iyer at short extra cover, and there's no run. We are at 11:05 in the morning. There's 25 minutes left of the morning session. England lost 3 wickets so far. as Akshar goes in. Now that one's shorter and wider, and Bairstow actually allows that to go through to complete the over. 175 for 4, so it is still 224 more runs for England after 38 overs here on talkSPORT 2, Goughy.
Yeah, I'm just a bit perplexed about the Akshar staying into the attack. He has started to turn a couple of deliveries in the last few overs, but I believe he was brought into attack this morning to keep it tight, to try and bowl it a bit quicker than he normally does and stop England scoring. And that's not worked. He's gone around the park. So I'm with you. I'd have probably had a look at Kuldeep. I get Ashwin bowling all day long. I mean, Bumrah followed by Ashwin, but I would have a look at Kuldeep definitely now. Another wicket here. It's a big wicket for England.
Ashwin then to start his 10th over. It's around the wicket. Zach Crawley is using his feet really well to that one. Gets right to the pitch. If it's a lovely straight drive and goes for 4. Crawley has another boundary to his name as he goes to 71. 8th 4 he's hit. England 179 for 4.
And as I was talking, it's about good shots. That's just a good shot. Used his feet, got to the pitch of the ball, used that big bat of his and big stride, timed it for 4.
Ashwin comes in again. Crawley again is moving his feet. He goes a little bit leg side of the ball and ends up pushing it to a point. Ashwin may well have seen him coming and just fired it a little bit quicker and a little bit wider. Crawley, though, able to cover that one. No run. Ashwin, some loop on that. Crawley clips to pad it at long on, and it will be a single 5 from the over. 180 for 4 England. 219 needed for victory. India are just going to put a deep backward square leg in place to Johnny Bairstow. They've got a deep mid-wicket as well. Mid-on is, or basically long on, 15-20 metres inside the circle down beneath us. Mid-off is Bumrah, who is halfway back. Ashwin goes in. It's Johnny Bairstow down on the paddle sweep. He's missed that one. It'll go off the pad to Rohit at slip. And there's no run. And there was a half appeal. It did actually pitch in line in the tram, but it didn't turn and would have missed, I would say, 2 more sets of stumps outside of off stump, not just the 1 set. Didn't turn at all, that one. That was just going straight across. Ashwin in. It's shorter. Bairstow hammers this into the offside and gets 4. Just wait for the bad ball at the moment, England. They're putting them away so well. 4 more to the total. 184 for 4, and the target gets ever closer to 200. It's now 215 away, Darren Gough.
Exactly, it's about not panicking. Yes, you want to keep scoring at a good rate, but there's plenty of bad deliveries. It's not excessive turn. It sits up to be hit. If the bowlers don't get the length right, it sits up.
Yep, he's in once again. Is Ashwin off the back foot? Is Bairstow. This time he finds the cover fielder, and there's no run. End of the 39th over. 184 for 4. Continue your point, Goughy.
Yeah, so there's plenty of scoring options. You don't have to go searching for it. England are playing well and scoring runs without being reckless. And I think Joe, when he came to the crease, I get the intention, but that's not Joe Root. If I saw Bairstow playing those shots, or Stokes, or you know what I mean? I just think with Joe, if he bats and if he's batting there at the end, you know, at tea time, England were in a shout of winning.
It almost feels like a one-day game, this one, in respect. It's almost like you want him to play the Neil Fairbrother role, the bloke who sees it through to the end. He's got that ability. Right, new over. It's still going to be Akshar Patel from the far end, and he's met by the broad bat of Zach Crawley coming forward, and there is no run. The minutes tick past. The day continues. More people coming in. There's an awful lot of school kids away to our right-hand side. In fact, you can hear them. Crawley pushing out on the offside. No run on this occasion. Not as big as crowd as yesterday. Yesterday was a sellout. They put up the signs pretty early doors that there were no more tickets available. Today, though, certainly the upper tiers of the stand away to the right are pretty well populated. Akshar is in. Crawley solidly forward. No run away to the left-hand side. The upper tier isn't quite as full, but as the sun moves left to right in front of us, the way to the right, therefore, is the west side. They get a bit more shade later in the day. Akshar, left arm around the wickets. Crawley pushes back down the pitch. No run. The England fans are dotted largely around this end of the stadium. There's a Leicestershire banner away to our right-hand side. Crawley coming forward to Akshar. Pushes out on the onside, no run. Leicestershire, la la la, it says on the flag. I'm sure they enjoyed Rayan Ahmed's innings earlier. A couple of absolutely glorious shots from Rayan to get England going today. Akshar is in, around the wicket, solidly forward from Zach Crawley. Happy to play a maiden. 184 for 4 after 40 overs. England here on talkSPORT 2, Darren Gough.
Yeah, as we've just been talking about, and I think with England, they've all got in, haven't they? The players. You look at Duckett, 28, got dismissed. Rayan Ahmed played beautifully this morning, 23, got out, poor shot. Ollie Pope, poor shot, got in, 23. And Joe Root, 16, off to an absolute flyer, just 10 deliveries, but got out. So the story of the morning, England players getting in and getting out. It just needs someone to stay with Zach Crawley. The scoring rate's up there. Just get some partnerships. Partnerships will make India panic.
Well, they're making a change. So Ashwin will have to wait for number 500. And it's not Kuldeep. It is Jasprit Bumrah coming back. So that's a little moral victory for England for me, that one, Goughy, and the fact that they feel the need to go back to Bumrah. We know he's going to be good, but the fact that they've felt the need is just a little tick.
No, I think it's the right decision going with Bumrah. I really do. As I said, if they can go into this morning session, India, and take 3 wickets, they would have felt as though they were in the box seat. They've got that, but England have scored at such a rate, they just, to be comfortable, need 1 more wicket before lunch. And Bumrah is your best option.
Bumrah then to start his 11th over, and he is bowling to Johnny Bairstow. 2 slips and a gully in position. Back of limb on the off stump, and he is sprightly forward to play it defensively. 215 more runs needed. 4 wickets down, 184 for 4. And Goughy, you had said earlier that India would perhaps be aiming to pick up 3 wickets today before lunch. That has come to pass.
Yeah, they've got the 3 wickets. I think England have scored more runs than probably India would have wanted them to. But they're picking up those 3 wickets, and there's still time to get another one.
Which is perhaps why Bumrah has replaced Ashwin from the D.V. Subbarao end, or the media box end. It's a fielder at backward point at extra cover, and mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket for Bairstow. Back of length, bit of width, outside off stump. Cuts it, but straight to the fielder at backward point.
And I think the plan now for England is literally, first thing to do is get it under 200 runs to win. Then you get it down to 175, and just work in those 25 run little sectors and see, because the closer they get, the more pressure there's going to be on both sides, obviously, but the more pressure is actually on India. Let's be straight about this. All the pressure's on India.
I mean, true, you wouldn't expect a side chasing in India in the 4th innings to get to 399. 70-30, Shubman Gill said, which was perhaps a bit too generous in a lot of people's eyes, especially in Andrew McKenna's eyes, as Bumrah bowls outside the off stump, and Bairstow again plays it to point, which just goes on to show that England, you know, they're just going to go for it. There's just no other way than England going for it.
Oh, absolutely. I have no problem with them going for it, and I think it was around about 10% chance of winning, realistically. Probably less than that. 399 in the last innings.
Bonkers. But that's 2024 Test cricket for you, isn't it? Especially with England playing. Changed the definition of how you go about things, and obviously I think the pitch has also done its part in it, as Bumrah runs in again to Bairstow, who's forward and drives and beats the fielder at cover, and that will run away for 4. Good shot coming forward, and there is no stopping that. He moves on to 21. 4th boundary for Johnny Bairstow. England 188 for 4.
And I think what it's shown as well, some of the shots this morning, from especially from Crawley, but that one again from Bairstow, off Bumrah's, but it's slightly over pitch. You can still play your shots. The ball's coming on. There's bounce there. You get bat and ball, fast outfield, small boundaries. England believe they can get these runs, and it's obvious by just watching them play.
Bairstow averages 33 in the 4th innings of a test. Bumrah on the top of his mark now. His best of 136 against New Zealand and Nottingham in June 22. Bumrah once again to Bairstow, this time on the middle stump, and he comes forward and plays to Ashwin to mid-on. And again, against India, it's 114 not out at Edgbaston in July 22. So 22 was a good month for Bairstow in the 4th innings of a test match.
That innings at Trent Bridge probably defined Bazball, I would say, Johnny Bairstow, and the way he played that game alongside Joe Root. Very much so, but I think what it's done what it said on the tin. I think the way England have played, everybody said they couldn't do it in India. I think they've proven now in the 9 days cricket we've had, or 8 days cricket we've had, but it can be done.
Certainly can be done. And I think the crowd is also in anticipation of a great, tantalizing finish. And what a shot that one from Johnny Bairstow, with offer outside the off stump, and he's just helped it along through the gap between cover and point. Another boundary to finish the over, 192 for 4.
That's a good shot, isn't it? Again, the extra pace from Bumrah. Johnny would prefer this. He likes batting against pace. He gets bat and ball. He's a strong boy at the crease. Good transfer of his weight at the crease as well. He just gets bat and ball, head still, and pushes it away through the offside. Bumrah's gone for a few this morning.
True.
There'd been much. Sorry. There'd been much hope.
11 overs from Bumrah, none for 31. Doesn't reflect that, but he's certainly gone for runs. And again, my mind goes back to Edgbaston, Gough, where he was part of the Indian lineup when England chased down 378 for 3. We're talking about that Bairstow knock, 114 not out. Root also got 142 not out. And there too, Bumrah, 17 overs, 2 for 74, went at an economy of 4.35. As there's going to be a double bowling change with Kuldeep Yadav to come in from the Dr. Vizzy end. It's the one change that we've been waiting for a while now. Slip and forward short leg in position, also mid-wicket in catching position as Bairstow plays this one, comes forward. In fact, it's Zach Crawley who comes forward and plays this. Bit tentative. Big open space, no run though. They were interested, but Crawley sent Bairstow back. Just looking at the bowlers from that particular test match at Edgbaston. Bumrah, Shami, Jadeja, Siraj and Shardul Thakur. Kuldeep Yadav, once again, a lot of width outside the off stump. And he went for it, but just too wide. Playing a miss there, 192 for 4.
Yeah, and the difference there is the spin. Gets a bit more loop on it, Kuldeep, bowls it a little bit slower. And you find spin on this surface.
Compared to Akshar Patel, who is just darting in, finding bounce, but not perhaps as much turn, Kuldeep will generate a bit more turn as he loops the ball up again. Fuller, Crawley is forward and defends it. And it's been a change that we've been waiting for, Gough. Perhaps a tad too late because they persisted with Akshar for a good time in that first session. Once again, Kuldeep Yadav at the top of his mark. Bowls to Zach Crawley, the sweep comes out, and there's a fielder station at fine leg. Just the one run, moves on to 73, 193 for 4.
Well, it's never too late, is it, if he comes into the attack and picks up a wicket before lunch, puts India on top. But definitely England would have been surprised, but Kuldeep's only just coming into the attack.
Sarfaraz Khan took a bit of a blow there on that last sweep. Full-on blow to his torso. He's stationed at forward short leg, wearing the helmet and pads. And he's in for Shubman Gill. Now he's moved on to silly point for Bairstow. Change in field there. That's the only change. There's backward point. There's long off, which is slightly in, about 25 yards in. Long on as well. There's a deep extra cover as this one onto the middle and leg from Kuldeep Yadav, and Bairstow helps it along down towards fine leg for a single. 194 for 4. Would you have reckoned Kuldeep bowling a little earlier perhaps?
Yeah, I get why they went for Axar Patel. They wanted to try and restrict England's scoring, and you could tell with Axar the speed he was bowling it.
Kuldeep once again, and this one comes in, big shout, stayed low as well. But the umpire is not interested. That one really stayed low, and now Rohit Sharma, Bharat and Kuldeep having a bit of chat. Still 5 seconds on the DRS timer, and he's gone for it. And he's gone for it. India have 3 reviews remaining. Gough, what do you think of that?
Well, I wasn't quite sure. I don't know whether it was going down or it pitched outside, but...
To be umpired to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I've checked both feet.
It definitely stayed a bit low.
Front on first, please.
Worth a look from the captain, Rohit Sharma. Absolutely. Big wicket.
Here we go then. Oh, I think just pitched in line.
We'll have to get ultra edge.
But we'll have to...
Coming through. Yeah. Just
No
rocking
bat.
rolling that again. Yeah, no bat involved. We can go to ball tracking when ready. We are ridge decision's not out. Pitched in line. Impact in line. Hitting the wickets. Go back on field. Murray gets you to change the decision. From not out to out. Signal.
You can hear the noise. You can hear the noise from the Monday morning crowd. The wicket that India was searching for just before lunch. Kuldeep Yadav comes in and gets the wicket that India desperately wanted. Zach Crawley, LBW, pitching just in line, hitting stumps, and the umpire reverses his decision. 194 for 5.
Oh, delight on India's faces, over the moon. It's a good review, but we've all been wondering, while Kuldeep didn't come into the attack, he turns the ball, he's got mystery, and he got one. Self-doubt, Zach Crawley stuck on the crease a little bit, kept a little bit low. Zach Crawley, another wonderful innings of 73 from 132 deliveries, but is that hope gone for England? 194 for 5 are England, and they still need 205 runs to win. Johnny Bairstow's at the crease still though, 26, and in walks Superman Ben Stokes, and he's going to have to play a Superman innings if England are going to have any chance of chasing down 399.
Well, if anyone can play a Superman innings, that is Ben Stokes. He's done it so many times in the past for England, irrespective of format, and he gets a great reception from the Vizag crowd as well. But that wicket, Gough, I mean, India was searching for that one, and perhaps one more wicket than India, like you said, would have liked, but they will gladly take it.
Absolutely, and like I said, Kuldeep coming into the attack, spins the ball both ways, a little bit more air, gets a bit more spin, and like I said, when you're getting that sort of bounce up and down on this pitch day 4, you're in with a shout.
And what that wicket does is, with you just look at the scoreboard, with 205 runs just now needed, you think now that's just getting a little too far, just a little bit.
Yeah, you would say so. England have still scored at a good rate this second innings, and that's a credit to the grounds. The grounds have done a terrific job. KP talked about that earlier.
Bumrah to Bairstow, outside the off stump, back of length, and he lets that one go. Start of the 43rd over. As you mentioned, Gough, the run rate is pretty good, 4.6, and that's what you expect And for the first 40 minutes, India had the field in, and they were just trying to see if we can do the conventional way of going about it. But when those runs started flowing, that field was spread. Let's cut off those boundaries, India thought. And that probably has worked for them.
It is. It's interesting, when you go back and you look at that review. Rohit Sharma wasn't convinced, but Kuldeep, the bowler, he was convinced it was out. And it was the right decision to review it.
Bumrah once again to Bairstow, again outside the off stump. And he leaves that one. So let's talk about Stokes and Bairstow. They average 46 in tests batting together. Well, a best of 399 versus South Africa at Cape Town in Jan 2016. And yes, just looking at that replay once again, it was pitching in line. Once it didn't hit the bat, there was no bat and ball. Once that happened, it was all about whether it pitched in line, and it did. Kuldeep Yadav, what a big roar from him. That wicket means a lot to him. Bumrah once again to Bairstow, this time on the stumps. He's forward and defending that one.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to it, and we've been talking about the whole game. I mean, realistically, what would have been a good score to be chasing in the fourth innings? I think maximum would have been 300. 280 would have still been a battle. And as you sit now at 194 for 5, and we all still in our heads, and still now we're not doubting, but England could yet pull off a miracle. 399, that's purely because we're talking about the skills of Bazball, and we've seen the effect it's had over the past 12 months, 16, 17 months. But realistically, 399.
Big appeal, big shout, the finger goes up! The ball coming in, hits Bairstow on the crease, wrapped on the pads, and the finger goes up. Loud roar from the Vizag crowd. The flags are waving, and Bairstow's gone for a review there.
Well, he has to go for the review. It's a big wicket, is it? A big partnership, Stokes and Bairstow. Bumrah comes back into the attack. This is what he comes in for. The ball slightly reversing.
To the umpire director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. Check both feet. It's fair delivery. Front on first, please.
It's a great time for Bumrah. Did he get some reverse going? I think it hit the crack and has hit the flap on the back leg.
So that's missed the bat. We'll confirm with Ultra Edge, please.
And it's also sliding down leg. But we are waiting for Ultra Edge.
Running through. Yeah, clear gap between bat and ball. Go to ball tracking when ready. Ridge decision's out. Impact in line, hitting the wickets, umpire's call. Go back on field. Personally signal ridge decision of out. Signal now.
Decision upheld. This one angling in from Bumrah. Wrapped on the pads. The back leg on the flap. Hitting the top off leg. And umpire's decision staying in India's favour. Big roar from both Rahul Dravid and Rohit Sharma and the Indian team. Big wicket, 194 for 6.
Well, we've criticised Rohit Sharma's captaincy in this series, short series so far, but realistically he's got it right in the last 10-15 minutes, bringing on Kuldeep and bringing back his star man Bumrah, and they've both delivered. Firstly, Zach Crawley going for 73, and now Bumrah getting rid of Johnny Bairstow for 26 off just 36 deliveries. 2 huge wickets have totally turned around this game. Huge ask it would have been for England to get 399 on the day 4 pitch in India. Almost impossible, a 10% chance if that. But they've kept scoring runs, but unfortunately for England, the wickets have kept falling. And the 5 wickets down, 127 runs scored in that session. It's India's session.
Well, let's just catch a bit of breath there. 5 wickets down for England in this session, 6 in total. They started from 67 for 1 overnight. Still need 205 runs. I mean, if you pretty much summed it up there. I mean, but with 200 more runs needed, this seems a bit too far now, Guffey, for England.
Well, you would have said so from the start, but I think we all have ridiculous belief.
We did.
Because the England team, it's kind of been passed on to us, hasn't it? And it's credit to the way England play. The fact that journalists, supporters, commentators daren't write England off anymore. They think 399, the almost impossible, is possible. But realistically, in our heads, you're thinking anything over that 280 mark would have been difficult on day 4 in India. The records tell you that. But we all have that belief. But it's now 194 for 6. India have had a good 20 minutes there to finish the session. Bumrah stepped up, Kuldeep stepped up, and it's a long way now for England. But Ben Stokes, after lunch, I'll tell you what, there'll be some shots played.
Well, we'll see what happens after lunch. At the stroke of Bairstow's wicket, the umpires called for lunch and the players are now off the field. So let's sum it up, what's happened this morning. And let me tell you, it's been hectic. It's been very, very hectic. 67 for 1 overnight, England. Rehan Ahmed was the first to go, 23. He was LBW of Akshay Patel. And since then, it was Ollie Pope, 23. He was caught it slipped by off Ravichandran Ashwin. Joe Root went for a slog. He was out for 16. Ashwin picking him up as well. That was his 499th test wicket. Zach Crawley scored another half century. He had made 76 in the first innings, followed it up with 73 in the second, and he was LBW of Kuldeep Yadav. But then there was one more. Johnny Bairstow out for 26, LBW of Bumrah. England 194 for 6, still needing 205 runs to win. Coming up during the lunch break, Neil Manthorp will be joined by Cameron Ponsonby and the Daily Mail's Paul Newman to discuss the state of the game and some of the biggest talking points in the game right now. You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of India versus England on talkSPORT 2. Don't go anywhere.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the second test match live from Visakhapatnam.
Perfect. Come out with highlights, Matt, yeah?
Straight. See you later. Only on
Perfect.
talkSPORT 2.
How long, Gobbo? Okay. Sure.
Game nights on talkSPORT. The goals are calling. Now there's live football back in my life. That night on game night.
Sent the ball home beyond the goalkeeper and in.
Hooray, that talkSPORT's now got the rights. That night for game night.
Kick-by-kick commentary of Brentford versus Manchester City.
It's a brilliant finish.
Coverage from 7, kick-off 8 p.m. on talkSPORT. Game night.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the second test match live from Visakhapatnam.
Field in order to be a run-out.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
Bumrah once again to Crawley. Fuller delivery on the off stump. What a glorious drive down the ground for 4.
Akshar Patel in again. Driven, that's a proper cricket shot through extra cover for 4. There you go, Rian. That's how good you are.
Once again, Akshar Patel to... And a big appeal this time, and he's out!
That's as close as you'll ever get in LBW, I think.
If you missed it, the highest score by any touring team in India in the 4th innings. Forget to win, the highest ever score is 299. England have got to go 100 past that. Crawley's going to try and do it though, because he comes down the pitch to Akshar and plays a lovely straight drive for 4. That's a magnificent shot by Zach Crawley, and he goes to 50.
This is quite something.
Ashwin goes in, takes the edge, and that is caught. Pope dismissed at slip. Turn and bounce on that occasion. Rohit holds on to it.
But it brings Joe Root, one of the best players in the world, to the crease. It's a big innings for Joe, but that's a big wicket for India.
Down the wicket comes Joe Root, and he's top-edged it to backward point. He's played this running slog sweep, and Root has perished.
And as soon as he made contact with the ball, you've seen his eyes just roll as to say, oh, what have I done?
The crowd is also in anticipation of a great, tantalising finish. And what a shot that one from Johnny Bairstow. Kuldeep once again. And this one comes in, big shout, stayed low as well. Gets the wicket that India desperately wanted. Zach Crawley, the ball coming in. Hits Bairstow on the crease. 194 for 6.
Welcome back live to the Dr. Y.S. Rajashekar Reddy Andhra Cricket Association Stadium, otherwise affectionately known by the talkSPORT commentary team as the Vizag Stadium. You're live, it's lunchtime. We've had some wonderful sweet corn soup, and the chicken biryani awaits. England are 194 for 6. I'm joined by Paul Newman from the Daily Mail and the Mail on Sunday. Veteran that you are, we are accompanied by Cameron Ponsonby, who should be congratulated for undergoing an experience currently that I've done many times, freelancing your way around India when you have to book and pay for your own hotels on a budget. It's to be much commended, but he's feeling a little bit under the weather today. People will know Cameron's byline from many publications, Wisden Almanac, the Evening Standard, The Independent, and many more. Paul, Cameron, welcome. Thank you very much indeed for your time, Paul.
Thanks,
Lunch
Neil.
will await. You won't miss it.
No, absolutely. No problem at all there.
Cameron, thank you for your time. This test match, let's start here in the now, the present. This test match gone for England?
Well, I was a believer until about 7 minutes ago when that double strike just before lunch. And I think that's kind of the point of this England team is they're faced with the impossible. They kind of make you believe, regardless of how absurd the situation is. I was talking to a colleague yesterday on the way out, and he was saying, even 12 months ago, I'd have written this up as plucky England facing defeat in miracle chase. And instead he wrote it up as, it might happen, it could happen. And I think that's kind of the beauty of it all, and that we're all kind of drunk off our own supply at the moment, or drunk off Ben Stokes' supply.
Paul, Jimmy Anderson said at the close of play yesterday, we are in a very good position. I had to say it twice this morning to remind people, and I said, Jimmy Anderson said, we are in a very good position.
Well, they're rewriting the rules, aren't they, Neil? That's the thing. And who's to doubt him? I mean, you looked at all cricketing logic, told you they didn't have a chance today. But again, as Cam said, 7 minutes before lunch, we're thinking, can they do this? It's only 200 left, and they score so quickly. They give themselves a chance, don't they? And it's only 2 LBWs that I would contest. Do not look completely right at all to me. Certainly the Yadav one to Crawley, that didn't look right at all. I can't see how that was given out. The Bairstow one, going back in the day, you'd say there was an element of doubt there, and the decision could have gone with the batsman, But I'm not sure Chris Kavanaugh's having a great game actually. But to be fair, the DRS said he was going to hit the leg stump, so we have to accept it. But while Ben Stokes is there, all hope is not lost, is it? But it does look as if they're struggling now.
Ben Foakes wasn't given enough credit for the role that he played in the Hyderabad Test match, and he doesn't score runs in Bazball style, but he scores really important runs. And here we are anticipating lunch, and we're thinking, well, all England need is 100 from Ben Stokes, and the Ben Foakes hangs in there with another useful 35, and they're almost there.
He's played fantastic supporting roles in this Bazball era, hasn't he, Ben Foakes, with the bat. He's been fantastic with the gloves, by the way. We should say that in this Test match. What a performance as keeper from Ben Foakes. Really justified his selection with the gloves in this series so far. He can play a supporting role. He's done it a few times in the last couple of years. So all hope is not yet lost, I don't think. It does look an enormous task from here, doesn't it? But even if they go down now, you have to say it's been another fantastic performance, really. Another fantastic Test match. And that's what they're all about, really. And even at 1-1, it would set the series up marvellously, wouldn't it?
Cameron, Paul and I have been around for maybe a couple more decades than you. We've lived through some dire times in Test cricket. We've seen England play very un-Bazball type cricket. It wasn't always like this. You're very lucky starting your career. Well, you were a couple of years in now.
No, I've been fortunate enough that my first tour was Joe Root's last as captain when England had reached that record of 1 win in 17, and it was a case of maybe Ben Stokes could be captain. We all thought how mad an idea that was. We're like, it can't be Stokes, surely. And then having had the privilege to be on every single away Test tour since then, this is just normal, isn't it? We had Rawalpindi, then we had the Wellington defeat, which is almost my favourite match of this era, where England even managed to lose in the right way, losing by 1 run, having enforced the follow-on, almost because they wanted a day off and to get off home early. And we went, that's brilliant, guys. Thank you so much for that. We really appreciated you losing in a spectacular fashion as well. And I think that's the point of kind of Bazball out here, is that it's such a humongous task to attempt to try and beat India at home over 3 tests, let alone 5. I don't think England have to win for it to be considered a success. Before last week, it was India had only lost 3 of their last 46 at home. Nothing works out here. No team comes out here and defeats India. So even for England just to try something different, to approach the match differently, and we see it out in front of us now with India taking a wicket with 300 runs in the bank, and they're celebrating like it's the biggest wicket of the day. Normally you'd be going through the motions here. You're expecting a team to roll over. But just by the way that England are approaching the game differently, you then get more from the opposing team as well. India are more interesting to watch now because they're having to approach their own Test matches in their own conditions differently.
Paul, I spoke to Michael Atherton on lunchtime on the very first day about the way that selection of teams has evolved dramatically in recent times. Now data-driven selection in so many ways, and that's Tom Hartley and Shoaib Bashir owed their selection as much to data analysis and potential than actual performance. Teams in Michael Atherton's day used to be selected on the county averages, and Liam Dawson was the leading spinner in England. Didn't feature apparently in selection. Will Jacks was another. He took 6 wickets on debut in Pakistan. Also didn't feature. And they're both playing in the SA20. It has to be said, being paid a lot of money. I think it's fair to say as well that they would have lost money had they been selected to come and play Test cricket for England, which is in itself a really interesting talking point.
It is, and as someone who loves Test cricket, as we all do, I'm very much hoping that Test cricket is the one that they all still want to play. I think the 2 cases you've mentioned there, Neil, are a little bit different in that I don't think England wanted to pick Liam Dawson for this tour. They wanted to go for the tall bowlers, and we've heard all about the trajectory and the sort of release point and all the rest of it, and it's working, isn't it? And Ben Stokes told us before this test that he was watching a video, a county championship video on the Twitter feed of the county championship, and where he saw Bashir, and he immediately WhatsApped McCullum and Key and said, I think we've got something here. And so that's how they're picking. They're picking on people who might do something in the certain conditions rather than what they have done in different conditions, aren't they? And in the case of Dawson, I don't think they ever wanted to pick him for this tour. In the case of Jacks, I think they were leaving him alone to play T20 cricket. I did an interview with him before the West Indies white ball trip, and he basically said, we've had a talk about it, and I'm going to concentrate on white ball cricket with a view to trying to cement my place in the World T20 in June in the Caribbean. I do think, playing for England is still special. I still believe most people think that, and most players think that. And multi-year central contracts is helping as well. But I do think, certainly with the England players, they're still pretty much putting England first. And also they want to play this style of cricket, don't they? The Stokes and McCullum are all about making it special, making it entertaining, making players want to play this as a way of saving Test cricket, if you like, and long may that continue.
The fact that the data is analysed from the cameras that is worn by umpires during the county championship, Cameron, and that now selection has been turned on its head, and you identify first of all what you need, what you would like in certain conditions, and then you have a look around to see where it might be available. It's like going to a supermarket with the shopping list rather than just going and buying your favourite stuff and the stuff that's on promotion. It's fascinating. I mean, it's the way of the future, is it?
Well, to slightly counter the idea of kind of Hartley and Bashir being kind of data-driven selections, we talked to Ben Stokes about this, and we were asking, how does this selection process happen? Is it Mo Bobat or whoever at Loughborough coming to you with revolutions on the ball and spreadsheets? And he said, well, actually, no, it was the Twitter video that I saw. I sent it to McCullum and Key, and I went, there's something here. And it was a case of a conversation between all the players that have been out here, saying this is the skill set we've really struggled against. And so it's almost felt, whilst being a really new age selection, almost very old school selection, an innate feel, kind of a gut feel for the game. And I think that's almost speaks even further to how impressive Ben Stokes has been as a leader, in that it is his innate feel, innate instinct of how he thinks the game should be played in certain conditions that is dictating what selections they're going for. Again, we go back to the idea that traditionally Liam Dawson would have been on this tour. He was the player of the county championship last season, whereas now they're kind of going against the grain of what is tradition, what is the kind of, if you score enough runs or score enough wickets, it's a meritocracy of you rising to the England team. That's no longer the case, as you say, because they go, right, we have this shopping list, we need someone bowling from 7 foot a million, we want them to be left-handed, and if they can be 6'4" as well, that'd be perfect. And that's how kind of England have gone about this series, and well, it's paying dividends. We've seen with how relentlessly players on debut have performed very well. Tom Hartley got 7 for, Josh Tong got 5 for in the Ashes last year, Will Jacks got 6 for on his debut. There's something about the way, and I think Paul spoke about this when we had the Ben Stokes press conference, of how they're managing to pick players and put them into this environment where they are able to succeed immediately.
He's an amazing captain, isn't he? He completely defied all expectations from me. We were talking about, as Cam was talking about, when people said, "Oh, is it wise to make him captain?" Well, I'm afraid I put out a tweet saying it'd be absolutely madness to make him the captain, and I've not even deleted it. I don't know if you've deleted yours. It's still out there.
Yep, no, deleted.
I've apologised a couple of times for it, but I'm absolutely delighted to be proven so wrong, because it's an absolute joy to watch him as England captain. It's given me a late career boost, seeing this for the last couple of years. Watching him yesterday, he's just, what a time to be a bowler, what a time to make your debut. He's almost like the spin whisperer, isn't he? He just gets slow bowlers, he gets the total self-belief. Watching him in the field yesterday, he just backed them completely. And Jimmy Anderson said last night, India are looking like they've got a bit of fear, and you can see that they look rattled even if they do win this game. And I just think he's becoming one of the most significant England captains in history, it's just fantastic to watch.
Well, India are being asked questions they weren't expecting to be asked. I think that's the point. You're listening to me, Neil Manthorp, Paul Newman from the Daily Mail, and multi-talented freelancer Cameron Ponsonby, who's played an enormously important behind-the-scenes role for talkSPORT.
That's very kind.
In the first 2 Test matches, but you'll be front and centre in the next 3. Just to reset, England are 194 for 6 at lunch, needing another 205. They lost 5 wickets in the morning session, with Ravichandran Ashwin taking 3 for 42 and 2 wickets on the stroke of lunch. Kuldeep Yadav and Jasprit Bumrah both striking. Zach Crawley, LBW for 73 to Kuldeep, and Johnny Bairstow, LBW to Jasprit Bumrah in the last 15 minutes before lunch. Bairstow making 26. So all to do for England. Let's move on to the global picture. Well, I don't want to talk too much about the health of Test cricket because we've just had a full house yesterday, sold out here at the Visakhapatnam Stadium, 40,000 people. Every single day of the series has been extremely well attended here in India, and Test cricket feels in rude health to us right now. We know that the global pictures is not the same. The Test Championship, I'd like to talk to you about that. It's a concept that is well intended and appallingly put together. I mean, it's truly, truly flawed. You've got England playing, and Australia and India playing 20-odd Test matches, and countries like South Africa playing 12. And I know that its place in the final is decided on win percentage, but nonetheless, it's much, much easier for the smaller countries to somehow wangle a place into the World Test Championship final than it is for the big three. So it's flawed, but is it fatally flawed, Paul Newman?
I fear it might be, actually, Neil. It never enters my head, to be honest. Whenever I'm watching England play a Test match, I'm not thinking, where does this leave them in the World Test Championship? How many points do they have to get to the final? Having said that, I've enjoyed the two finals, and when it gets close to the final, you think, oh, who's actually in the frame here? Are we going to see England in this? But it's hard, as you say, because nations play so many different amount of Test matches. It's hard to see how they can make it better. Really, there must be a way of making it fairer. And making this work, because it does seem a concept that's worth trying, doesn't it, to give relevance to every Test series, but it just never enters my head. I mean, whenever Spurs play, I'm looking at the Premier League table to say, well, how far off the top four are they? But it just, as I say, it never enters my head when I watch a Test match where this might leave England.
I feel like it's a little bit like the League Cup at home, in that no one really cares until you win a few games. You go, oh, I quite fancy a trip to Wembley, actually, that'll be quite fun. And I think where I fall down is a similar place to Paul, in that I think it's better to be able to criticise an action rather than an inaction. If there was nothing in place, we'd be saying there needs to be some sort of context applied to Test cricket. And we've started, and the first draft isn't the best draft, basically. But in terms of how much it matters to the players, I mean, they're international sportsmen. Like, they're playing five-a-side down at Power League, they're going to want to win. And you hear Nathan Lyon talking about how this is my World Cup final. I don't really play that much white ball cricket. I think Dean Elgar from South Africa said similar things. There is a kind of potential and a desire to have more context applied to Test cricket. I think the days gone by where a Test match on its own, standing on its own 2 feet, was all the context you needed, doesn't quite apply anymore. You may disagree on that front, but for that purpose, I feel like there's a chance. It's an idea worth sticking with. It's just how long it takes to get to that position.
I mean, it's fatally flawed, or it's seriously flawed in so many different ways. The big three will always play each other in every cycle, and they'll always play 5 Test matches. And so that, that in itself makes it very hard for them. I think the deducting points for over 8 penalties, again, is well intended, but absolutely bonkers. I mean,
that's done for England, isn't it? This time,
yeah.
Last summer they got fined, didn't they? Fine points.
We've got fined almost as many points as they earned. But for countries like the West Indies and South Africa, particularly South Africa, I think Test cricket might not exist, because it's the only reason to play it. South Africa loses money on every tour apart from India and England. It costs them a lot of money to stage. There's no administrative desire to play the game. The players still believe it's the purest and best and most enjoyable and satisfying format of the game. But without this fatally flawed World Test Championship, I think that the game might well founder in 2 or 3 of the major Test playing nations. My question is that a bad thing? I mean, let's be brutally honest, I mean, if it needs to be played amongst 5 or 6 countries that can support the game, including the big 3, then maybe that's the way to go.
I think with Test cricket, you kind of have to hit almost the point of no return until action can come along. It has to get really, really bad until you get the main players, India, England and Australia, to actually look around and think, right, we need to enact some change. And I think we're almost there, and we've had Nick Hockley, the Cricket Australia CEO, talking about maybe moving to kind of series of 4-day Test matches, so 3 4-day matches rather than sticking to kind of 2 5-day matches, if that makes better space. We've seen Rob Key talking about maybe we need an international window. You are getting the big players now acknowledging that administrative changes need to be made. Of course, you also need kind of India and the BCCI, and how quickly can these changes be made? But if we're talking about we need action now, all the fixtures are planned out until 2027, so that's the earliest where something could change. And we already have a test series going on in New Zealand at the moment, where South Africa have had to send their third 11 because they're playing the T20 competition. So whether you can afford to wait 3 more years, onto the point of like, is it a bad thing if it only 5 or 6 teams played it? I think of course it's a bad thing. I think if you want to grow the game and you want the game to succeed, I don't see how that ever can come with reducing the kind of pot of players and the number of countries who are playing across the world.
I think it'd be a disaster if we lost South Africa for one to Test cricket with their rich tradition of the game. I think it would be an absolute disaster. I think we have to sort of fight that at all costs, to be honest. I don't think fewer teams playing Test cricket would in any way be an acceptable solution. And the only way I can think of doing it is a fairer distribution of wealth. You know, that's been talked about. In India can certainly afford it, so can England and Australia. If they give more of their wealth to the smaller Test nations, then maybe they could survive, and maybe they could. South Africa wouldn't send a third team to New Zealand or whatever it is. It's the only way I can see it surviving, really, in terms of the smaller nations being able to play the Test matches that India, Australia and England do.
About standardised Test match fees, that might be a start.
Yeah, absolutely, that could help as well. There must be a way, mustn't there? There must be a way. I know it's different in other countries. I do think England players will always still want to play for England, as we said. It must be different for other players where there's so little money in playing for your country, you know, and you can go off and earn fortunes in the franchises. But we just have to really just look after the little guy, as it were, in terms of wealth. But there doesn't seem to be an appetite to do that, I'm afraid. That's the big worry on that one.
I feel like the kind of main change that's happened over the last however many decades is it used to be that the figurative pinnacle of the game in Test cricket aligned with the financial pinnacle of the game in Test cricket, and that's no longer the case. If you are from England, Australia, India, and you want to grow up and you want to make lots of money playing cricket, you can play Test cricket. And I think Usman Khawaja from Australia has been saying this, and that if I wasn't from Australia and wasn't able to earn lots of money through Test cricket, which is the format I love the most, of course I wouldn't be here. I'd go and play T20 leagues. And I think it's always often kind of very short-sighted where players get criticised for being mercenaries. And there's an amazing story of Rothman Powell, the T20 captain from the West Indies. He says his only motivation in his career is to make sure that his mum's never in poverty again. And like, how can you criticise him to say, actually, I think I might go and take the paycheck, actually, rather than play kind of another game for the West Indies when I can make more money in Dubai. I think the kind of standardised match fees, it almost feels like too neat an option. If that is possible, it feels like an option that in 20 years' time, if it's enacted in 10 years' time, you go, well, why don't we do this earlier? And it could be the first step towards making it more attractive for the likes of Shamar Joseph, who's just come into the West Indies team, who said he wants to stick with Test cricket forever.
What a superstar. That was the quote of the year. I thought, you know, I wanted to give him a big hug, as Mike Atherton wrote. Yeah, it's just superb, wasn't it?
It was absolutely brilliant. He said after having won the Test match for the West Indies, I'll always be available for Test cricket. I'll never take like the cash over the country.
No matter how much money comes my way.
I thought that was a very brave sentiment.
Let's hope he sticks to that.
I thought it was a very brave thing to say immediately after having had one of the best wins in Test cricket ever. It felt like saying you love someone a bit too late in the evening, and you can't really take it back. But
on a wider context, I just said that this is your first tour of India, Cameron. You're doing it yourself, booking your own hotels, and actually I did it a couple of months ago. It was sort of revisiting the old days, and I had my $40 a day hotel budget, and I had some fabulous experiences, really, really enriching, and I had some horrible ones as well.
Yeah.
How's your tour going?
I'm at 1-1 so far. Hyderabad was a bit dodgy, but Vizag, get yourself down to the Bayview Hotel. Beautiful place, lovely food, everyone's lovely. No, it's been such an exciting tour. I think part of the excitement of following this England team is you get to go to such an array of places. So this is my first time in India. I was on the Pakistan trip last year, or late in 2022, with Paul. It was a remarkable experience in terms of, well, the security was through the roof. In terms of Multan, you could only go places with an armed guard, and that was kind of one extreme. You go to the other way, you're in the West Indies or New Zealand, you're kind of free to roam and do whatever. I must admit, I never understood before this job why there were rumours that broadcasters quite liked early finishes in Test matches, and then when I found myself in the West Indies, I went, I understand completely now. If this can be done a bit quicker, I can get down to the beach.
Paul, there are almost 1,000 English supporters that have come out for the first 2 Test matches, and we are all having a great time in Vizag. It wasn't so good in Hyderabad for them. And it's the experience of a lifetime for many people. They paid a lot of money to come and watch Test cricket in India, and it was a bit grim for them.
Yeah, this is an important point, I think. I don't think spectators are very well treated in India when they try and come along to a Test match. If you want people to come along, at least treat them well. And there were some real horror stories from Hyderabad involving the England supporters. I know one of the tour guides very well, and he was saying, they had their water confiscated, sunblock, binoculars, all sorts of things, and they were made to sit in the sun, and water wasn't even readily available to buy in the ground, and that to me is just not acceptable. It's just wrong, isn't it? And how can you do that when people are coming to try and support Test cricket and to try and make sure there are decent crowds in? Because broadcast, it looks better when there are decent crowds in, haven't they? And these first 2 tests have been very well supported, which is terrific. Whether that's because we're playing this series in some of the outposts rather than the hubs, as contributed to the bigger crowds, whether Baseball has contributed to the bigger crowds, because a lot of people in India are intrigued to see whether it can work here. But that was really poor to hear in Hyderabad, and you see people queuing outside and the way they're treated, and I just don't think it's right, really, and that doesn't help at all in terms of getting good crowds in for the Test matches like you see at the IPL games here.
Yeah, 70-year-old pasty diabetic from the English winter coming out, can't bring their own water in, or a banana.
Why would you do it? You want to come and have an experience of a lifetime, but why would you when it's so difficult to enjoy yourself?
I mean, there was a riot in the 1996 World Cup semi-final, wasn't there, when people all had water bottles, many water bottles, and they filled them with alternatives to water, recycled water, if you will, and used them as projectiles.
Is that what it goes back to, this ban on water?
Yeah, it's like 28 years ago. And, as I said, surely some people can qualify for a water exemption, bring their own bottle.
Well, yeah, that makes sense now, because when you do go around the stands, the water is sold in kind of big 2-litre bottles that's then dispensed into paper cups. In terms of it's a bit like the football at home, where the kind of bottle top has to come off before you can take your Coke into the stands. I think it has been very difficult. I think obviously it's a kind of negative experience, especially trying to get into the ground on day one of Hyderabad, that I think a lot of the journalists were getting messages from people saying, like, you need to hear about this, is very difficult. I think the sun cream for me is the one. As a very pale man, if I was told I had to sit in the sun without any sun cream, I think that, it is genuinely quite dangerous. Yeah. I haven't heard as many horror stories from Vizag.
No, much better here, I think.
And I think it's a case of, as you get further into a test, even within a test match, day one the security is always the highest, and by day 4, often you're kind of getting waved through the door, and it's a bit more relaxed.
We've got 2 minutes left, Paul. I want to get your final thoughts, and you don't have to be definitive, but I want to say, rather than looking too far ahead and trying to judge Ben Stokes's future and how he will be viewed and Test cricket and whatever, I want everyone and us to appreciate right now, how did we feel walking into the ground with England needing 399 to win? In the years gone by, we'd have gone, well, how soon will they roll over and die? Will they play a shot? How dull will this be? It's a foregone conclusion. But I came into work today, if I can call it work, it doesn't feel like work, just buzzing, let's enjoy the moment now.
Exactly, and that's the crux of it, isn't it? And 7 minutes before lunch, we were actually thinking, do you know what, they could do this. And who's to say they won't do it even now? I wouldn't be totally surprised, but that is exactly the nub of it. They're making it fun, they're making anything seem possible. They're total self-belief. The first couple of days in Hyderabad, the press conferences, you think, what are they talking about? They were so positive. They seem to be absolutely out of the game after 2 days. What are you talking about? How can you be so relentlessly positive? But there's not a sliver of self-doubt. He's making it a joy for the players to play. He's making it a joy for the spectators to watch. It's fascinating to watch him in the field. And I just think this is the best thing that's happened, not only to English Test cricket, but all Test cricket for many years. And I remember you saying on a podcast you're going to watch all the writers to make sure they don't criticise when it goes wrong. Because I clocked that when you said that on a podcast. I listen to every podcast. And I'm determined not to be negative. I slipped up a little bit after a couple of days in Hyderabad, saying, oh, they've not had a good day here. But no, I'm going to try and be relentlessly positive as well, because it's marvellous.
Paul Newman, thank you so much. Cameron Ponsonby, we're hearing a lot more from you in the next 3 test matches as a vital part of the talkSPORT commentary team. Thank you very, very much indeed, gentlemen. It's lunchtime here on day 4. England are 194 for 6, still needing 205 for the most astonishing and unlikely victory, but who is to say they can't do it, because Ben Stokes is still at the crease. He's yet to score, but, well, in for a crackerjack, possibly final session of the second test match. We'll take a short break, be back with more Babble commentary in a couple of minutes.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the second test match live from Visakhapatnam.
Past the umpire now, he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2. On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker. Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the second test match live from Visakhapatnam.
Field in order to be a run-out.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
And after that enthralling event-filled first session, we're back here on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2 to carry this game forward. England 194 for 6. The last 10 minutes before lunch, the wickets of Crawley and Bairstow might have turned this game India's way. Bumrah will start. He's got 1 for 31 and he's got Ben Foakes. Never a good sign when the two batters at the crease are at the crease, neither of whom has faced a ball. England lost wickets today at 95, 132, 154. And then in successive overs at 194, India brought Kuldeep Yadav on very late. And then that dismissal of Zach Crawley that a lot of people will be talking about. just checked with one of our producers back in television. That ball turned a lot less than it was apparent. Only turned 2 degrees. My first impression was umpire's call. Right, all set now. Ben Foakes. What England need from here is a Ben Stokes special, and someone stands alongside him. He soaks up pressure. Like Chetan Narula has chocolate ice cream.
I haven't had ice cream of any of the days of the series so far.
Bumrah bowls and Foakes goes back. First one defends, pushes out on the offside. Not much change in the field. Still the 2 slips in the gully, 3 others on the off. Mid-on and mid-wicket and deep backward square. My impression before play started today was that today would be a day for strong minds, because England would come hard at India. I thought the 2 bowlers would, therefore for India, would be Bumrah and Ashwin. It was Ashwin who started it after Akshar Patel had picked up that first wicket. I just thought that Bumrah to Crawley was just outstanding cricket in the first half. Now Bumrah bowling to Ben Foakes, 194 for 6 England, and Foakes goes forward, pushes on the offside, out to point, he can't get a run, and Bumrah finishes his 12th over, 1 for 31 and 7 in the game.
Yeah, that was a brilliant spell in the morning, but he was a little bit frustrated when Crawley was getting away with those boundaries. And the first 45-50 minutes, especially despite the dismissal of Rehan, the runs were really coming thick and fast, particularly when Oli Pope came to the crease. And then India spread out the field, and ordinarily you would think that they're going defensive. But perhaps with this English side, the close-in fielders aren't going to work. You have to put in your conventional catching positions as well as stop the flow of runs. And I thought, despite being a tad bit reactionary, that was a good move from India. Perhaps a little too late in the day, not too late, a little late than perhaps anticipated.
I just love the way Zach Crawley batted. Zach Crawley was not trying to hit every ball. He was picking the right ball to hit, and he was successful for a major part of that innings. I got the impression with Pope and Root, I know everyone says that's the way it's been very successful for England, but they wanted to hit every ball. I think Root is a far, far, far better player than that. But this could just be a contrary opinion. Here's Kuldeep Yadav starting a fresh spell, bowls to Stokes, who goes forward, defends out to one of the 2 catchers close by. And the greatness of that Crawley innings, his first objective was to deny Bumrah a wicket. Remember how well Anderson has bowled in the first half hour every day. Deny Bumrah the wicket. And I thought his judgment of length when he was driving Bumrah was exceptional. Zach Crawley was looking very, very good. He's growing in stature on this tour of India. Now there's a short cover as well, apart from the slip and the silly point for Kuldeep Yadav. And Stokes goes back and pushes on the offside to one that's turning away from him.
Did you notice the Bumrah stare to Crawley? I mean, you don't often get that from Bumrah. I mean, he's always very happy and chirpy and smiling.
There's a side to him. There's a side to him. He was docked a point by the referee after Hyderabad.
And you know, there's a fast bowler in there, so you will get those odd stares.
Here comes Kuldeep. Onto leg and middle, and Stokes gets off the mark, playing it wide of mid-on. Ashwin is there. The single takes England up to 195 for 6.
I thought England's great chance was with Zach Crawley at the crease. He's looked superb in both the innings here. As Harsha mentioned, picking his moment to score runs, that has been his big strength. Doesn't always appear so, because he's going at a very, very fast clip.
He was only scoring at a strike rate of 50 or 60.
Like I said, it seems like he's going at a fast clip, but he's picking his moments to strike the ball.
He was. I thought it was a lovely innings. Now Kuldeep Yadav, Ben Foakes in front of him, and gets the wrong one that he doesn't read. I thought he played the line and the ball just snaked away from him. In the first innings, he played for the turn that wasn't there and lost his stump. This one, I mean, as you see it on television, it looks like it's actually turning back in to the right-hander. This is good bowling. Introduced very late, but he struck a length straight away. Kuldeep again bowls to Ben Foakes, and that's the one that's turning in. And he plays it out to short leg. England 195 for 6. It's 204 to get. Really would want it to go as far as Anderson and And Shoaib Bashir, though, is pleasantly surprised by Bashir with the bat. Kuldeep bowls again to Folks, who goes back and pushes out on the offside. End of that over, 195 for 6 here on talkSPORT 2. Gough, your thoughts?
Well, I think you two are talking sense. Absolutely. I think England were reckless in some of their batting. I think Zach Crawley played beautifully, as you said. He waited for the bad ball. Bumrah overpitched, he drove it. Big stride in, big bat through the covers. Unfortunately, he needed someone to stay with him. The more they put the partnerships together, the more India would have panicked. They were already nervous, and I think a partnership at that point would have been great. You look at the scores: Duckett 28, Ahmed 23, Pope 23, Root 16, Bairstow 26, all got in and got starts. They needed partnerships, and they gave it away.
Bumrah will go round the wicket to Stokes. This is one of the rivalries of this series. 2 slips and a gully. And Stokes will let it go through outside the off stump. I'm particularly keen to know your thoughts on Joe Root, because I think he's far too good a player to want to hit every ball. And I can understand it's a method that's still bringing him a lot of runs. I know that reverse scoop has come into his game and he likes playing the reverse scoop, but he's far too good a player to want to hit every ball.
Well, I don't mind him reverse scooping if it's one of his best shots and it's got good consistency. But I think when he first started, Joe Root, playing, we all know he got a bit carried away with Bazball, didn't he? And then he went back to his old play and started scoring loads of runs again.
Bumrah again to Stokes from round the wicket he bowls and goes right through Stokes. Might have kept just a little low. This time it doesn't clatter into the stumps, and Stokes and Bumrah look at each other for a while, and then Bumrah turns and walks back.
Action replay, wasn't it, that, from the first innings? But I think just on the Joe Root situation is, but yes, he got a bit carried away. He's the first one to admit. And then he went back to playing Joe Root, building an innings, batting time, and if he bats time, he gets runs. He's one of the best 3 batters in the world. But today he come out and he looked, it was just reckless. He came out and looked like we were trying to hit every ball for 4 or 6.
Absolutely valid point. 3 slips now as Bumrah bowls to Stokes, who's letting it go through outside the off stump. You look at people like Williamson and Kohli and Joe Root, and you see them batting in international cricket, and you want them to have big scores against their name. Television is showing more replays of the Crawley dismissal. Now, the first replay that you tend to see is always from slightly off centre. The ball-to-ball camera, the wicket-to-wicket cameras are bang on top of the stumps. The first replay comes from the camera that's just adjacent, so it's sort of very straight mid-off, if you want to put it that way. Bumrah in again. And Stokes gets one onto his pads. He's flicking it away for a single down to long leg. Goes up to 2. So the impression that from that angle is everything's going down leg side. And this ball just seemed to straighten. Did it do enough? You go by technology. Umpire's call has been a friend to the fielding side today. This wasn't even umpire's call.
Yeah, that was 3 reds from Kuldeep Yadav. Harmy somewhere in the corner sitting and he's shaking his head. Was never convinced from the moment it hit the pads.
He's a mild-mannered man, Harmy. Bumrah bowls and Folks is playing and missing. That ball took off. And it's taken about chest high, maybe even slightly higher by Kona Bharat. Another probing over. 196 for 6. Stokes 2. Folks hasn't scored. Gee, Gough, he's always asking questions. I know you like watching Bumrah.
He does. There's not many fast bowlers that excite me in this era, but Bumrah is just up there. If I was the coach of any team in the world, I said I would buy him. I'd buy anything. I'd pay anything to buy him and put him in my side. I really would. He's the full package, mate. Absolute full package.
Yorkshire, Goughy?
I don't think we can't afford him.
Bumrah bowls and Folks is getting a ball that's pitched up well into the pads and he flicks it away down in front of square. Forget it, I didn't ask you that question.
We would love him if he wants to come though, but I don't think red ball will be the top of his target list with an IPL just round the corner.
And then there's the T20 World Cup. He has a busy few months coming up ahead.
I think he'll put his feet up after that. India play 6 white ball matches against Sri Lanka in July, August. And then 5 test matches at home.
Against Bangladesh and New Zealand.
Before India go to Australia to play 5. And I think the priority will be, when you go to Australia, you want Bumrah, Siraj, Shami available to play all 5.
Add Mukesh to that as well this time around.
Maybe I'll say that after this test match is over. This has not been the greatest commercial of his for his skills. Kuldeep starts a new over and he bowls to Stokes, who punches off the back foot out on the onside. He's found the gap but not hit it hard enough to get 4. He'll come back for 2. So you think Harmy was worked up, was he?
Oh no, he's never worked up. Always smiling. Softest of people, you know.
I thought he might have been more worked up by last night's result. I sort of went to bed at 1-1 Arsenal-Liverpool. I got up, it was 3-1. Kuldeep bowls again, it's full and Stokes is driving. Kuldeep gets a hand to it, might have got a bit of foot on it as well. And Ben Foakes picks up the ball and gives it to him. He might have had a word with Kuldeep. Can I? Always good to do that.
Yeah, he wouldn't have tried that if Ashwin was bowling. Although he's at the non-strikers end, so no harm done.
In again, Kuldeep bowls and off the back foot, Stokes goes back in defence. Absolutely critical that Stokes gets in. From here, it'll require one of those Stokes specials. And you might say, what's this guy on about? It's 200 to get with just the 3 bowlers to come. We've seen Hartley can bat. But with Stokes, you never know. He's pulled the rabbit out of the hat so many times. A slip and a silly point. He's only in 10 balls. He's looked okay so far. Kuldeep bowls, judges the movement well and hits the ball straight into Sarfaraz at silly point. It's always tricky when you're standing there. 198 for 6 at this stage. Right, where did it hit him? He's got padding up right up to his knee. Just watching it on the replay. It's hit him on the ankle, I think. Might have been just below where those shin guards are.
And Rajat Patidar would be happy that Shubman Gill is off the field. He was under the helmet in the first innings.
Seniority position. Kuldeep again bowls and strikes Stokes on the pad. It's going down leg side. It was the one that went straight through and Stokes didn't pick it. Hastened a bit off the track. They're still having a little discussion. The wicket keeper's in it. Don't think they're going to take it.
Yeah, I think that was going down leg. But out of all the spinners in this test match, Kuldeep Yadav's deliveries have been the ones to stay low the most. I think even in the first innings, there were a lot of deliveries that were staying low. And this one, we can see it on replay, that he was also pitching outside leg, just going down too much.
Yeah, pitched outside leg. I was a little surprised he was brought on as late as he was.
Yeah, me too.
Because I think there was one ball from every over from Akshar Patel was doing something. So Rohit was probably tempted to keep him going. Back with Kuldeep. It's short and Stokes is looking to pull it over mid-wicket. The ball hurries through a little bit, hits the bottom of the bat and just drops in front of him. Eventful over. 2 runs came off it. Stokes is 4. Foakes hasn't yet scored. England need 201 here on the 4th day in Visakhapatnam. It's 198 for 6.
I thought as early as 45 minutes into the session that probably bringing in Kuldeep was a good idea, because with a wrist spinner where you have a little more bounce, every delivery can be an event, especially on day 4 pitch.
Yeah, I would have started with what you both said earlier. I would have started with Bumrah and Ashwin, without a doubt, this morning. And then I would have got Kuldeep into the bowling attack first up.
I thought Ashwin bowled beautifully. He's sitting on 499, isn't he? He's just looking at the captain every time, saying, Captain, do you want me? Do you want me? He's gone past one little landmark, which is the most wickets by an Indian against England. Chandrasekhar at 94. He's picked up 95. But at the moment, he's watching Bumrah into Stokes. And Stokes gets one that's angled in. It's starting to reverse a little bit into the pads. He might have enough on it to beat Ashwin into the boundary. Yes, he does, out past mid-wicket. So first boundary for Foakes. He's off the mark. And England go past 200.
Yeah, I don't think Ashwin was ever going to chase that one. I just feel that, he's always run like a 37-year-old. But now he's actually 37. Probably lost a couple of yards of pace, and it's been pretty apparent in this series so far. But
it's a boundary hitting ground. It slopes nicely away towards mid-wicket. It's not the biggest ground in the world. Picked the gap very well, but the ball is starting to tail into the right-hander. That tailed in a fair bit. But the dangerous one from Bumrah is when it reverses the other way, leaving the right-hander. Off the back foot goes Folks and plays it out to mid-wicket.
I've got a question for you two guys. What about the India A? They beat England, didn't they? 2-0 in the Test series. Anybody you fancy out of that A side?
There's a few batters coming through. There's two that are very highly rated on the domestic circuit. Devdutt Padikkal plays at Karnataka. Either opens the batting or bats at 3. Had a good season with RCB initially when he first caught the eye. And Sai Sudarshan from Tamil Nadu, another tall left-hander. Bumrah bowls and Folks is looking solid, coming behind the line and pushing out on the offside. The problem is with the spinners. There's a lot of left-arm spinners in. There's a young spinner called Manav Sutar, the reserve spinner who's been picked here. Really tosses the ball up, gives it a rip. There's a good under-19 off-spinner called Soumya Pandey. But there isn't an off-spinner inside, Goughy. And I don't think you'd ever imagine me telling that to you. There isn't an off-spinner on the horizon in India at the moment.
Pulkit Narang does well, but he's slightly on the older side. He's already 30, and he's just picked up a 5-wicket haul in domestic cricket, but I don't think he's on the horizon of the Indian selectors.
Saurabh Kumar, the left-armer here, is highly rated. Once again, ball tailing in, but Folks is committed to the drive, and he moves with the shot and picks up a single that takes the total to 203. Stokes is 4. And Folks is 5. So lots of young left-arm spinners coming through. There's a fast bowler called Akash Deep. He picked up a few wickets. So he's probably in line. There's Avesh Khan over here. So there's that sort of cohort there. I think from an England point of view, what I heard from people who saw that was Matthew Potts. He took a lot of wickets.
Yeah, there's Potts, there's Fisher. Fisher plays at Yorkshire. He's struggled a lot with injuries over the years. He's played a Test match in the Caribbean.
What happened to Josh Tong? Here is Bumrah from round the wicket. He bowls, all plays and misses. Does Stokes, who's looking to guide it down to third man. I think he might have bailed out, but this contest just gets so riveting.
Yeah, it was pitched in line and just following Stokes. Line of his body. He was trying to play late, as Harsha said, trying to guide it, and just pulled out too late. It was a tad too close to his body to play that kind of a stroke, I think.
I'll tell you, Goughy, who's still taking wickets and still playing domestic cricket for Delhi is Ishant Sharma. Picked up a couple more wickets the other night. Now Bumrah again from round the wickets. Stokes in front of him. Bat very close to his body, just mildly adjacent, and he taps the ball away to gully for Bumrah to finish another over. 1 for 37 from 14. Stokes 4, Folks 5. It's 2 or 3 for 6.
Hey, Ishant Sharma. I'm not going to be ageist, because when you look at Jimmy Anderson at 41, who would have thought that, right? Jimmy Anderson still at 41, still taking wickets, still taking high-quality wickets as well in this game. 3 for 47 in the first innings. He was outstanding. And still taking the big names as well. So we've got a lot of young fast bowlers. Jofra Archer struggled with injury. Tong now's injured again. Gus Atkinson's over there. Might get a game in the series. He's got some serious pace as well. But not every day. Don't be... The thing about Gus Atkinson, people think he's a 95 miles an hour bowler every single day. He's not. He's not that type of bowler.
Kuldeep bowls, drives, does Folks. It might have taken a bit of Stokes on the way. And so it'll be down to just a single. I was going to ask you about Atkinson, actually, because there's something about the out-and-out fast bowler that gets you excited.
Yeah, but like I said, he's someone, when he's got 4 overs to bowl, he can bowl it at 95 miles an hour. When you have to back it up day after day, he's not that type of bowler. Not many people are.
What's the future for Mark Wood?
Well, you're playing well ever he's fit, don't you? It's two tests a series.
Does it need to be that way, though, Goughy? There have been fast bowlers in the past, too. Is it just his body that can't take the strain? Because fast bowlers in the past have played 5 Test series. Pat Cummins does, day in, day out.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He's a bit quicker than Cummins, but alternate him and Archer would be the dream. and Gus Atkinson when you got 3 of them.
Kuldeep again bowls and Stokes goes forward. This time reads the turn well out to Silly Point.
Do you see Mark Wood playing another test in this series, Goughy, or is it going to be Anderson third and then they're going to decide?
Well, the way it's gone so far, I mean, seamers have been a big part of this game.
Huge part
I think
of this
Stokes not bowling. Stokes not bowling has been a big loss for England.
At the moment with bat in hand, plays that ball out to mid-wicket. He can't get a run. Players like Stokes for India, Hardik Pandya. You look at this side, Hardik Pandya playing for Mukesh Kumar. Takes a new ball, bowls 4 overs, comes back, bowls another spell and bats at 6 or 7. That's the kind of player that's invaluable to the balance of your side when you're playing a spin-dominated attack. Kuldeep bowls, it's on Stokes' pads. He'll get a single out to deep mid-wicket that takes him to 5. Folks is 6. It's 2 or 5 for 6. I still think that England can play a second seamer if Root is going to play that third spinner's role. And at the moment, he's above Stokes in the all-rounders ranking. And if Stokes doesn't bowl, he's going to drop down anyway.
Depend on his finger injury, won't it?
Yeah, but it's a little finger. I know he didn't come out to field yesterday. And if you're missing Root with the ball, it tells you a thing or two. Kuldeep bowls again. It's turning into Folks, who's resolute in defence, goes down and pushes the ball in front of him.
But he bowled a lot of overs in Hyderabad, and Goughy, you guys were talking about the workload management and why it was important to have Shoaib Bashir probably come in to share some of that workload as an off-spinner.
India still searching for a wicket after lunch. Here's Kuldeep Yadav, he bowls and Folks flicks that off the back foot out to square leg for a single. Folks goes up to 7, Stokes 5. It's 206 for 6 and England need another 193.
Well, they have got 10 days off after this test match, so you never know. We'll see how we go with it, and Joe Root's got plenty of time to recover and nurse that finger. But it is the all-rounder is a big thing for any international team around the world, and I think even for India. Pandya, is he not going to play Test cricket anymore? Has he got an injury or?
Well, he does have an injury. He was injured during the World Cup, and India needed 2 players to replace him. But yeah, I don't think he's on the horizon for Test cricket anymore. I think that ship has sailed. I think he is somebody who is in line for the white ball captaincy, not for the T20 World Cup, but probably beyond that.
Afternoon, everybody. Jasprit Bumrah coming in, right arm over once again, and that's a beauty outside of Folks' off stump. And there's no run. If the alarm's just gone off 7 o'clock this Monday morning, well, I can tell you the run chase is looking pretty forlorn for England at this stage. They resumed this morning 64 for 1. It's now 206 for 6. We are 20 minutes or so after lunch, so it's another 193 runs for England to win. But as I say, they've lost 5 wickets today. Crawley, Rayan Ahmed, Pope, Root and Bairstow all dismissed. Stokes 5 not out, Folks 7 not out, and it's Folks facing Bumrah, who goes in and bowls. It takes thick outside edge, but straight along the floor, so it's 4 more runs to the total. 210 for 6. And as the Barmy Army sing, it's 4 more to the England. The target is now down to 189, Goughy.
Yeah, 189. It's about building partnerships as well. It's all good and probably coming in and playing a few shots, but you've got to build partnerships, and I think these 2 are the last hope really for England. I think they're both going to get in. We know Stokes always starts off being watchful, and then he goes up a gear or 2. And these 2 are the last real hope. They're going to get a partnership together and get it under that 150, and then you just never know.
Yeah, just taking it in chunks of 10, whatever it is. Folks waits for Bumrah. 2 slips and a gully behind him. He's beaten on the outside edge again by Bumrah. That one just short of 140 kilometres an hour. And the bowler has to turn on his heels and make his way back to the end of his mark.
He's got a good rhythm going here, and Bumrah, this test match. Superb performer for India. An unbelievable record in all formats, and I see 140 clicks. He's getting up there. So he's a big part for India to play. They go to him when they need a wicket.
Coffee, just to add to your point about Pandya, Shardul Thakur had come up as an option for India, but he's just waned a little bit, fallen short of confidence, if I can say so.
In goes Bumrah once again, sort of hurries Ben Foakes, pushes out on the offside, no run.
And India usually believe in playing specialist bowlers. I mean, when you go overseas especially, you have the pacers, 3.5, 4 pacers you want to play. And then Ravindra Jadeja comes into the equation as a spin bowling all-rounder. That's a huge debate whenever India plays overseas, whether to play Jadeja or Ashwin. And then when you're at home, you're as it is playing 3, 4 spinners. And even the second seamer becomes a bit of a luxury.
Crowd are getting excited because Spider Cam is currently swinging around the outskirts of the seating area. Foakes back in the middle, waits for Bumrah to go in, turns on the onside, and there will be no run as it's fielded short mid-wicket. 210 for 6.
I'll take a bit of research for someone. I'd love to know how many test matches Ashwin's actually missed through going down the option of Jadeja, and how many wickets he possibly would have, because he is a genius. I mean, but he has been left out, as you said, so many times when India have gone for the one spin option, and that's been Jadeja.
He's missed 6 straight tests in England alone. Can you imagine? Ashwin last played test cricket in England in 2018.
There you go, Gary, there's one for you this Monday morning, courtesy of Gough. Jasprit Bumrah goes in and Foakes covers up, pushing out on the offside. No run. End of the over, 49 gone. 210 for 6 are England. Another 189 runs to pull off the greatest of great escapes, Gough.
Well, I'm going to say, remember yesterday I said 270 would be a good total to change to 80, but 300 realistically. And if you look at the game now, 210 for 6, it would have been an unbelievable chase, wouldn't it? 399, we all have belief purely because England have played some quite outstanding cricket over the past 18 months and can win from anywhere. But 189 needed now, Macca.
Yeah.
4 wickets left.
Yeah, absolutely. Kuldeep then from the far end, the Dr. Vizzy end, bowling to Stokes, gives that one a little bit of air. Stokes pushes forward and there's no run. I mentioned this earlier, but I'll repeat it again for the people who are just switching on this Monday morning. The highest score in a 4th innings of a test in India by the visiting team is 299. Sri Lanka making that in 2017-2018. England are having to go 100 more than that. Stokes is forward quietly to Kuldeep, and there is no run. So it just gives you an idea and some context of what exactly England are looking at. Sri Lanka were 299 for 5 in 103 overs in that game in Delhi.
Yeah.
In a match that actually ended up being drawn. Kuldeep in, was a lot of air on that one. That's a tempter for Stokes. He's got nothing to do with it. He's going to play defensively.
Yeah, I remember that game. Obviously, my hometown.
Other than those, by the way, West Indies 276 for 5. That was the 1987-88 season. New Zealand 272 for 6. That was in Ahmedabad in 2003-04. Stokes pushing out on the offside, and there's no run to backward point. West Indies 270 for 7. West Indies 266 all out in Mumbai. So yeah, there's not many, and this is the kind of region that we are looking at. 5th ball of the over. Kuldeep comes in and bowls left arm wrist spin. That one hurries onto Ben Stokes a little bit, but there is no run. Gary's already got the answer for you, Gough. Gary Morgan, our stats man. What a man. Out of the 97 tests that Ashwin has played, he's missed out in 24. So, yeah, how many more wickets would he have in 24 test matches? That's a heck of an effort. Comes in once again. Bowls with a bit of a grunt, does Kuldeep. Ben Stokes stays deep in the crease and hits out to the... Oh, deep cover fielder has made a mess of it. And it goes for 4. Is that Akshar who's out there? Wow. Oh, Rohit's got a face like thunder on him at the moment. The runs probably won't come into the equation, but I tell you what, if they do, you can mark that one down. That's another boundary for England. 214 for 6 at the end of the over. It's 185 for victory.
Rohit Sharma has just reached the 3/4 mark as he changes sides, and for half of it, he was still staring in Akshar Patel's direction, who was not looking at him at all. at all. Not even once did he look at Rohit Sharma.
Well, you wouldn't do, would you? And to your answer, Macca, just quickly to your answer on if he missed 24 tests, I reckon you're looking at another 100 test wickets, right?
I mean, it just depends. Because in the earlier half of his career, he wasn't on the money in terms of overseas wickets especially, but from 2018 onwards, when he travelled to England, South Africa, Australia, he's been a changed bowler overseas. And I think he's missed the majority of those 24 tests since then. Like I mentioned, 6 alone in England. So yeah, I agree. If not 100, then at least 70, 80 there.
So he's on 499 at the moment, and he's coming on to bowl. So we're looking for number 500. You give him 100 more, and he's then in the region of Stuart Broad at 604-ish. So that gives you the idea of where he is. So it is going to be Ashwin around the wicket, bowling to Ben Foakes. Slip in place. Foakes uses his feet to get to this one. Clips it to mid-on, and there is no run. So Rohit is still at slip. There is the... I was going to say short leg, but it's not that short. 2 whole pitches away from the cut strip, but under the helmet. Short mid-wicket as well. Ashwin around the wicket, bit of air, pushed out on the offside. No run on this occasion.
And just to add, 619, Anil Kumble, the highest Indian test wicket taker, and also his idol, somebody he really looks up to.
Ashwin goes in, played defensively by Foakes. No run. Yeah, he'd be in very, very rarefied company. I mean, not that he's not already. Ashwin around the wicket, inside edge, just past the stumps from Foakes. And it goes down to fine leg, and they'll take a single. I mean, I know all wickets count, but you wouldn't want the 500 to be an inside edge off a drive back onto the stumps, would you?
I think it was around the 300 mark. He was asked about reaching 600 test wickets. And he said, the moment I equal Anil Kumble, I don't want to go ahead of him. I might retire on the spot.
Wow. Well, he's now going to face up with Ben Stokes. Stokes is going to have a slip, and the short leg once again. Come late for the 5th ball of the over is around the wicket. Stokes just playing defensively out on the onside. No run. It is day 4, remember. There is still nominally a day left of this one. There's 53 overs after this next ball of play. Ashwin around the wicket. Stokes advances to him, pushes out on the offside. There's a bit of a yes-no. Stokes goes back. The throw from Shreyas Iyer is going to ricochet off the stumps and disappear out to deep mid-wicket. And Foakes has called Stokes through and was almost standing next to him by the time the England captain actually realised what was happening. And they do take the run in the end. So it's going to go down in the scorebook as a single. Doesn't quite tell the whole story of just what happened in that last sort of 15 seconds or so. End of the over here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. 216 for 6, England. They've got it down to 183 for victory. It's still theoretical at the moment, folks. Let's not beat around the bush. It's still theoretical, but it's possible. Jarrod Kimber.
Some concern yesterday and today about Ashwin and Bumrah not bowling together because there's a bit of a release of pressure. But I think the reason is as simple as they both want to bowl from the same end, Macca. And sometimes those things just happen. Now, you could argue that certainly with Ashwin, he could have just bowled a couple of overs at the other end to warm up. But I think that's the reason. I think they both want to bowl from the same end. Your commentary box end, what is it, the Vizzy end? Or
no,
is that
the Vizzy is the far end. So our great friend Dr. Vizzy.
But yeah, so I do think there's a big part that is being played by the fact that has happened. It's probably helped England at times because they've been able to score off the other end when Bumrah or Ashwin has been bowling. But, you know, they're 216 for 6, so I don't think it hasn't helped that much, Macca.
No. Ben Stokes is just getting the old tacky spray to dry his hands off, and he's now making his way back down to this end, the Dr. Subbarayo end, and he will be facing Kuldeep. Still quite a few boundary riders, or certainly guys out towards the rope. Kuldeep goes in. It's a loopy one, inviting the big shot from Stokes. All he does is nudge it around the corner through square leg, where Bumrah will field, and they will take a single. England tick off another one. 182 more of those, and they will get the victory. You hear K.S. Barrett, the wicketkeeper, through the stump mic. Just one magic ball is what he says. Just one magic ball. Steve Harmison has replaced Chetan Narula next to me as he settles in and watches this incredible game. Kuldeep in. Folks from the crease, pushes out defensively, no run. Afternoon, Harmy.
Yeah, it's been a good start to the session from Ben Stokes and Ben Foakes. Ben Foakes, I think, gives a nice calming influence on the England batting unit, having to bat at number 8, just because Rian Ahmed was in as night watchman and night hawk, as the new name goes. It's been a good start to the session from the two Bens.
Kuldeep in from the far end again, rips it out. Foakes just pushes out on the offside. No run.
I thought Foakes played Bumrah very, very well. You know, didn't let his hands, he never really lets his hands go away from himself, and then when the ball's tighter to him, I thought he scored nicely through the leg side.
Continue to fill up the stadium, actually. It is a work day, of course, being Monday afternoon, but they want to come along and see India win a test match. At least that's what they're hoping. Foakes is pushing out on the offside on this occasion, and there's no run.
I'm very surprised Rohit hasn't had catches around the bat for Ben Foakes. He's the one player, I think, in this England team you can have short leg, silly point, you know, another catcher in the sort of slip area or a man round the corner, because he's not somebody that comes at the ball, you know, hard in an aggressive manner.
Kuldeep goes in, brings Foakes forward, just pushing out into the covers, and it is fielded there, and there's no run once again.
So because of that, I thought Rohit might have had a bat pad at least, just to crowd Ben Foakes and see if you could take him out of the way he plays and make him come out of his crease, because he seems comfortable doing that, or you know, playing a little bit more aggressively against Kuldeep Yadav.
Kuldeep goes in once again. Now that one bounces on Foakes, plays it well, soft hands, just dropping it down at his toes. It sort of spat up at him, but played it well. End of the over, the 52nd here on talkSPORT 2. England 217 for 6. It is therefore 182 more runs for England to win, or 4 more wickets for India to win.
You talk about a good crowd. It has been, to be fair, both test matches have been well populated. Both, I think, from visitors from England or wherever they've come to watch these two games, and I think it's been refreshing to see a lot of locals and a lot of school children. There was loads and loads at Hyderabad, which I thought was brilliant. But even here in Vizag, there's been kids let in. It really has been a great sight for Test match cricket.
It's a new over started by Ashwin around the wicket. Stokes just playing defensively, and there is no run. Ashwin goes in again. It's down the leg side. Stokes gets a very fine edge on that one. It's going to go down towards fine leg. Can anyone cut it off? Yes, they can, just. And I do mean just. It's right inside the rope. Sarfaraz Khan does the second part of the fielding. Is it Kuldeep down there who did the first part of it?
Yeah, Kuldeep pulled it back. Sarfaraz Khan threw it in. Great effort from Sarfaraz Khan, because he's done all that work. Ran all the way down with shin pads and helmet on. You talked to Paul Collingwood about how well England have fielded and the effort that they put in. Again, it shows the fielding levels in Test match cricket, in world cricket, is getting better and better and higher, and the energy levels that these fielders are showing and backing the bowlers up is a joy to see.
Leg bias, that one. So Stokes doesn't get the runs, he stays on 11. Ashwin around the wicket to Foakes, just playing from the crease out on the offside, no run.
Leg bias? I don't get that. couldn't have hit anything other than the bottom of the bat or even the glove. It was well away from. I thought it was well away from the legs. I'm not sure Chris Gaffney's had the greatest of Test matches.
Ashwin goes in. Oh, inside edge from Folkes, and if the short leg had been in there, that could have been close. That could be very close, as Ben Stokes has called through for the run, and the throw has come in from square leg, direct hit. The Indians are really excited about that one.
TV umpire to director, we have a run out for review.
I don't think Ben Stokes is confident here.
Side on angle, please.
I really don't think Ben Stokes is confident here. I'm not sure whether his back got stuck just before the line. No, this is going to be tight.
The throw comes in. Stokes' bat is short of the line. It hits. He's not made it.
On that back. Frees it. Oh, hits the stumps. Bales are lit up. The bat is short. Ready to make my decision.
Paul Rifle has seen enough on the replays, and he is going to press the red button. And Ben Stokes is run out for 11 from 29 deliveries, and England are 220 for 7. It was always going to be a huge ask, but it appears the improbable run chase has come to an end in one of the most unusual ways. Shreyas Iyer picking it up on the run, going to his right-hand side. Steve Harmison had just been talking about the quality of fielding. It's a great pick-up and throw. He has 1.5 stumps or so to aim at. He clatters into them, and the England skipper goes. He was a few centimetres short of the line, but that's all that matters. England 220 for 7.
Yeah, there wasn't any hesitation. Ben's gone straight away. Both Bens have gone straight away. A little inside edge into the square leg position, and Shreyas Iyer has picked it up one-handed, and you're right, a stump to ear mat. Barely more than a stump to ear mat, and he's knocked him over. Ben Stokes was watching Shreyas Iyer a little bit, but he didn't break stride. It wasn't as though he's had a look at the fielder to slow down, to see if it was going to be fumbled or if he's picked it up properly. It was a brilliant pickup, a brilliant throw, and unfortunately for the England captain, he managed to get his bat just on the line. But unfortunately, in cricket, if you're on the line, that's not good enough. You need something behind it, and unfortunately for the England captain, he couldn't get anything behind the line. And
on that, if you look at that again, I don't think he ever fully ran there, Stokes. I don't think he was going at full pace. I don't really believe that he thought that throw was coming at his end.
Tom Hartley digging that one out from Ravichandran Ashwin on the off-stump straight to Shreyas Iyer at extra cover.
Yeah, I don't think he broke stride. I don't think he was sprinting by all means. I don't think he was busting that gut, or potentially a dive. Yeah.
Ashwin flighted this one on the middle stump, and Hartley again has to dig it out. Shreyas Iyer letting this one roll over to Rajat Patidar, who is stationed at slightly deepish mid-off. End of the over, then 220 for 7. You're listening to us on talkSPORT 2 and talkSPORT Cricket's YouTube channel. Do give us a subscribe there and leave your comments if you have any questions for us. We'll take them during tea time. You can also leave your comments on X, formerly Twitter. And if you just joined us, England still need 179 runs to win, but they've just lost Ben Stokes. A run out. A cheeky throw from Shreyas Iyer for 11.
Yeah, it just seemed as though he didn't expect Iyer to throw it, and he didn't get the hurry up until the ball was out of Shreyas Iyer's hand, and by that time it was a direct hit. You always know that the direct hits are going to be close. And unfortunately for Ben Stokes, he just wasn't in time to get over the line.
Right, it's Ben Folkes facing Kuldeep Yadav, who's bowling from the far end. This one turning away from him outside the off-stump, but played it from the lower half of his bat towards Jasprit Bumrah, who's stationed at backward point. There's also a fielder at cover, Ravichandran Ashwin at slightly deep mid-off. And then there's a fielder at long on, mid-wicket, as also silly mid-wicket position, Sarfaraz Khan, in fact. Beg your pardon. Sarfaraz Khan, all padded up with the helmet on.
Yeah, touch of ball watching, I think, from Ben Foakes. Not so much ball watching as in where the ball was going, but he had one eye on Ayo as to say, is he going to throw it? Is he not going to throw it? And then once he started throwing it, he was in trouble.
Looped up from Kuldeep Yadav, and he plays it back to the bowler. Does Ben Foakes, and Shreyas Iyer was confident immediately. He raised that finger up that Ben Stokes is gone.
No doubt. But you can just see how slow Stokes started as well, right? It was easily a run there, Harmon.
Oh no, definitely a run. I don't think Ben Stokes got into his stride, properly into his stride, sprinting stride, until Suresh Iyer picked the ball up. And once he picked the ball up, and I think that's the bit that he was ball watching. I don't think he was ball watching and losing track of where he is. I think because sometimes you can get caught ball watching, and then you have to make a decision. I think he was fully engrossed in the decision he had made, which was going for a run. And it was a comfortable single. He just seemed to not get into sixth gear until I had thrown the ball.
We have a fielder in another close catching position at silly mid-off, but this time Foakes just takes it on the full and drives it through the gap, through cover, and gets a boundary there. It's 224 for 7.
When Ben Stokes got out, he walked off for about 4 or 5 metres, then turned round and came back and had a quick chat with Ben Foakes as he was giving him some instructions, and then he trudged off the field, well, obviously because he was out. And I just wonder if he said to Ben Foakes, start playing more aggressive, being more aggressive, try and play some shots, try and put the Indian bowlers under pressure, because Ben Foakes has really been a bit defensive.
Back of length from Kuldeep Yadav, and Foakes just watches this one and plays it defensively. 3 boundaries for Ben Foakes, including that last one of the previous delivery. 35 deliveries he's faced so far, batting at 16. 175 needed. Just wondering if some sort of pressure can be put on the Indian bowling attack here. As again, this one kept low. He was waiting for it, came a bit forward, and then pushed back into his crease, played it off his pads just in the nick of time, because that one was turning in and staying low. Crosses over for 2 runs, having played it towards square leg.
And that's the thing with Kuldeep Yadav. If there's been any indifferent bounce, it's been down rather than up. There's been quite a lot of balls have gone along the floor from Kuldeep Yadav, especially the short ball. The short ball has not got up at all. Even on day 1, day 2, it was going exactly the same.
Kuldeep Yadav again, this time forward is Ben Foakes, and that is the end of the over. 54 overs done in England's second innings. 226 for 7.
That might be the best shot of Ben Foakes' career, Harmy, because I don't know how you get any bat on a ball that is rolling along the ground when you're playing on the back foot like that. Congratulations to Ben Foakes for that one. I'd be framing it.
It could have been, even if it had gone under the bat, he might have been a no ball, because I think it would have bounced twice before it hit the stumps. He was on its way down when it got to the stumps.
And he adjusted really well, because he was just slightly forward and then he went back. Just as soon as the ball started rolling around, as soon as it pitched and he saw it was not going to bounce, he just moved back very, very quickly. So yeah, probably.
Chetan, I meant to ask you on the run out as well. What was Ashwin's response to the run out? He probably want to pick these 500 up.
He was the last. He was the last one to get to the huddle, if I can say so. Just walking, taking a stroll in the park. Ashwin now 1 away from 500 as Tom Hartley backs off and plays it towards Shreyas Iyer, who is really alert and really on his legs very, very quickly. He is, he's got his tail up after that run out. 3 for 44 for Ravichandran Ashwin into his 13th over. Has bowled 2 maidens today. Slip and forward short leg in position for him as Hartley comes down the wicket, a flattered trajectory through the air. And he plays it defensively back towards the bowler. That one at 88 clicks from Ravichandran Ashwin. 3 wickets, 173 runs. Now this one again staying low. Hartley has to almost dig it out. Moved back into his crease. Very, very low, that one. So now the pitch we can see is doing quite a bit more. Ashwin once again. And Hartley down the track. Has given it some air and will clear the ropes at long on for 6. His first boundary, and he's cleared the ropes there. 232 for 7.
Yeah, big shot from Tom Hartley. I don't think R. Ashwin will mind that too much. Just throwing it up that little bit more. Hartley quick to use his feet, got in a good position. And then went through with the shot, long way over the top of Akshar Patel's head into the stand.
Ashwin round the wicket to Hartley, and a bit more loop on that one. Hartley is well forward, big stride, and his back foot is just touching the ground as he plays that defensively. Almost holds his stance as if posing to well the partnership. 232 for 7. This one turned away and beats Hartley after pitching. Turns away sharply, and he's squared up. All squared up as Ravichandran Ashwin's search for the 500th wicket continues. End of the over. 232 for 7. 167 needed now. So we know, or at least we assumed, that this game is getting over today, one way or the other. India in the driver's seat, of course, but what can England do from here?
Just keep doing what they're doing, which is positive. You know, keep being positive. Ben Foakes has got to try and keep Tom Hartley with him as long as he possibly can. Rotate when they can. If they get a ball that's over pitch like he did in the last over, and try and put it away for 4. And England, this is the mindset that England have got. And keep being as positive as they possibly can. Enjoy the challenge that India possess that's out there. R. Ashwin's in. He looks as though he's got all the tricks to bowl on these on this surface, and it was always going to be the biggest challenge. Was I don't think was going to be out of 399. It was never going to be the first sort of 200, 250 runs. It was always going to be the end bit, because natural wear and tear on the surface, and you can see that now. It is a lot more worn than what it was first thing this morning.
Kuldeep Yadav looped up delivery to Ben Foakes, who's driving it and finds the fielder straight at that silly mid-off position, Rajat Patidar. So he was under the helmet in the first innings, obviously test debutant. But now it's Sarfaraz Khan, who hasn't played a test. As again looped up, Foakes is forward and defending it, true to covers. And in the last test, it was Yashasvi Jaiswal. So you follow that trajectory in terms of seniority.
You do, and it tends to happen in seniority, or if somebody's very good at it. Looking at Sarfaraz Khan, the stature he has, he looks as though he could be a very good short leg. He could be a very, very good short leg. He moves very, very quickly.
As again, slight loop, turning into Foakes, who is forward and playing it defensively.
Not the biggest lad, and he's low centre of gravity, and he's fielded very, very well. He really has moved side to side very, very quickly. So I think he, unfortunately, if he comes in and somebody else comes in after him, I think he might keep the helmet and the shin pads.
Well, we'll have to wait for that as and when Sarfaraz gets his official test debut. This time Foakes playing it back to the bowler defensively. He was well forward, was Ben Foakes. 18 not out he is on. Did you ever feel in that position? I don't think so.
No.
As again on the middle, and Foakes has played it in the air, and I think that's gone for a boundary. I think the umpire Murray Erasmus is still waiting to check. Did that bounce before the ropes?
I think it looked like it might be 6. It looked like it might be 6. Slog sweep. Ball thrown above the eye line from Kuldeep Yadav. And Ben Foakes has not got all of it. He's got the sort of...
It went a lot higher in the air as we're looking at the replay.
Just having a look at it now. Yeah, it's gone for 6. It has gone for 6. He didn't get it all. He clothed it a little bit. Gone straight up in the air. But he's managed to get enough on it for the ball to go over the rope, and it landed on the tarpaulin covers, just on the other side of the advertising Toblerone.
Yeah, up goes the arms of Erasmus as Kuldeep Yadav once again bowls back of length, outside off, and he plays it defensively towards backward point. That'll be the end of the over. So he has struck 2 boundaries in the last 2 overs he's faced from Kuldeep Yadav. And ever so slightly, without us looking at it, England now need 161.
Yeah, they just need to keep batting, keep eking out whatever they can manage a partnership, build, regroup, go again. That's the way that this McCullum and Stokes, mentality of the England team, especially when chasing. If we lose a wicket, we get to a point where we regroup, we start building again, and then we go positive. And I don't think that's going to change all the way through to Anderson and Bashir.
Ashwin round the wicket to Hartley in search of his 500 appeal there from him. I think Hartley was backing off and cutting it, so there's a bit of an inside edge if I'm not mistaken, but Rohit Sharma and Bharat are interested, as is Ravichandran Ashwin.
I think they think they'd hit the pad first. I really think that Rohit Sharma thinks it's hit the pad first. He's going for it. Yeah, I think it is. I think it has hit the pad first. I think it's hit the middle of Tom Hartley's bat, but has it just brushed the pad before it's hit the bat? It was a quicker ball fired in towards off stump.
We have a
ball
player review for
on a decent length.
Decisions not out.
Well. This is going to be a very important moment. Remember, Ashwin is on 499 test wickets. So let's take a look.
Yeah, for me, it's hit the pad first here.
Can I just get ultra edge, please? Coming through now.
It hasn't. It's gone straight through.
Yeah, just by the barest of margins, Hartley had backed away enough for the ball to sail past his back leg and get enough bat onto that. So,
geez, my lamp's on very good today. I thought Crawley's was a shocker. I thought Bairstow could have gotten away with it, and I thought that hit the pad. So, do you know what it is? I need to start.
See why you didn't make any runs yourself.
I know. I need to start drinking again. This is what not drinking does to you.
Back of length on the off stump as this was banged in short, and Hartley goes for a half-hearted pull there, but not enough bat on it, and it goes straight back to the bowler. This is ending today. You'll have a lot of time on your hands, Army.
Oh, yes.
Ashwin slightly looped up, slightly staying low, but he's forward and defending it.
Chetan, if you know about our itinerary going home, we've got more time on our hands than anybody could possibly think.
I was just discussing that with Andrew, yes. Ashwin again to Hartley as he steps out once again, gives it some air and clears the rope. Does it? No, just one bounce before the rope, and it's a boundary. Cleared it enough to get it away from Jasprit Bumrah, who was manning the fence there. 242 for 7.
Well, there's a great big pillar in the way, so we can't see Jasprit Bumrah at this minute in time. We've got no idea what's happened with that ball once it gets 45, 50 metres. But I don't think Jasprit Bumrah had any idea. I think we had more of an idea than Jasprit Bumrah.
Ashwin once again, and this one was faster, fuller, and Hartley has to dig this one out.
Bumrah is a typical fast bowler there. He's running in the wrong direction. I think he's expecting that, with the way Tom Hartley shaped up, to go over mid-wicket and not go straight.
Ashwin was very hopeful, as if Bumrah would just fly and catch it and give him that wicket. This one flatter as Hartley is forward and defending it. End of another over. Ashwin still searching for his 500. It's 242 for 7. Ashwin just looking at it, just full of so much hope, as if Bumrah would try and get to the ball somehow.
Yeah, come on, Jasper. You've only bowled 15 overs. Surely you can get somewhere close to that. I think that's what Ashwin was expecting from the fast bowler. But yeah, we can't see anything down in front of us. But when Hartley shaped up to hit the shot, it looked as though he was shaping up to hit it over mid-wicket. And I think that's the way Jasprit Bumrah was going. And then once the call was made, he ended up quickly having to turn around and go the other way. So he was never in a position to catch it.
Third test beginning in Rajkot soon enough. And beaten this time outside the off stump. Just slight turn away from that outside edge.
That's the one that did him in the first innings, wasn't it? That's the one that bowled Ben Foakes in the first innings. Oh, that wasn't far away. That wasn't far away. I think Ben Foakes looking back and thinking, has he done me again?
Kept a tad low as well, perhaps, as Kuldeep Yadav. This time, a lot more flight on that one, and Folks slaps it towards Ashwin, who's stationed at a deepish mid-off. Takes a single, and it's 243 for 7. Third test in Rajkot, and then in Ranchi, and the fifth one in Dharamsala. And if we are lucky, given the high quality of cricket that we have seen, it'll be an all to play for test match in the mountains. Hopefully with the series locked in 2-2. Can't say 1-1 because not too many draws nowadays, especially with this brand of cricket that we have watched. All of it live and exclusive on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2, as also on talkSPORT's YouTube cricket channel. Kuldeep Yadav once again, this time to Tom Hartley, who drives it down the ground. Ashwin is moved back to the boundary on a long on position, and that's a single to Hartley, who's moved on to 11 now. Nice little partnership, this one, developing 24 of 29, and ever so slightly that score is ticking, coming down 155. And the one thing I remember from the Hyderabad test, another engaging finish there, as Kuldeep bowls to Ben Foakes, back of length. This one keeping slightly low. He turns it towards mid-wicket. Shreyas Iyer, the fielder there. Rohit Sharma said when those 28 runs were needed that he had hope that Bumrah and Siraj would just keep on rotating the strike and take the game into the next day. Because remember, it had gotten into the last half hour and then the extended 30 minutes for a result. Back of length as Foakes turns it towards square leg for a single. I wonder if Foakes, Hartley and the rest of the England batters are going to try and do something like that. Still a long way to go, 150, but just ever so slightly keep nicking those runs off.
Yeah, they'll keep nicking the runs off, but they'll try and be proactive and positive towards the bowling that's coming down, whether it's Kuldeep at one end or Ashwin at the other end if Bumrah comes on. England will still be looking from a positive way to try to score, and they'll feel that's their best defence in this situation.
Kuldeep Yadav once again, last ball of this over, and this one again rolling in very, very quickly and keeping a tad low, and he goes back and defends, and not much danger there. 245 for 7. A word from Steve Harmison as drinks come onto the field, and then to take this forward will be Neil Manthorp.
Another good over from Kuldeep Yadav, and Tom Hartley and Ben Foakes are just going about their business nicely. 25 off 32. Hartley and Ben Foakes both using their feet, positive manner, hitting the ball over the boundary for 6. Not diving in a hole, making sure that the bowlers are thinking about what they're doing next. So it's been good from England. They're just unfortunately losing wickets at the wrong time, and it was a massive blow losing Ben Stokes. It really was. He was ball watching for the first half of the run, and then by the time he got into fifth gear, it was too late because it was a fantastic run out from Shreyas Iyer. So that's the big blow from this last half an hour. But Hartley and Foakes are building a nice little partnership here and trying to another little counter punch back towards India. But 154 runs is a hell of a long way away.
Certainly is. 154 to win. There is a long way to go. Gough, have you ever found yourself inadvertently letting the cat out of the bag, sort of letting slip some information that was supposed to be kept secret, and you've accidentally let the cat out of the bag, and you can't get the cat back?
No, I don't think so. I might have done, but you never know.
Well, it's happened to AB de Villiers, South Africa former batsman. So, and this is going to be a fabulous victory for India, given that they're missing KL Rahul and Virat Kohli has been unavailable for the first 2 Test matches, and as you know, Virat was unavailable for the first 2 Test matches for personal reasons. And AB de Villiers does this show, and he's on the YouTube, and he's big friends with Virat Kohli. He did a show yesterday, and accidentally let slip his congratulations to Virat Kohli's wife, Anushka Sharma, who was expecting their second child. There was nobody in India seemed to be aware of this news. So anyway, congratulations to Virat and Anushka. That's the reason that apparently he's not been available, and hopefully he'll be back for the third Test match, because this series has had everything apart from Virat Kohli.
Well, that's great news. I do know that family, actually, not Anushka herself, but I do know her parents. I've had dinner with them on a couple of occasions over in Mumbai. They own a company called Clean Slate, which makes films, Bollywood films. So obviously Anushka, an actor herself. So I've been to the house and had a wonderful couple of nights there in Mumbai. So congratulations if AB's let it slip.
Have you featured in a Bollywood movie? There's been a few cricketers. Brett Lee's been in a couple, hasn't he?
I got asked a few years ago.
Did you
many
really?
Years ago.
Really?
Yeah. I didn't do it though because of the timings. I was at the peak of my career then. Getting a few months off might have been a bit difficult. Manners.
You could have done the dancing. I'm not so sure about the singing.
I have won a singing competition as well.
As well as dancing?
Yeah, Sing If You Can.
I didn't know that.
I sang with someone off Boyzone. It was duet. It was good.
Wow. Well, drinks are done, and here is R. Ashwin looking for wicket number 500. Turned away off the pads, literally, I think, by Ben Foakes as he goes back and across. Hits him on the knee roll, and a leg bye is confirmed by umpire Chris Gaffney. England 246 for 7. With Ben Foakes now leading the way, 26 off 48 balls. Tom Hartley 11 off 16, and R. Ashwin has wonderful figures of 3 for 54 in his 15th over. Here is Ashwin again, bowls. Forward comes Tom Hartley, who's been very proactive and has been a significant contributor with the bat. Certainly in Hyderabad, where his partnership of 64 was critical to the game. Down the wicket he comes again, Hartley, driving, whipping this off his pads out towards Sarfraz Khan, the substitute fielder, who's got so much protective kit on, it would take too long to whip it off and get it back on again. So he's just kept all the clobber on and is now standing with a helmet at short mid-wicket. Forward comes Hartley, beaten, beauty from Ashwin. Turn and bit of bounce, fizzes past the outside edge. Hello, KP. Kevin Pietersen's back with us.
Hey, good afternoon, good morning, everybody. What is it, 7:45 local time, London? He's got a lot of protective gear without the protective gear. Old Sarfraz Khan.
He's robustly built, isn't he? That's turned away out towards mid-wicket. Sarfraz Khan does the chasing. Yeah, he's what they used to say in Old England as stout. But he averages 70 in first-class cricket.
And that's the thing, isn't it? It's about the skill. It's about getting the runs. It's not about what you look like. Although the cricketers these days, they have turned a corner, especially India. Team India have been
pushed away defensively. This time Sarfraz Khan's on the leg side to the right-hander. England need 152 to win, 247 for 7.
India have been on a remarkable road with Virat Kohli and how he sees an athlete and what an athlete should look like and how an athlete should train and how an athlete should eat. It's been quite a meteoric rise when you have a look at what the athleticism of the Indian team was like, say, 15 years ago compared to what it is now. The run out from Shreyas Iyer a little bit earlier, some of the catches that have been taken. I was in the gym the night before the first Test match, and the Indian boys, there were a couple of them in the gym, a lot of them in the pool stretching, doing some core exercises, just getting themselves prepared for the next day's play. I mean, we never used to do that as an England team 10 years ago.
They were in the gym after the first night's play.
Before the first night's play and after the first night's play.
Kuldeep Yadav into Tom Hartley with a little bit of width outside the off stump, and it's chopped away out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. They'll take a single.
Yeah, I feel quite sorry for Cal Rowell, actually. He was the guy doing most of the work that I saw, and he got himself an injury in that first Test match, but I believe he'll be back. He's at the academy this week. He'll be back in a couple of weeks' time for the third Test match. And you always want to watch the best play. He's one of the best.
Forward comes Ben Folkes pushing out towards mid-off. Talking of which, Virat Kohli, I think, led the revolution, was one of the leaders of the fitness revolution, wasn't he? I mean, he had excessive skin folds in the earliest days of his career.
Yeah, a few. I remember captaining him in RCB in 2008.
Kuldeep in again, and that's pushed out to extra cover straight to the fielder. He was still on the biryani then, was he?
Yeah, he was enjoying his life, Virat. He was enjoying his life, but you could see how dedicated he was to his batting and to his cricketing. And all of a sudden, one day, he woke up and he said, no good. He was getting that good. He was shooting that many commercials. I think he wanted to look way more presentable.
Here is Kuldeep once again from the Dr. Vizier end, up to Folkes, back and across, and whips it off his pads out towards deep square leg. They go through for another single. Talking of Virat Kohli and his great mate A.B. de Villiers, I was just chatting to Gough about this moments before you sat down. A.B. de Villiers has his own YouTube program these days, and yesterday a cat escaped from A.B.'s bag and he was unable to retrieve it. The news that Virat and his wife Anushka Sharma are expecting their second child, and that may have been the reason that he was unavailable for the first 2 Test matches, but could well be back for the third. Here is Kuldeep again, and Hartley chops it behind square on the offside. Oh, that's gone all the way. I beg your pardon. The fielder, who has hidden behind this very large concrete pillar, Jasprit Bumrah, couldn't get there. I assumed that had gone straight to him, but he's a bit squarer.
Yeah, that just missed Jasprit Bumrah. Just went wide of Rohit Sharma. It would have probably gone to second or third slip and raced away. It was the bottom edge of the bat, bottom edge of Hartley's bat, and he was swinging at it.
It's a well-timed bottom edge, isn't it? Here comes Kuldeep again. Hartley confused by the length momentarily on the front foot and then back, and opens the face and guides it away for another single. England moved to 254 for 7.
Yeah, I saw some people giving AB a little bit of stick on the social media for announcing that about Virat. I did see it. I'll be with de Villiers on Wednesday. I'll find out how much it's affected him.
You're going back to complete the SA20, the knockout games, the eliminators and qualifiers begin.
Yeah, the qualifiers begin, what day is today? Today's Monday. Yeah, to qualify, one is in Cape Town tomorrow, Joburg Wednesday, Joburg Thursday, and then the final is in Cape Town on Saturday. And I got a call last night, lying in bed, tucked up in bed. I was just actually watching the SA20.
Ashwin in, played defensively, no run, 254 for 7.
Trying to do some sort of research before I go and call a game in a couple of days, and they asked, are you available for Wednesday? Well, I hope Alvin is listening to this. He'll be watching the TV. I don't think he'll be on radio.
Whipped away out in the onside by Hartley down towards long on. That's a tight schedule.
No, but I was going to say, I have a tea time at Houghton Golf Club at 1 o'clock on Wednesday, so unfortunately cricket is second fiddle. So I probably won't be making Wednesday afternoon, but Thursday at the Wanderers I'll be there.
If you play quickly, 1 o'clock to, you could just about make it.
Nah, no, the game started at 5:30. They started a decent hour.
Yeah.
Not getting around that quick.
Here's Ashwin again. Down the wicket comes Ben Folkes playing defensively. Houghton to the Wanderers? No.
No.
You could play 9.
Yeah, no. I'm just popping back to Joburg to go and earn some cash off Barney, a buddy of mine.
It'll be over in 2 hours, won't it? 5 and 4. Finished.
Driven towards mid-wicket. Sarfraz Khan fields 144 to win England. 255 for 7.
Gough knows him. There's a bloke in Johannesburg called Barney Gernon.
Here's Ashwin again, and Folkes, thick outside edge, was it maybe? Or was he steering that down towards third? Well, there's a chase on for Akshar Patel. Keeps him down to 2.
He's the best athlete in his own head that has ever played any sport. His knowledge for sport is quite something. There isn't anybody I know that is more knowledgeable about all sports. But when it comes to talent, there's not a lot of talent there with Barney. And Gough knows. Gough knows him really, really well.
He runs a good charity auction.
Yep, he's not bad at his auctions.
This one is turned away out and towards square leg as Ashwin goes around the wicket again. Folks plays defensively, and there's no run. So just gently does it now at the moment for England, having lost their 7th wicket. The captain, Ben Stokes, run out. The brilliant direct hit from Shreyas Iyer. So now down to Tom Hartley and Ben Folks. And if they can nudge and nurdle and chip their way, get that target down to double figures. At the moment it's 142. Maybe they can nudge England back into the game. Goughy?
I think that was the point. I think with Stokes and Folks there, that's the cyber partnership that we all expected him to get, the last hope. But unfortunately a run out, clumsy run out really. And now it's down to these two, the last real chance. Can they put together that 100 partnership?
Here's Kuldeep Yadav, and it's pushed away by Hartley. No run. Jimmy Anderson was the last man out when England lost by 1 run to New Zealand in Wellington just over a year ago. I don't, odds on that happening again. Jimmy walking out to bow. He might come in at 10 actually. I wonder. Reverse sweep from Hartley, and once again it's disappears from view momentarily. Taken by, was that taken by KS Barrett? Well, yeah, it was.
Fielded by Padida and returned quite quickly to Barrett. Good technique on the reverse sweep there from Hartley. He played it beautifully.
Oh, edged, thick edge, past Rohit Sharma. It slipped and it's running down towards the boundary. And that one definitely clatters into the foam triangles. Proper edge that. Don't think it carried. Went very quickly.
I'll tell you one thing. With Kuldeep. He has made the ball keep low more than any other bowler in this game. It just keeps through, doesn't it? Low.
I don't think he was as far forward as, well, he absolutely wasn't forward, and he should have been forward. He was back there to a full delivery, and that's why it didn't bounce as much. He should have been driving that down the ground when you see the replay.
Here is Kuldeep again. Reverse sweep from Hartley, and hits it down into the ground. It bounces up and it's taken by Rohit Sharma standing at slip.
But there have been a few that he has got to roll along the floor. Maybe it's the trajectory with the way he delivers the ball. Hartley, he's batting nicely, batting very nicely. I'm quite impressed with Hartley after his first display in Hyderabad. He's come back, he's shown a lot of guts. He's obviously got a temperament and a bit of, he's got a bit of a character. We saw his celebrations in Hyderabad as well online, and they were quite something.
That's right up in the block hole from Kuldeep. Tries to drive it, Hartley, up towards mid-wicket. No run. He's just put up his 100. Hartley, his 100 runs in tests in his 4th innings.
I tell you what, no, we're looking at where he stands at his crease. I know what he would be getting if Bumrah bowls at him. That would be a full Yorker from around the wicket.
Forward comes Hartley, plays the last ball defensively, and there's no run. England 261 for 7.
Did you see him celebrating after the first Test match? You saw those? He was on the table singing and dancing and
yeah.
Quite something, huh?
We want to dance with Tom Hartley. Yeah, that's the tune, isn't it? Oh, I want to dance with Tom Hartley. There you go. There you go, Manners. That's where I won the sing competition.
I like it. I like that a lot. And the Barmy Army, that's now the Tom Hartley song for the Barmy Army. And do you know what? We had an amazing stat given to us the other day during the Hyderabad Test match. And okay, I know it's county second 11, but he has got an innings for Lancashire second 11 in the second 11 championship of 240, 280 balls for Lancs 2s. So yeah, he can. Well, I mean, we know he can hit the ball. He can hit a long ball too. So 18 sixes.
Yeah, but you can just see the way that he struck that 6 off Ashwin earlier. He's got a swing of the bat.
Down the wicket comes Folks, half a step, and drives it down to long on Axar Fields, and it's another single.
So it doesn't surprise me that he has got runs at some level. It's just in big boy cricket, the seamers bowl a bit quicker. You've obviously got the occasional bumper, and you don't have to really worry about that at second 11 cricket. And that's when the numbers start to change.
Oh, that's a very rare poor delivery from Ravichandran Ashwin. It's so rare that it brings a wry smile to his face, or was that just a lip curl? He dragged it down so short that Hartley was able to just help it round the corner down the leg side for 4 easy runs.
Do you think this is a partnership that India are going to get a little bit concerned about? England need 133 runs to win. Partnership is 46 from 58 deliveries now. There are boundaries coming everywhere.
Ashwin in, bowls, Hartley drives down the wicket, and Ashwin tries to field. It bobbles awkwardly, hits him on the wrist and hurts his wrist as well. He's now wringing that right hand. It's a single that shouldn't have been, and Hartley profits by 1 and moves to 28. I think he maybe just took his eye off it there, Ashwin.
Absolutely, but I'll tell you one thing, it'll be panic station soon. Tell you who's back into the attack any minute. It'll be Bumrah.
Down the wicket very nicely, easily comes Folks for another single to Akshar at long on. Not panic, Goughy, but a sense of discomfort maybe.
There's the one team the pressure's on more than anybody in this game, and that's India. And if I was a skipper, I know what I'd be turning to. My best bowler, and that is Jasprit Bumrah.
Reverse sweep, top edge, Rohit Sharma runs around from slip, claims the catch, up goes the finger. Hartley's top edge, reverse sweep, he doesn't like it, he's reviewed it straight away. He's come marching down the wicket to talk to Ben Folks. I don't know what it was, but something didn't seem quite right about it.
Yeah, he's on 500. Is it going to be the real deal here for Ravichandran Ashwin?
For a catch, original decision is out.
So the umpire's given the decision as out. So there's going to have to be quite a process that we go through here to overturn it. Manners, have a look.
Something didn't seem quite right. Hartley, it's hit him on the wrist. It's hit him on the wrist above the glove. That's why he came immediately. So Ravichandran Ashwin remains on 499 wickets. It hasn't hit him on the wristband, has it? It's not part of the glove.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I think that was wrist, and he said that straight away to Ben Folks. He said, that's hit me on the arm, hit me on the arm. So he referred it straight away, and I think the decision is going to be Ravichandran Ashwin, back to your mark, lad. You're still on 499. And there's a chance that Jasprit Bumrah might change over and Rohit Sharma gets him to bowl.
No. Take Ashwin off?
Well, I think you can, because this is the end where Bumrah is operating from, and it looks all too easy for this pair at the moment, and it's not about a milestone here. India have to win this test match.
Yeah, confirmation.
Keeps running through.
Paul Rifle. It's clearly hit him on the inner forearm.
It's hit the arm.
Yeah. Paul Rifle.
Just running that, clearly missing the gloves onto the arm.
That's
going to run a LBW review.
LBW review?
Original decision is not out for LBW.
ABW, surely. Arm before wicket. Well, Paul Rifle is checking.
Not out for the LBW.
For the LBW, I thought the protocol had changed for that. I didn't think you could be out. Anyway, it's pitched outside leg stump.
Umpire's call.
It's not at leg stump, is it? Anyway, it's umpire's call, and the
I'll go back to Crystal Field.
Decision is not out.
I'll get you to change your out decision to not out signal now.
So Ravichandran Ashwin has denied the wicket. It very clearly hit Hartley on the forearm, and the reverse sweep does not prove to be his downfall. England need 131. They're 268 for 7. The partnership is 48, with Hartley on 28 and Ben Folks on 31. England appeared to be out of contention at 220 for 7 when Stokes was run out. So Rohit Sharma here, I think, is as confused as I am. Now, I don't understand why Rifle was checking for the LBW there. I thought the protocol had changed for the third umpire. Rohit Sharma's in animated conversation. Who else is around him, KP? He's got 4 senior pros around him as well, hasn't he? He's got Jasprit Bumrah in there. And
asking, how can you justify this? How can you justify that? That's what he was saying to Gaffney, but it wasn't Gaffney, it was Paul Rifle. He was right next to the stumps. I was trying to find if we could turn the stumps up in our ears, and I don't think we can. Are any of these here for the stumps? None for the stumps? That's a pity, because Rohit Sharma was very, very upset. He's still upset.
He's simmering.
He's fuming.
Yeah.
He's still not gone back to slip. He's annoyed. Takes a lot to get Rohit Sharma annoyed.
See, very, very hesitant to say this of any authority, but my initial reaction was that Paul Rifle's got the protocol wrong as third umpire there, checking for LBW. I think he's reverted to habit. Anyway.
Why? What is protocol?
LBW has now been taken out of the equation when the appeal is for a catch.
Got it. Got it.
And I think that so like old habits die hard. But anyway, Rohit is very upset. They're still checking. They're still checking. Everyone's still looking at the big screen. Rohit has. See, everybody's confused. Rohit's angry. A number of the Indian players are very angry. Ashwin is confused, and finally we get on with the action as Ashwin is in again. Hartley drives, lovely delivery, shot, sorry, out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. Did it seem to you that Rifle side?
Well, he said it's not out, the LBW is not out, so he was seeing something that we weren't seeing on the TV monitor. Normally there is a full process that you go through, which you do see. So that's where the tension has come from. Rohit Sharma standing Maria Rasmus now still at the change of the over, and he's having a discussion with the umpire. Ollie Robinson has run on to give the two batters a drink. I think tactics have been spoken about in the rooms, in the England rooms, and a message has come out to the batters. I think England are thinking, okay, we have a partnership here of 49 from 62. India's rattled. You could see that by the way in which they dealt with that decision from Paul Rifle upstairs. And England might say to the two batters, and what Ollie Robinson may have come onto the wicket to say is, in one-day cricket, you take as deep as you can. You put pressure on the bowlers, you put pressure on the opposition. MS Dhoni always used to say, take the game deep, take the game deep. There are still 41 overs left in the day, plus that extra half an hour. England only need 130 runs. Don't give it away, just bat.
Well, I'll go to the foot of our stairs. Mukesh Kumar's coming on to bowl. I wasn't expecting to see him today. From the far end, the Dr. Vizzy end. In he bowls, right arm over, and Hartley is getting this out to deep point, and they will take a single. Umpire Harmison's been looking over that last appeal, and because it was an appeal for catch, which came off of the forearm, by definition, the umpire has said it's not out LBW on the field of play, because he thought the appeal was for a catch. So it all got very confusing, but I'm sure we got the right decision there, Goughy.
I don't think they go to the secondary decision. They used to do that, didn't they? So the appeal was for caught behind. So yeah, they don't go with a secondary decision. That's what I thought. But listen, we're all confused.
I'll try and ask around at the end of play today and get the exact wording on that one. It may not make a difference, but who knows? 129.
What I hope the England players are not confused about is they've got a partnership that's got to 50 now, and India making some changes. You've got Mukesh Kumar coming back on, who, yeah, quite rightly, he hasn't been bowling well.
In he goes. That's a long way down leg side. In a white ball game, that's a very easy wide to call, but nothing will get called there. He's in his third over. He's bowled 2.2, 0 for 20 so far, Mukesh. So it's somewhat of a surprise to see him.
Well, if he doesn't bowl well in this spell, I don't think we'll be seeing him again in the series. Let's be straight about it. He's bowled poorly. Not got his line, his length right, and he's got an opportunity here.
He's on his way in, and he bowls to Folkes. Folkes just punches out to extra cover, and there is no run.
He's got an opportunity to bowl India to victory and tie the series up at 1 each. England 129 runs to win. Good partnership here between Hartley and Folkes.
Yeah, absolutely. 50 from 65 balls these two have put on. India, one slip and a gully. Mukesh is in past umpire Erasmus at the far end. Oh, that one keeps a little bit down on Ben Folkes, but he does well to just play it out to the fielder at straight mid-wicket, and no run. Kevin Pietersen's disappeared back to the TV box. Steve Harmison comes back in alongside. England 129 now, Harmy.
Yeah, 129 and belief still on. Well, Folkes and Hartley are there, 50 off 66. It's been a good partnership. Mukesh Kumar has come on. I'm surprised to see come on, but it's Rohit Sharma again did this in the first inning. Just having a look to see if it's reverse swinging.
In comes Mukesh, running towards us again. That keeps a little bit low. Folkes does well and exaggeratedly holds the position as he plays it out on the offside, no run.
I wasn't expecting Mukesh to get too many bowls there to bowl in this game, and possibly in his career, because the way Rohit Sharma's treated him in the last 4 days, I think he was assigned to the selectors that, you know, he's a bit different to Siraj and Shami for when they come back.
Avesh Khan's in the squad as well.
Avesh Khan, Prasad Krishna, who went to South Africa,
yeah,
who did well in the last IPL.
In comes Mukesh from the far end, hits the middle of the Folkes bat, pushes to mid-off. They will take a single, England. 271 for 7. 64 overs gone here on talkSPORT 2, and England need 128 more runs to win.
A bizarre case of affairs we've just had for the last 5-10 minutes, Macca. It was... I don't think anybody really knew what was going on. Appealing for catch, appealing for LBW. I actually think Paul Rifle got it wrong, because the rules, I think the rules have changed where you can't be done, you can't go to the DRS for everything. It's a case of what you're going for, and because of what you're going for, they've gone for the catch. Shouldn't have had a look at the LB. So I think in the end...
I don't think that's how it works, Harmy.
Is it not?
I think that's just for the stumping, because what they were doing is everyone was appealing for stumping.
I thought it changed for the whole
DRS thing.
I thought it changed for the whole lot, which
no.
is it makes his decision for for court, and not for LBW.
No, so teams were gaming the system. Australia was really good at this, at appealing for a stumping for absolutely everything, and then getting a full DRS done. And then other teams worked out what they were doing and started copying it as well.
Jasprit Bumrah goes in and bowls. There's a thick outside edge from Folkes that flies between second slip and gully. Neither of them move, and it goes away for 4 more. 275 for 7. 124 more runs to win.
If you're going to flash hard. You know, a little bit of luck there from Ben Folkes. He's trying to guide it down towards the third boundary, but I don't think he was looking to go at that close to second slip. But Jarrod, is that the Australians trying to bend the rules again?
They were completely within the rules. Harmy. Understood the playing conditions, understood the laws. Maybe the people who wrote them should read them once in a while.
Proof, if ever it were needed. The law is one thing, the spirit of it is another.
So on the other, so to go back on what happened, then obviously Chris Gaffney has said to the third umpire and Paul Rifle that in his eyes LBW wasn't out, and that's why the two umpires' calls for LBW was given as not out.
Gully's moved to third slip.
That's what I think.
In goes Bumrah. It is Folkes off of the back foot, pushing out on the offside, and there is no run.
I knew one law had changed, I just didn't know which it was. I was And I just wonder if our Ashwin's into the India captain, row it and go and come on. Right, come on. Bumrah's got a good chance of cleaning the tail up here. Let me get me 500s before. Don't have to stew 10 days to wait to get to Rajkot. I'd love to get a winning wicket, 500 Test match wicket.
Here is Mukesh Kumar once again up to the crease now, bowls, and Hartley slaps this from the crease standing upright for a single out towards cover. I must say that there is a perception that Virat Kohli, when he was captain of the Indian Test team, didn't fully appreciate R. Ashwin, and it was under him that he missed the majority of those 24 Test matches. But Ashwin himself always says, look, Virat preferred Jadeja for the all-round package, and that's understandable. He bats better than me, he feels better than me, and he's as good a spinner as me. But I have to say that if I was Rohit Sharma, I really wouldn't want to leave Ashwin on 499 Test wickets. It's you know, there are 8 days to go before Rajkot. Here is Mukesh Kumar once again, bowls. Edge gone! Taken by keeper Shikhar Bharat. Shoaib Bashir's on his way. England are 9 down. India are going to win the Test match. It's going to be 1-1 going to the 3rd.
It's a beauty just outside off stump. Shoaib Bashir has to play at it, just pushes at it tentatively, finds the outside edge. Again, the ball's reverse swinging. This time he's trying to take it away from the young right-hander's bat. He's just managed to catch the outside edge, and elation for Mukesh Kumar. He's tried very, very hard. He's not been trusted too much in this Test match by his captain. He's been rewarded with a wicket though. As Shoaib Bashir goes for naught after 8 balls, in England are 281 for 9 of 67.3 overs, 118 runs behind. And the great Jimmy Anderson walks out to Visakhapatnam and the arena, you know, with a county colleague, Tom Hartley, who for me has fought brilliantly in this innings. He's bowled well in this Test match, and he's fought gallantly in this 4th innings. He's got 31 or 44, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough, Jarrod.
No, and can you guys see, is R. Ashwin currently doing the most extensive warm-ups of any human being? Oh, he's got the ball in his hand. I can see him now.
Yeah, he's got the ball in his hand, talking to Rohit Sharma.
But
yeah.
He's actually, I think it looks good for me.
He's saying to Mukesh Kumar, can you just do a hammy or something? Don't. I'll finish the over for you.
He was shining the wrong side of the ball, Manus, to try and stop the reverse swing from happening.
Anti-reverse swing.
I mean, surely getting Jimmy Anderson on a reverse sweep is the perfect way to bring up your 500th wicket.
Cannot think of anything more fitting. Well,
with more, I think they have the 2 most left-hand wickets of all time. Is that right? I think both. I think they're number 1 and 2 on the list for destroying left-handers. Jimmy Anderson and Ashwin. Ashwin's obviously number 1 by a distance, but
I thought Stuart Broad was. He's got loads.
No, that was only late career. He got good.
Oh, right.
Very late career. He used to be quite terrible. Do you remember Graham Smith against Stuart Broad early on?
That was a bit one-sided, wasn't it?
A little bit.
Well, 3 slips for Jimmy Anderson. Mukesh Kumar's got 3 balls to try and win this Test match at Jimmy Anderson, potentially. 3 slips, backward point, short catching cover, literally and positionally. Sarfaraz Khan, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Here's Mukesh Kumar, bowls to Jimmy Anderson. Oh, beats him outside the off-stump, kept low. That was actually beat him more for the lack of bounce than any sideways movement.
Yeah, just rolled along the floor, didn't it? It has done from around the wicket. Talking about the plates, that's, you know, opening up more and more throughout this Test match. It has, as the day's gone, it's deteriorated a lot faster, as you'd expect on day 4. And then plates are starting to move, the cracks are taking an effect. And said right at the start of the day that it wouldn't be the early part of the run chase, it would be about the last 80 to 70, 80 runs, which would be difficult because the pitch is going to deteriorate very, very quickly, and it has done.
Here's Mukesh
and
again,
it's a
and
new
Jimmy
ball as well.
Anderson pushes at this one outside the off stump. Makes no contact. Sorry, Jarrod, say it again?
I was going to say it'd be the second new ball as the pitch starts to deteriorate. That would have always been England's problem, which is one reason they probably wanted to score quicker, but you can just see it's been a little bit trickier than that. Oh, Manners, I had one for you actually. Have you ever heard of the Cresta run in
Yes.
St. Moritz, Switzerland?
It's a bobsleigh track and luge.
Did you know the... Yeah, it's skeletons, I think. Is that different or is that the same?
Similar. One's like a tea tray that you just slide down feet first, and the other one, of course, the bobsleigh you climb into, and the luge you go head first, I think. Here's Mukesh Kumar got Jimmy Anderson with the on drive as good as anything we've seen in the series. Oh, 4 runs.
What a shot from Jimmy Anderson. On the up, straight back past our Ashwin, and Ashwin's looking at his captain to say, did you see that shot, Skip? Come on. Surely I've got to have a go for my 5th and 500th. I think he's going to get his way. Yeah, our Ashwin's coming in now. England 9 down.
Of course he is.
He's pulled rank. Told the captain, it's time for me. Unfortunately, he's got Tom Hartley on strike and not Jimmy Anderson.
Go on, you got very
Hartley
quickly,
might
you've
go
got 30
anyway.
seconds to finish this Cresta run story.
Cresta run. The first ever female team, all-female team in a tournament is being run at the moment, and it's an MCC team. You go to the MCC website, you can find some details there, but they're in the Cresta Run tournament, sponsored by the MCC, and you can donate to them as well if you'd like.
Is that luge, skeleton, or bobsleigh?
I think it's skeleton, but...
Okay. All right, well, that's interesting. What MCC website? Okay, well, here we go. Can R. Ashwin pick up his 500th Test cricket, Test wicket? Ashwin in bowls, and Hartley off the back foot cuts it delightfully. There's been no nonsense of number 9 protecting number 11 in this game. They'll take every run they can, and Hartley takes a single off the first ball, which is given to him, really. Lots of men on the boundary, and so Ashwin will have 5 balls at Jimmy Anderson.
Seen a replay of that last shot. Jimmy Anderson standing there. Wow. Tech that. Stand and deliver. Ball on the up. Belted straight back past the bowler. Reverse swing. What reverse swing? Now it's going to be a bit different. Not crowded, Jimmy Anderson. Short leg. Slip. And that's it, really. A ring field from there. 5 men on the offside. 4 men on the leg side.
Ashwin halfway through his run-up, movement behind the bowler's arm, enough to distract Jimmy Anderson, backs away. Ashwin tries again, up to the crease now, bowls. Reverse sweep from Jimmy Anderson, hits it delightfully. Only as far as Rajat Paditar at backward, what becomes backward square leg from backward point. Just 8 players before Ashwin have taken 500 Test wickets. He's on 499. Ashwin in bowls, Anderson forward, plays defensively, nudging it out on the offside. Ashwin does his own fielding. He's got a slip, he's got a short leg, he's got a mid-wicket, mid-off, extra cover, cover point, backward point. Here's Ashwin again, bowls, Anderson forward, rock solid, nudging that one out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Yashasvi Jaiswal. Akshar Patel swinging his arms around, but I think that's just nervous tension. Don't think he's expecting to bowl. Ashwin is in again, bowled. Another reverse sweep from Jimmy Anderson, top edge, and that is going to be an easy single as the ball lands, loops away past Mukesh Kumar, and they go through for a single. Anderson moves to 5.
Yeah, that was a little bit quicker from R. Ashwin. The 2 before being looped up, Jimmy was looking to potentially go on the sweep, but he changed his mind right at the very last minute, played the defensive shot that time, going for the reverse sweep. But a little bit quicker from R. Ashwin. Now India working out what field the need to keep Tom Hartley down there, to keep Anderson on strike with 1 ball to go.
Ashwin again, bowls to Hartley, and he's cut, beats the man at cover and backward point, and that's 4 runs. I have to say, Tom Hartley has looked a complete package as a Test cricketer. It's a massive thing to say after 2 games, but 7 for 62 in the second innings, bats, scores runs, has a massive heart, obviously a desire to play on the higher stage and is a gun fielder. All of which I don't know what that means for Jack Leach.
Yeah, I think from Jack Leach's point of view, I think Jack obviously is a better bowler, and Hartley gives you so much more in the field and with the bat. I still think Ben Stokes will see Jack Leach as Jack Leach as his #1 spinner when Jack is fit. But Tom Hartley, he's just added to what was a threadbare group from a spin bowling department. I think Shoaib Bashir has as well. I think he's been excellent, very, very impressive in his first Test match. Rian Ahmed is a bundle of joy when it comes to his leg spin, his batting, his fielding. So I think all in all on this trip so far, 2 Test matches, we've unearthed a couple of little gems going forward. Not finished articles by any stretch of the imagination, but I think there's a lot to work with, and a lot of positivity have come out of these last 2 games. So England are going to lose this Test match. It's going to be 1-1 in the series, but going into that 10-day break, there's a huge amount of positivity, and I think when India have a think about what's been happening over the course of these last 2 games, there'll be a slight concern that the series is definitely alive and is definitely on.
It is Jasprit Bumrah from the Dr. Vizzy end, and he bowls, hits Hartley on the pad, James Anderson on the pad, and there'll be a leg by. Jimmy quite happy to saunter down to the non-striker's end, fielded by Mukesh Kumar at fine leg. England need 107 more to win. They're 292 for 9. Been a very fine day of cricket for India. Has it been their best day of the series?
Yeah, quite possibly. I thought Jaiswal...
First 2 days in Hyderabad, David.
First 2 days in Hyderabad were good. Even in this one, Jaiswal's double 100. But that was in isolation of a play. I think collectively it possibly has.
Bumrah loses his run-up, which is quite hard to do because it's very small. But he's as he transitioned between the stuttering, stumbling walk bit into the running bit, the transition didn't work.
Yeah. The hop, skip and jump bit just missed the skip out. That's what he's... it must be so hard to face, because all of a sudden it is a hop, skip and a jump, and then bang, it just hits you.
3 slips waiting in anticipation as Bumrah is in. Bowls. Bowled in! Hartley loses his off stump. Jasprit Bumrah has finished the Test match in style. And England have been bowled out for 292. India win by 106 runs to square the series. The mouth-watering prospect of 3 Test matches still to come. Jasprit Bumrah, wonderful, 3 for 46. To go with R. Ashwin's 3 for 72. Too much for England to do on the final day, and despite Zach Crawley's 73 and very fine 30s from Ben Foakes 36 and Tom Hartley 36 as well, it's been India's day on the 4th day at the Visakhapatnam Stadium, and England's dreams of chasing 399 ending not with a whimper, because it's been entertaining, but it was just too much in the end.
Just too much, it had to be. Jasprit Bumrah, what a Test match he has. 6 in the first, 3 in the second. He's been absolutely magnificent for his team, for his country, and a fitting way to finish the Test match, because he has been a real class apart. Ashwin has bowled nicely, but Jasprit Bumrah is the reason why India, along with Jaiswal, India are walking off and walking into that 10-day gap with the series 1-1. It's been a great Test match here in Vizag. It's been a one well supported by the locals. Fantastic support from the England travelling party. I think England have got a lot to be proud of in the way they've performed in this Test match. Runs in the first innings, well, that's possibly what cost them. But for me, the way this England team is battling, the way they're shaping up, they're young spinners. I think there's a lot of positivity to go for the next 3 Test matches. but in Jasprit Bumrah and in Jimmy Anderson in this test match, we've seen no matter what wicket you can play on around the world, there is room for unbelievable pace bowlers, especially with high quality, and that's what we've seen this week. Anderson was magnificent, but Jasprit Bumrah, rightly so, will probably challenge Jaiswal for man of the match, and I would just give him it because I'm a bowler. He was absolutely brilliant this week, and rightly so, he's on the winning side.
Darren Gough?
Well, we can all wake up now. 399 to win. We all dreamed the dream. We thought it was possible, purely because of the way this England team have played now for a long period of time. They play to win. They play to lose. They never play for draws. So we knew there was going to be a result today, one way or the other, and they fell short, as we all thought. Yesterday we were talking about 300 would have been a great chase, and we weren't far off. 292 all-out England, chasing that magic 399. India can breathe a sigh of relief. They're back in the series. It's 1-1. What a game of cricket. What a series. England versus India on talkSPORT 2. Fantastic.
Chetan, Narula, India were under pressure coming into this test match, something we didn't think we'd say before the series began. That pressure increased, not just to the weight of expectation, but the injuries to KL Rahul and Ravindra Jadeja, which ruled them out of this test match. They were asked some questions in Hyderabad that they never expected to be asked, and to be honest, they didn't always have the answers. And they were asked questions again here in Visakhapatnam, but they have had the answers, and the questions they asked were harder than England's. And I have to say that nobody could have the slightest doubt that they're good value for this win.
Oh, absolutely. I think in Hyderabad, as we mentioned earlier, India did not know what to expect, and accordingly weren't properly prepared to take on the English challenge. Now having sampled baseball in Hyderabad, if I can say so, they were probably better prepared in terms of planning, in terms of execution at every point in this test match. Just felt like India had the answers, whether it was field settings or which spinners to bowl, how to counter, the reverse sweep, when to bring on Bumrah, how to use Mukesh Kumar, even if very, very sparingly. So I thought India were well prepared. They executed their plans much better. And for all the problems that you've highlighted, Neil, I think the reaction from Rohit Sharma when that last wicket fell said everything. He was desperate for India to come back, given the strength of his side, given the issues that had been, he had been dealing with in terms of team personnel. And while Bumrah and the other teammates were celebrating, that huge shout, huge roar that Rohit Sharma let off, that was more in relief, I thought, than in jubilation.
And there was a sense of relief. I mean, things didn't always go India's way, and there were moments of doubt and introspection, and certainly Rohit Sharma as a captain must have been under significant pressure. But Yashasvi Jaiswal's innings, ultimately, I think the difference. I mean, it sounds silly to say take out his 209. I mean, it's like a major operation to extract 209. But had it not been for that, then this would be a very different looking test match.
Oh, absolutely. India probably left a few runs, in the first innings, as we had hotly debated. Yashasvi Jaiswal, I mean, a superstar is born. I mean, he's arrived with a bang. He's played a lot of before this, a lot of cricket outside India, but he's come on home soil. He scored very, very fluent half century in the first test match. Now he's backed it up by 100, a test 100, which is now into a double 100. So, yeah, a superstar is born. Indian batting could be in safe hands with both him and Shubman Gill leading the charge for the next 4-5 years.
Right, well, if you have missed any of the action or all of the action, and you're tuning in for the first time, don't worry. And don't worry if you are only going to hear from us much later, because we're going to, once again, give you our daily podcast. We'll talk about today's play and the talking points from the whole match in the following on daily podcast.
on DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker. Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the second test match live from Visakhapatnam. Only on talkSPORT 2.
You're listening to the following on Daily Podcast out here in India. I'm Neil Manthorp and I'll be joined by double Ashes winner Steve Harmison and former England fast bowler Darren Gough to look back at the second test match between India and England, which India won to level the series, the 106-run victory in Visakhapatnam. We'll discuss all the big talking points from the fourth day, the final day, and all of the 3 days which preceded it. We'll get exclusive reaction from the England camp, and Chetan and Narula will look ahead to next week's third test in Rajkot, with Virat Kohli and Rahul likely to return for that match. So plenty to come over the next 30 minutes or so. You're listening to Following On. Darren Gough, there weren't very many slow patches in this test match, but then again there haven't been very many slow patches in any passages of play in any test matches that England have played in the last couple of years. The entertainment flowed as thick and as fast as the runs and the wickets did, and India were very, very good value for their victory, despite losing, not having Virat Kohli available for selection, losing Rahul and Ravindra Jadeja. They were under pressure. England put them under massive pressure, and they responded. They've won a game by 106 runs, and deservedly so.
Yeah, they were under pressure coming into this day, weren't they? I mean, we all dared to dream the impossible. Could it be possible? 399 needed to win on a day 4 pitch, but there was no real turn. I think that's what surprised me, really. Coming into day 4 in India, there was more likely to keep low off the bowling of Mukesh or Bumrah, but a quite magnificent performance from Bumrah in this test match to pick up 9 wickets in a win and to level the series at 1-1. But what we've had so far in 2 test matches is 2 teams trying to work each other out. I think India know that England will believe they can win from any situation. India have to handle the pressure. They were better today. Rohit Sharma made better decisions as a captain. Their plans were better to some of the England batters. But I'll tell you what, we're in for a proper series here. 5 test matches. After 2, it's 1-1. And it could go any way this series. It really, really could.
So many individual highlights. The man of the match, I think rightly, was Yashasvi Jaiswal, the opener, for his brilliant 209 on the first day and the second day, in fact. And had it not been for his double 100, in an innings in which the second highest score was 34, it would have been a very different looking test match. But England have done terrifically to bounce back and make the second highest score of the match with 292. It defies the trend of the Vizag Stadium, in which scores descend through the 4 innings, and so a resilient performance from England. They tried, they believed 399 was possible. Goughy, they now go to Abu Dhabi. They decamp to Abu Dhabi, so it's far too early to look ahead and contemplate changes for the third test match. They've got another week of rest and recuperation and preparation to come for them. And it's just lovely, isn't it, to have 5 test matches and have a big squad and play a rotation, and who knows what's to come in 8 days.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, I think they surprised everyone, England, but the spinners, so inexperienced, have done really well. I mean, who would have thought after that first ball from Tom Hartley, but he would come back and take the wickets he's taken in this test series so far. He's battered really, really well down the order. I think Bashir's come in and done a decent job. I would expect if Jack Leach is fit to come back into the side and Joe Root take up the off-spinning duties. Harry Brook, will he come back? 2 tests he's been out for. I know they said he was going to be out for the series, but you never know. Will he come back? It's been pretty quiet, so I would doubt he will. But England can just go to Abu Dhabi now, reassess the situation, be proud of what they've done in those first 2 test matches. India, without doubt, were under pressure today. They were scared. They weren't 100% sure they were going to have the skills to deliver. And that's purely because England are playing a brand of cricket they're not used to seeing against them in their home conditions. And you could tell with some of the field settings, and the captaincy. But when it comes down to it, when you've got a bowler like a Jasprit Bumrah in your armoury, it makes a big difference. 9 wickets. The pitch offered just enough for him. He's an absolute genius. He's got the full package. Pace, the angles he uses when he's bowling, the slower ball, Yorker, bouncer, he's got the lot. So that was the difference as well.
Yeah, Jasprit Bumrah 9 for 91 match haul. Just a reminder, England bowled out on the 4th day for 292 after a brilliant 73 from Zach Crawley, but they lost 5 wickets in the morning session, which seriously undermined their hopes of pursuing what would have been a record in India of 399 for victory. 36 apiece for Ben Foakes and Tom Hartley gave them late hope, but it was all too much, too late really for England. Alongside me, Steve Harmison, as always, making assiduous notes and lots of things to talk about. Jasprit Bumrah, no doubt, will be on the tip of your tongue. Harmy, he was a genius and an exhibition of fast bowling in spin-friendly conditions. Jamie Anderson, also in bursts, was outstanding. Where do you want to start? You've got a whole page of notes.
Yeah, that Bumrah, for me, I said it was the first thing I've wrote on the top of it was a fantastic test match, and I think that, again, we talk about test match cricket dying. We've had 2 test matches over the course of the last, 8 days of test match cricket, where test match cricket's not dying. There's nowhere near dying. The crowds have come out and shown that. I think the skill level of the players have come out and shown that. I think both individually and collectively, England might think first innings runs, which is always important out in this part of the world. First innings runs is huge, and to only get just under 260, I think that's possibly where they could look and think that's how we've lost the game by 100 runs. But I think forget the result in the end of it. I am so proud of this England cricket team, the way they've gone about their business over the course of these last 2 test matches. They were brilliant in Hyderabad. And the inexperience of the bowling unit that's come into this from a young spin bowler's point of view, really excites me about the future being bright for England. I thought Zach Crawley in both innings was as good as I've seen Zach Crawley bat from a balance and timing point of view, and a little bit of luck, an element of luck when things go your way, and it makes a huge amount of difference. And I think there's a few umpires' call decisions have probably gone more, the odd one's gone probably in India's favour at crucial times, and that's not a whinge about the umpires or decisions or they are. India deserve to win this test match, but I think when you come out to this part of the world, especially with the inexperienced bowling attack that England have had and a few injuries that they've got, I did say before the series, everything would have to go their way. Every umpire's call would have to go their way. And there's a couple in this game that just haven't gone the way of the away side. And I think, that's so important when you do come to to this area. So all in all, brilliant. Really was a great advert for Test match cricket. Jasprit Bumrah, skill level with a new ball. At the start, his next spell was going to be dangerous, and then his spell when he got to the new ball reversing, and that was always going to be the one that finished the match off. And as it panned out, it did. And I'm so pleased to be here watching Anderson and Bumrah bowl on what was a relatively flat wicket.
Goughy, I need to ask you about England's strategy of the 3 spinners and 1 seamer, because before this test match began, it was clear that it was not going to be spinning sideways from day one. It was never going to be a raging turner. So England's philosophy of playing 3 and 3.5 spinners with Joe Root and 1 seamer seems to lie in something beyond just the pitch. And they have, of course, Mark Wood, Ollie Robinson and Gus Atkinson. And I wonder whether, whatever the pitch looks like in Rajkot, whether they might actually just say, we need a second seamer.
Yeah, I mean, we've been very fortunate, haven't we, to have an unbelievable all-rounder in Ben Stokes. Before that, we had Andrew Flintoff. So 2 terrific cricketers who can change things with bat and ball and in the field. And it just goes to show, when you've got someone like Ben Stokes' ability to not being able to bowl because he's just come back from knee surgery, we do miss him. That would have been the obvious, easy selection, because he would have been able to play as that second seamer, bowl a few overs with a new ball, and then bowl when it reverse swings. Unfortunately, he's not going to be fit this series, and it puts us in a bit of a dilemma. I think the history tells you, but we've always played seamers and played 2 spinners, but the opposition tend to play 3. So I think they've gone into this series trying to do things a little bit different. We've put 3 spinners out there. We had 4 in Hyderabad. We've had 4 again, haven't we, with Joe Root? No,
yep.
3 with Joe Root, isn't it? 4 with Joe Root. Yeah, so we've had 4 spinners. Yeah, and if they think Joe can do a good job, a holding job, take the new ball, I think you're right. I think somehow we need, especially if the surface is going to be like this one we've just had, where seamers can play a part. Jimmy Anderson was excellent, played a part. Bumrah for India played a huge part. So we've got some good seamers there. Ollie Robinson's got an amazing test record. You've got Gus Atkinson, who can bowl short spells and bowl quick spells. If you want him to bowl 20 odd overs, you won't be able to bowl at 90 miles an hour plus. No one can. No one can. But he's quick through the air, short spells, and he could do a job. Ollie, if you want somebody a bit more like Jimmy, but I don't think that is the point. Or you've got Mark Wood, who we know short spells, being able to throw it down there at 90 miles an hour plus, can make a difference. And Woody can bat. Woody can slug you 20, 30, 40. No problem at all.
Yeah, I think we missed the second seamer, but it's like anything else, man. As you come to this part of the world and you go, can we play 12? Can we play 13? Because you do need so many different options, and that's always the conundrum when Ben Stokes can't bowl and nobody in your top 6 can bowl other than Joe Root, and you're already picking three spinners. But I think if we get to Rajkot, and what we've had is I think we've had 2 decent test match wickets in Hyderabad and Visakhapatnam. If we get to Rajkot and we play on a wicket, something similar to what we've played on here, I think England could do with sacrificing one of the spin options, having Joe as the 3rd spinner, and playing Mark Wood. If we just, for instance, fast forward it 8 days and we come to Rajkot and we play on a wicket very, very similar to that, I think I'd be playing Mark Wood and Jimmy Anderson, because I think the point of difference of the quick bowler, the express bowler, I'm with Gough, I don't see the point of picking Robinson and Anderson, and I don't think Atkinson's as quick, anywhere near as quick as what Wood is. So for me, Woody would play along with Jimmy.
And finally from you, Goughy, a settled top 7 for England. I don't think there's going to be any changes contemplated there. A special word for Zach Crawley, 76 and 73. He's looking better and better technically. He turned 26 a couple of days ago, and he's becoming a lot more hit than miss, isn't he? He's becoming more consistent, more solidly technical.
I think it's about a partnership, and I think Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett have been excellent at the top of the innings for a while now for England. They've got off to a flyer in every single innings. But Zach Crawley, this game, was superb. The way he played Bumrah, who bowled beautifully the whole match. He waited for that over pitch one. That big stride he's got. He's a big tall man, is Zach. He's got that big bat in his hand, the grey nick. It's a beauty. And he just has to get bat and ball, and it flies away for 4. He plays some wonderful, wonderful drives. Army mentioned his balance at the crease, the way he doesn't fall over. He plays it off his legs at hip high as well. He's a fantastic talent, and we want to see that average rise. I think he only averages the low 30s, but he's a top player.
Right, Goughy, we have got the post-match presentation taking place on the field down below us, and we're hopeful to get some of the captains, to hear from some of the captains. Harsha Bhogle, as part of our commentary team on talkSPORT, is conducting the post-match interviews. We'll have Andrew McKenna speaking to Ben Stokes a little bit later on the show, hopefully. But first up, Harsha Bhogle. In fact, let's listen to what Harsha and Ben have to say.
Ben, you've come back from a deficit, but was 143 a little too many?
No, I think coming into this last innings, we were had full belief in ourselves that we could go and chase that down. The way in which we go about sort of taking on challenges like that is sort of what we're about, and just sort of the number of runs that we needed to get was just sort of another thing for us to try and chase down. And in moments like that in games when you've got scoreboard pressure, a lot of runs to chase down, that's where your process and the way in which we know that we get the best out of ourselves as individuals. That really comes out. And I thought today, in which we applied ourselves and really tried to put India bowling attack under a lot of pressure, was great. Unfortunately, we didn't end up on the right side of the result. Congrats to India. Thought they played a fantastic game, and again, another great game to be a part of.
Is there almost a directive to the batters to play a certain way, or do you leave it to them? Because two fine players, Crawley batted a little differently, Root batted a little differently. Is it up to them, or is there a suggestion from the captain?
No, there's no suggestion whatsoever about how to go out and play. It's go out and play how you best feel at the given time. We knew the task ahead. We knew we had to get 330 runs today, and everyone in that dressing room there is a quality player, and they are good enough to be able to go out there, assess the sort of the conditions or the situation, and also assess how they're feeling and how they best feel to go about getting those runs.
You've got a very inexperienced trio of spinners. Was that a challenge, speaking to them all the time, trying to get the best out of them? They haven't been in these situations too often.
No, I mean, it wasn't a challenge whatsoever. I absolutely loved it. I think, looking at Tom, Bash and Rayan, 5 or 6 test matches between them, to put in the performance that they did yesterday to obviously without Joe and Jimmy having bowled a very long spell at the start of the day, I thought what they were able to produce in terms of effort and output was incredible. They showed a lot of maturity, a lot of skill beyond their years and experience, and it's something I'm very proud of as a captain.
And Jimmy Anderson's going to bowl for another 30 years, isn't he?
Oh, he's amazing. And as well, like, you look at Jimmy Anderson in the way that Jasprit Bumrah bowled this week. I think you're watching two guys who are incredibly skillful bowlers, and watching those two, albeit Jasprit on the opposite side, you've got to sometimes hold your hands up and just say, wow, what a player, and Jimmy is that for us.
Thank you, Ben. Your style of play brings people into the stadiums, and that's great fun for Test cricket.
Thanks very much, Harsha.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Ben Stokes, captain of England, they're playing wonderful Test cricket, aren't they? Now the Dream 11 game changer of the match. The winner gets a trophy and a cheque of 1 lakh, presented by Mr. Prajapat. The award goes to Yashasvi Jaiswal. That magnificent double century in the first innings won him 274 fantasy points, and hopefully we'll keep seeing batting like that from this young man for many years to come. Well played, Yashasvi Jaiswal. Now the SBI Life Apne Liye Apno Ke Liye award. The winner gets a trophy and a cheque of 1 lakh. It's presented by Mr. Rajiv Srivastav for his all-round performance on the field and with the bat. It goes to Shubman Gill. A century in that second innings, 4 catches, lovely safe hands in the slips for Shubman Gill. Coming up next then, the Attenborough Smart Saver of the match. The winner gets a trophy and a cheque of 1 lakh to be presented by Mr. D. Vedanayagam. The award goes for overall fielding brilliance on the pitch. Once again to a wicketkeeper, he was outstanding, Ben Foakes. The captain, Ben Stokes, will receive the award on his behalf. Some of his catches staying low to the keepers, to the bowlers rather, were absolutely fantastic. So Ben Foakes is our Attenborough Smart Saver of the match award winner. Now the Camper Great Indian Strike of the match. A trophy and a cheque of 1 lakh presented by Mr. P.R.K. Rao. For outstanding drives on the field, it goes to Yashasvi Jaiswal. 22 boundaries for Yashasvi Jaiswal in this game. That entitles him to the Camper Great Indian Strike of the match. And now it's my very happy job to invite the winning captain, Rohit Sharma. Rohit, it must be such a luxury to call upon Jasprit Bumrah in the form like that.
Yeah, it is. I mean, look, he's a champion player for us. It's been a while, that he's doing the job for the team. But yeah, I mean, when you win a game like that, you got to look at the overall performance as well. We were good with the bat, and then obviously we know that winning a test match in these kind of conditions is not going to be easy. We wanted our bowlers to step up, and they did that.
Yeah. You watched this your young opening partner very closely. 200 in the first innings. How good is? What's your take on Yashasvi Jaiswal?
No, looks like a very good player. Understands his game really well. He's got a long way to go. Of course, he's just coming to the side now, and every opportunity he's trying to make the most of it. That was an exceptional knock, what he did in the first day. Long way to go. Like I said, he's got a lot to offer to our team, and I hope he stays quite humble and focuses on what is needed for the team.
Little bit more from the batting. Would you like a little bit more?
Yeah, the wicket was really good to bat on. That's where, if I have to point anything, a lot of the batters got the start but didn't convert into a big score, and something that we really need to look into. But again, having said that, I do understand, they're very young, they're very new to this form of the game. So obviously, it'll take some time for us. It's important from our side to give them confidence, and this win obviously will give them a lot of confidence, and just to go out there and play freely.
As captain, what pleased you the most about this result?
I think very, very proud of such a young squad in terms of the test matches that they've played. To come up against a team like that, who won the first test match, and then to come out and play like that for us, very, very positive. Like I said, a lot of the guys are quite young in terms of playing this form of the game for us. So it'll take some time, obviously, to be absolutely spot on, but you got to give it to them a little more time, a little more freedom as well, and that is something that we are constantly talking in the changing room, that we want these guys to have some time in the middle, go and play freely without any pressure.
1-1 going to the third test. What a series you're having. We're enjoying watching it. I'm sure you're enjoying playing it too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we know we were up against a good challenge. The last couple of years, England have been playing really good cricket. So we know that it was not going to be an easy series for us. To win this game, quite pleasing. But again, we know the series is not ended here. With 3 more to go, obviously we'll keep our check on it, and we'll make sure that we do most of the things right.
You've got a week. You can put your feet up and then get back to Rajkot. Well played.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, captain of India.
Indian captain Rohit Sharma there. We could barely had the energy to muster a smile, let alone any sort of sense of triumph or celebration. Harmy, he's looked like a boxer who had gone 12 rounds, and he didn't want to overstate anything, did he? He didn't want to overplay Jaiswal's innings. Said he still has a long way to go. If he goes as far as we think he might, he'll have 10,000 runs.
Yeah, he played it down, the role of Jaiswal, but wow, what an innings it was. Saying he's obviously the learning has a lot to come. He hasn't getting player of the match though, Jaiswal. Jasprit Bumrah's getting player of the match, so I was a little bit surprised by that. But Jaiswal's gonna take some trophies home, wasn't he? They kept giving him trophies. It's going to need an excess baggage allowance like talkSPORT's going on back to England. So, no, joking aside, I thought Jaiswal was brilliant. I thought Rohit Sharma sounded as though he was on the losing side there rather than on the winning side. And some different comments to what I thought there would be. I thought he would have built his team up and pumped the tyres up of 1 or 2 of the players, but possibly is that an Indian captain thinking, we've won a test match, but we haven't been at our best.
Yeah, well, Jasprit Bumrah, it's not like he doesn't deserve an accolade. 9 for 91. I also thought that Jaiswal's innings was possibly the bigger difference between the two teams. Chetan, Narula, what did you think? Never mind the man of the match award. I mean, for once, I wouldn't have minded if they'd split it, but overall, a very, very good performance given the circumstances India were in coming into this match.
Yeah, I mean, like I said on day one, I did think India were a bit short in terms of the runs they scored. I mean, Jaiswal, absolutely the big difference. If you look at England's second innings right now, no batsman apart from Crawley crossed 40. And that was the case for India's top order, certainly. And Yashasvi Jaiswal went to score a double 100. So that was a big differentiator between the two sides. But I think after scoring 396 on that pitch, and this pitch has been really good for batting throughout this game, I thought Jasprit Bumrah was exceptional. It was just a magical spell that he bowled on day 2. And yeah, I think you either have to be a batter or bowler to be able to judge that. I mean, I know Harmy said that Bumrah should win the man of the match. I'm neither, not a test batter, not a test bowler, so I can't really pick between the two. But for now, I would definitely say yes, Jaiswal being the differentiator in the first innings with those big runs. Going ahead, of course, like Harmy mentioned, India probably not at their best in terms of performances. I think individual performances stood out, but not at their best in terms of the personnel. And with hopes of Virat Kohli and Lokesh Rahul both coming back for the third test match, I think India will be able to put a stronger foot forward.
And just quickly, obviously Kohli walks straight back into the team. Do KL Rahul and Ravindra Jadeja, if they're fit?
Jadeja, I don't think he's going to be fit for Rajkot. That's what I'm hearing. But if Lokesh Rahul is fit, I think Shreyas Iyer will be worried about his spot.
Shubman Gill, though, has
I think that debate is over now. Thankfully, that debate is over because, like I said earlier too, that is a huge investment India has made into Gill for the next foreseeable future.
Well, Harmy, we've got many hours of travel ahead of us to contemplate changes. You just did touch on the three spinner, one seamer policy. Do you think, irrespective of the pitch, that England will look to play a second seamer?
I think they might. I really think they might, and I think it depends on Jack Leach's fitness. I think if Jack Leach is fit, then England might go in with Jack Leach, probably Tom Hartley, and then Joe Root, because of the experience that Leach brings you back. I think because they had three very inexperienced spin bowlers, I think to just play two of them, I think that would have been difficult for the two that actually played. So I think that is probably the reason why they went with three and just went with one seam bowler. But I think in the cold light of day, when Ben gets to Rajkot and he looks at the surface, and if the surface is anywhere near like the two we've had so far, I think he might think about going in with Jack Leach's experience as one of the spinners, Tom Hartley, who gives you the all-round package, even though I think Shoaib Bashir bowled very, very impressively, and I think he's probably a better spin bowler than Tom Hartley, but the package is obviously a hell of a lot different with the fielding than with the batting. So I think I'd go with Jack Leach, Tom Hartley and Joe Root, and then you'd have, for me, I would have Jimmy Anderson and Mark Wood. I think Mark Wood would give me the point of difference that pace-wise Jasprit Bumrah's give to England, so to India. So I think that would be the way I would be thinking about my team selection going into what will be a very, very eagerly awaited third test match with the series nicely poised at 1-1.
We're going to hear imminently from Ben Stokes speaking to our very own Andrew McKenna, who's over at the post-match presentation. He's speaking to Ben now. I wanted to ask you again about Abu Dhabi and this policy that you and I were both far from convinced about in the build-up to the series. Not just in the build-up, but I think our eyebrows were even further raised by the fact that they were always planning to go back to Abu Dhabi twice after this test match and again after the fourth between the fifth test. But you've toured, you've been on long tours, you know how demanding it can be. It's all very well saying, well, have a day off and stay in your hotel room, but it's still a hotel room, and it's wearing, it wears you down, it tires you down, and for decades and decades, for over half a century, touring teams have come to India and found it revealing and fascinating and challenging and exhausting. So the idea of actually going back to Abu Dhabi, where there is no media demand, no spotlight, you can be anonymous really, and they can go and play golf as they enjoy so much and really refresh and come back with having had 7 solid days away from the media, away from the spotlight, away from the constant demands of India. It does make sense, doesn't it?
It makes perfect sense. I never had a problem with this Abu Dhabi trip. My problem was with the last Abu Dhabi trip, the first one, the one that was giving them no real Indian time preparation from. And this is what I was getting at when I said what I said. on the following on and with you in the studio. It was about three young spin bowlers have not played in India before, not bowled in India before, in just 3 days. That was the only thing I had an issue with. I'd never had an issue with how they were going to prepare, because I knew they were going to work hard. This is a fit side. This is a mentally strong side. This is a side that doesn't give anything away when it comes to chasing the ball to the boundary or diving full length. We've seen that. We've heard from Paul Collin with that coming. But on tours I've been on, I don't think I've ever gone a 10-day, 9-day gap without a game. There's always been a game on. There's always been, you might have been a senior bowler, played in the second test match, but then there was a 3-day game going on for the lads who aren't playing or haven't been able to play in between. Them days have long gone. So I've never had a problem with this Abu Dhabi trip. The only problem I had was the first one. I think this one makes a huge amount of sense. Golf is great. I love playing golf, but even when I play cricket, I love playing the golf part of it makes people relax, as well as they spend 4 hours on your feet, and the professional cricketers who has to spend 6 and 7 hours on their feet. So that's not an issue. Maybe it's not a good idea to do it at 11 o'clock in the midday sun, and all the way through. But I think creating an environment is what McCullum and Stokes do, and I think going off away from the spotlight makes a huge amount of sense. And then they can relax. Then they can, be themselves away from the media and the goldfish bowlers, what Indian tours become. So I'd never had a problem with this Abu Dhabi trip or the next one if they do go back between the 4th and the 5th test match. The only issue I had on the preparation side was the initial time they had there and less time they had here. But as it stands and as it's gone, I was proved wrong, because they've came here, hit the ground running. I don't think the young bowlers have bowled massive sort of great lines and lengths, but I still don't think being out here for a week earlier would have made a difference. I think the reasons why they have been a little bit inconsistent out here is more down to the fact that they're in the infancy of their first class career, never mind their test match career. But I think the innocence of youth, I think, has given this side so much bounce and so much vigour, where I think they've bounced off each other very, very well. So I think all in all, I was wrong to go too hard in the preparation stuff. But like I said a couple of weeks ago, I never had a problem about them going back for this one, because I think it is very, very important to get away, recharge, and come back for what is 2 grueling test matches. I've played in Rajkot, played in Ranchi. They're 2 different places. They're not Visakhapatnam on the coast. They're not the big city of Hyderabad. They're going to be different challenges when they go there for that 2.5 week period of this tour.
Okay, let's hear from Ben Stokes talking to Andrew McKenna, and we'll get a final word for you afterwards.
Skipper, it wasn't meant to be in the end.
No, look, obviously, disappointed to come out on the wrong side of the result this week. But I think, again, an unbelievable game to be a part of. I think everyone who's come here and supported, in India and, even back home have got up to watch. I think they would have loved what they've seen over the last 4 days.
The fact that even in the commentary we were talking about it as a possibility that England could make 399 to win a game batting last in India says so much, and the fact that you got to just about 100 short in the end, that's still a remarkable effort.
Well, I think, see, you've spent some years trying to get what is baseball. It's a word that we don't like, but I think it's the mentality in which we go out with is actually, that's what it is. And we have an unbelievable belief in ourselves that we can accomplish, some pretty special things out in the field, and the way in which we go about things is I guess is to the reason why there was a lot of people who might not necessarily a couple of years ago thought we had any chance in hell of doing that, but maybe went to bed last night thinking, I'm going to get up and watch this, or I think England are going to chase us down. And if I had to sum up what baseball is, I think it's that mentality.
What was your feeling then as you arrived at the ground this morning? What were you thinking?
I was pretty chilled as always, to be honest.
It means the series is 1-1, 3 to play for, but now you've got a break. You're going to head back to Abu Dhabi just to recharge the batteries, clear the mind. Well, how much cricket will there be in those few days?
Yeah, I think it's been a very especially the 2 tests. It's been pretty full on for everyone. Not just physically, but I think also emotionally. That can take it out of you when you have games like this that are sort of neither here or there at the end of every day until the end. So yeah, look, it's great that we're going back to Abu Dhabi. The guys are getting to see their families and have some downtime, and then we head to Rajkot and.